Hello everyone. We hope you're doing well. We're doing great, and we truly appreciate your ongoing support. We'd like to briefly address some comments regarding our audiobook series. Rest assured, progress is ongoing. That said, your feedback is vital. If there's a novel you particularly enjoy and want to hear more of, please let us know in the comments. Each chapter requires a financial investment, so we can only continue series that receive strong audience interest. Although we retain core names and plot lines, we make significant editorial changes to enhance clarity, pacing, and immersion. These are not simple recitations. We work hard to deliver a polished, thoughtful listening experience. Without sufficient feedback or engagement, we may need to discontinue a series. So if you're enjoying something, don't stay silent. Your input truly matters. Note, our default audio speed is 3x. If that's too fast, let us know. We're happy to adjust it. Interested in early access to unreleased audiobooks? Visit our Patreon. You'll get to experience new content before it reaches YouTube. Just to clarify, I'm a fan like you. I've purchased these novels and adapted them with care, while respecting all rights and guidelines. For updates, follow us on Facebook and Twitter, X. YouTube update: recently, YouTube flagged some of our content for including mature themes, realistic violence, and darker story elements. As a result, we've decided to stop uploading anything that violates YouTube's guidelines. If you'd like access to the full, uncut versions including the more intense or mature content, you can find them on our Patreon page, where we upload everything first. Available now on Patreon: Shattered Innocence transmigrated into a novel as an extra. Transmigrating over 10,000 years late, I was forced to become a mighty presence. I, the celestial dragon, rule the heavens through the double gate, reigning supreme in countless worlds with beast taming, Tower of God sequence strength, cultivation when you take things to the extreme. Naruto is an Uchiha with cyst. WTF, the centuries-old ancestor in our family take concubine again. Plus 18, Ecchi, reincarnated in Bleach as a wizard. Thanks for listening and happy listening. Chapter 1, activated the Tokyo. In a small, cramped apartment, Suzumiya Chisato sat at his desk, quietly processing the fact that he had not only traveled to another world but also awakened a system. Evil Path Romance Simulator, here to serve you. This simulator allows the host to experience different simulated lives. The simulator encourages the host to engage in romance simulations with various high-quality women through unconventional means such as manipulation, deceit, and control, among others. After the romance simulation ends, the system will generate an evaluation based on the host's experiences and the level of evil actions taken, which will ultimately determine the rewards received. The introduction to the simulator was straightforward and easy to understand. Given that Suzumiya Chisato was born in China in his previous life, the concept of a traveler gaining a cheat ability was a cliché he was all too familiar with. So, he wasn't particularly alarmed and quickly accepted this new setup. However, if it's a romance simulator, why does it have to include the words evil path? And why does it specifically require the use of unconventional means? Manipulation, deceit, control. If he really followed through with all that, wouldn't he be turning into a villain? Suzumiya Chisato frowned and shook his head. Just thinking about doing such wicked things made him instinctively uncomfortable. If he had to harm others to gain benefits, he would rather not do it at all. It wasn't that he was a saint. It's just that, as a young man with a proper education and a correct worldview, it was only natural for him to feel this way. Most people with a sound mind would likely share his thoughts. Rest assured, host, everything that happens in the romance simulation is generated by the system itself. The lives in the simulation are completely fictional and will not have any real impact on reality. Suzumiya Chisato's long fingers tapped lightly on the desk. So, in short, it's kind of like a game? Exactly. So please, enjoy the simulation, experience all sorts of sweet and sour romances, and collect various rewards. Since it's just a game that has no connection to reality, and you can even earn rewards from it, then it should be fine, right? The only concern was whether the romance simulation might affect his mindset in real life. After some quiet contemplation, Suzumiya Chisato decided it wouldn't be a big problem. In his previous life, when he played Grand Theft Auto on his computer, he would often grab a rocket launcher and blow up the mayor's office, then engage in high-speed chases with countless police NPCs. Yet despite all that, he never turned into a ruthless terrorist in real life. So, games are games, and reality is reality. As long as he kept this distinction clear, there shouldn't be any issues. Evil Path Romance Simulator, you are gifted with 3 initial simulation attempts. Simulation attempts will naturally replenish over time. More hidden features can be discovered during the simulation process. Would you like to start the simulation? Suzumiya Chisato didn't rush to start the simulation right away. Instead, he stood up and walked to the bathroom. He looked at the reflection in the mirror. Yes, After traveling to this world, his attention had been entirely focused on the system that suddenly appeared. He hadn't even taken the time to check out his appearance in his new life. At first glance, he resembled a young Takayuki Mura. A refined, fresh, and handsome young man. Not bad, although not as handsome as his original body, it was still passable. Suzumiya Chisato tilted his head slightly and gave himself an 8 out of 10. Satisfied with that, he left the bathroom and found a comfortable position on his bed before officially choosing to begin his first simulation. Evil Path Simulator activated. Please enter your preferred keywords so the system can generate your romance simulation target. If no keywords are provided, the system will randomly select a romance simulation target. The system actually allowed him to customize his simulation target. As he marveled at the simulator's level of freedom, Suzumiya Chisato began to think seriously. Given his usual preferences, he settled on pretty, black stockings, long legs, seductive, high school girl. Keywords confirmed. Generating romance simulation target. Before Suzumiya Chisato's eyes, various cards featuring female silhouettes began to rotate. As they slowed down, one card stopped directly in front of him. Light emerged from the edges of the card. The black silhouette gradually transformed into a concrete image of a person. Romance simulation target confirmed, Kasumijoka Utaha. It turned out to be her. Suzumiya Chisato blinked in surprise. Anyone who's familiar with the anime scene would know Kasumijoka Utaha. After all, she's incredibly popular. She's the fanservice character from How to Raise a Boring Girlfriend, known for her sharp tongue? No, rather, her cutting wit and mature demeanor. Intelligence, figure, and looks, all top tier. Even in the world of anime, she stands out among a sea of beauties. But there's one thing about her that's not so great. Her vision, or rather, her taste in men, is incredibly poor. She actually falls for Tomoyaki. That indecisive, talk but no action, frustrating guy. With Kasumijoka Utaha as the heroine, what kind of romance simulation will he experience? Please choose 3 talents from the list below to officially start the simulation. Talents range from lowest to highest: white, green, blue, purple, gold. Weak constitution, white. You have a frail body, but it's easier to gain others' sympathy. Wealthy family, green. You were born into a family with excellent material conditions. Calm demeanor, green. You are naturally good at hiding your emotions, making it difficult for others to guess what you are thinking. Handsome in appearance, blue. You are very good looking, which makes it easier to gain others' affection. Cunning villain, purple. You are a hidden bad guy with a natural talent for doing evil, and you will find it much easier to engage in bad deeds. Strategic mind, purple. This triggers at the end of the simulation, allowing you to rewind to any decision point. No one would want to be in poor health. Family background is crucial to success in life. A wealthy family can save you half a lifetime of struggle. However, since this is a romance simulator, those factors don't seem all that important. The calm demeanor talent is similarly less useful, as being good at hiding emotions doesn't seem to offer much advantage. After weighing the pros and cons, Suzumiya Chisato ultimately chose the talents, handsome in appearance, cunning villain, and strategic mind. Talents confirmed. The combination of handsome in appearance and cunning villain has triggered the hidden talent, sinister charisma. Sinister charisma. You possess a naturally unforgettable leadership aura. Women will find it easier to develop feelings for you, and wrongdoers will instinctively follow your lead. Simulation starting. Chapter 2. The unfolding of a classic plot. Age 0. You were born into a middle-class family. While not wealthy, your family is comfortable and free from financial worries. This is a pretty good start. Age 1. When your parents took you to a photo studio, your adorable face and unique aura caught the eye of a talent scout. You landed your first baby formula commercial and started earning money for your family before you even knew what money was. Age 2. You learned to walk and began modeling for various children's clothing and footwear brands. Thanks to your efforts, your family's financial situation became even more prosperous. Suzumiya Chisato rubbed his chin, a smirk forming on his lips. Not bad at all. If things continue like this, he might smoothly enter the entertainment industry. And that's a great place to make money. Age 3. You can now speak clearly and even skillfully direct your hot personal assistant, asking her to gently hold you in her arms so you can rest quietly. This. Maybe he's overthinking it. He's only 3 years old, still just a kid. What does he know about these things? Age 4. You started attending kindergarten. Although your work was reduced, you kept some habits, like snuggling up to the prettiest teacher during nap time. Age 5. Your mother noticed this habit of yours but didn't pay much attention to it. She thought, after all, you are just a child. How could a child have any bad intentions? Right, he's still young. It's normal for kids to enjoy being held. It's a completely natural and necessary phase, nothing to worry about. Age 6, your parents got divorced. Your personal assistant also resigned around the same time due to pregnancy. You started living with your mother. Hold on a minute. Let him think this through. The information conveyed here is a lot to process. Could things really be developing the way he thinks? Age 7, you officially start first grade. Your mother believes the entertainment industry is a dirty place, so she doesn't renew your advertising contracts after they expire and instead urges you to focus on your studies. Age 9, under your mother's strict guidance, you study diligently. Age 11, you feel bored but continue to study hard. Age 12, study, study, study. Study what? When will this end? You toss your pen aside, feeling rebellious. You start thinking that your destiny should be in your own hands, not dictated by anyone else, especially not by your mother. Shortly after that, you get beaten up by your mother for slacking off in your first year of middle school. You go back to studying seriously. However, the discipline only has a superficial effect. Your mother's actions don't truly win you over. The hidden wicked gene within you begins to surface, and you naturally start devising ways to escape studying and increase your free time. You claim to have joined a sports club at school, using this excuse to stay late after classes. This time is actually spent having fun with your friends. Alright, it's understandable to want to have fun during middle school. Age 13, even though you are just a second-year middle schooler, you possess a leadership aura that even third-year students respect. You have gathered a group of followers. One day, as you are hanging out by the river with your gang after school, you notice a black-haired girl walking nearby. You find it intriguing. The girls around you usually wear plain, knee-high socks at most, but this girl is different. She's wearing semi-transparent black stockings that hug her thighs, disappearing into the hem of her skirt. Her unique appearance, combined with her striking face, makes your heart skip a beat. Just then, two brightly colored young men with sleazy smiles approach her, clearly trying to hit on her. You notice the girl was looking annoyed, obviously uncomfortable. Glancing back at your loyal followers, you decided to 1. Pretend you saw nothing. 2. Rally everyone to confront the situation. 3. Who am I? Just a passing Kamen Rider. These three options represent different choices: ignoring the situation, leading a group fight, or going solo. Ignoring it is out of the question. Based on the description, the girl is clearly Calamity Uchiha. So this choice will determine how their paths cross in the future. If he ignores what's happening now, he might never get another chance to interact with her. The right choice is obvious. Suzumiya Chisato selects option 2, there's no other way to go. The men are older street thugs, while he's just a middle schooler. If he tries to play the hero alone and ends up getting beaten up, that would be a disaster. You call out to your group, who are fishing and catching shrimp by the river, and head towards the girl. The two flashy-haired young men laugh dismissively, thinking you are just a bunch of kids, but they don't realize that the students under your command are anything but ordinary. You quickly surround the two, delivering a well-deserved beatdown. The young men, covered in shoe prints, flee in disgrace. You turn to the girl you have just rescued, offering what you think is a friendly smile, and ask if she's alright. The girl seems a bit frightened but tries to maintain composure as she thanks you. You dismiss your followers and accompany her for a while, learning her name, Calamity Uchiha, just as he suspected, a damsel in distress and a hero to the rescue, a classic plot that's bound to bring us closer. You get her contact information and make plans to hang out together. Calamity Uchiha agrees with a smile, though you fail to notice that her smile seems a bit forced. Wait, what? The text makes Suzumiya Chisato feel uneasy. Back home, after finishing your homework, you eagerly dial the number Calamity Uchiha gave you, but to your surprise, the number is out of service. You remain silent for a long time, finally concluding that you must have written it down wrong. The next day after school, you go to the spot where you agreed to meet her, waiting until after 11 p.m. but she never shows up. Disheartened, you start heading home, a cold smile forming on your lips. This development doesn't feel right. Chapter 3, The Secret Investigation. Age 15, you officially enter high school as a first-year student. Your mind gradually matures, and you begin to realize the importance of studying, without needing your mother to keep an eye on you. You start studying hard on your own. You even wear non-prescription glasses to tone down your naturally alluring and somewhat mischievous charm. But even with the glasses, many girls still find you irresistible, and you have been voted as the new school heartthrob. Your good looks are something that a simple pair of glasses can't hide. To most girls, you are like an addictive drug. Once they fall for you, they are willing to dive in completely, unable to pull away. At 16 years old, now in your second year of high school, after a year of dedicated studying, your grades finally match your good looks, earning you the top spot in your year. One day, while casually strolling through the school courtyard, you catch a familiar face and outfit out of the corner of your eye. You take a closer look and realize it's her, the girl you rescued 2 years ago who didn't even bother to thank you, gave you a fake phone number, and then stood you up. Kusagakure Uchiha, I finally had feelings for someone and you completely crushed me, damn it. This is awkward. You saw her sitting on a bench in the schoolyard, the wind gently blowing her hair. She's even more elegant and stunning than she was 2 years ago. Without realizing it, you start walking towards her, but after just a few steps, you notice a nerdy-looking student with glasses approaching her and sitting down. Kusagakure Uchiha smiles and naturally starts chatting with him. You stop in your tracks. Remembering how she deceived you in the past, you can't help but feel a surge of anger. You decide to 1. Grab a handful of fresh, organic fertilizer from the flower bed nearby, mold it into a ball, and as you yell, "Eat this!" you hurl it at them. 2. Walk up to her, confidently pull her into an embrace from an almost impossible angle, and kiss her deeply. Afterward, in front of the awestruck crowd, you will say that legendary villain line that will go down in history. 3. Hold back your anger, secretly investigate Uchiha Kusagakure, find out if she has any dirt on her, and then carefully plan your revenge. Finally, it can only be said that the system's true face has finally been revealed. It is indeed an evil simulator, and the options given are all actions that normal people cannot do. But thinking that this is a game, most of the discomfort in his heart disappeared. Chisato Suzumiya thought it was a pleasure to watch, predicting the consequences of these 3 options without any psychological burden. The behavior of the first option is very childish. If you do that, you can only say that your temporary anger is released. But if the other party holds you accountable afterwards, as a student, you will certainly not be able to escape responsibility. Of course, the main thing is that he always feels a little sick. To put it simply, the ingredients in organic fertilizers are most likely feces. Such a disgusting thing is rolled into a ball. The picture is too beautiful to imagine. Pass. As for the second option, forcibly kissing a female classmate in broad daylight at school, the nature of this problem is serious. It is considered a direct violation of the law and can be prosecuted for forcible indecency, although the school's approach might be less radical. Calling his parents is a sure thing, and the more serious consequences may include being expelled from school. He is already in their second year of high school, and he's not too young anymore. Not everything can be handled by a child who is not sensible. For that, the second option was also excluded. Finally, the third option. Although it's not entirely clear what useful information could be uncovered through secret investigation or whether you can find any leverage against Kusagakure, there are no better options available. You have chosen the third option. The person who is your first love and now causes you heartache is just ahead, but instead of rushing up to do something, you calmly turn away. You instruct your subordinate, who you have kept in touch with privately, to use the money you have saved over the years and gather all available information about Kusagakure Uchiha. With the help of your money, your subordinate worked efficiently. You soon received detailed information about Kusagakure Uchiha. You are surprised to discover that besides being a student, she is also a well-known light novel writer in her spare time. This discovery makes your inner desire to conquer her grow even more. A beautiful and talented woman like her, getting revenge on her would give you a sense of accomplishment. You silently think about making her regret the way she treated you in the past. Your mindset starts to twist, but this development seems quite interesting. You really look forward to how it will unfold. Will he use his contacts to corner her in an alley and stage a domineering CEO-style romance? If so, it seems likely that soon there will be some inappropriate, mature content. Suzumiya Chisato rubs his hands together excitedly. The April night is still a bit chilly, so he gets up to close the window. After that he finds a comfortable position on the bed, and observes the situation as a bystander. You have discovered that Kusagakure Uchiha is generally very aloof and doesn't have any close male friends at school, except for one, Tomoyuki. Tomoyuki is also a second-year student like you. His overall standards, whether in appearance or academic performance, are average at best. His only notable trait is his fervent passion for the world of anime. You don't understand how someone like him could make the otherwise indifferent Kusagakure Uchiha willing to join the obscure club he founded. You increase the pressure on your subordinate, and soon find out the answer. In short, Tomoyuki has done a favor for Kusagakure Uchiha. He promoted her light novels, which were still new at the time, on his social media. Although this doesn't seem like a big deal to you, it apparently holds significant value for Kusagakure Uchiha. You keenly sense this and an evil seed starts to sprout within you. With various wicked plans beginning to form, you have determined what you need to do and officially start the first step of your plan. Chapter 4. The threat unfolds. Kusagakure Uchiha is a third-year student, meaning she will graduate in less than a year. You realize you need to act quickly. A week later, the student council elections will take place. Using your intelligence and good looks, you win most of the votes and are successfully elected as the student council president. You devote much of your energy to the role of student council president, not just to show off, but to use the position's power to achieve your sinister goals. Now that the timing is right and you no longer need to hide in the shadows, it's time to make your presence known to Calamity Uchiha. You plan to 1. Visit her classroom during a break. 2. Wait for her at the school gate after classes. 3. Use club management as an excuse to have her come directly to the student council room. After all the preparation, it's finally time to take action. The first two options seem a bit weak. Why should he go find her? She should come to him. So, he chose the third option. You, as the student council president, send someone to deliver a message to Calamity Uchiha, asking her to come to the student council office during lunch break. You warn her that if she doesn't, her club might face the risk of being disbanded. As expected, Calamity Uchiha arrives at the designated time. When she stands before you, she doesn't even recognize you as the boy who saved her 2 years ago. It's no wonder though, back then you hadn't told her your name, and now you are wearing plain glasses, making you look completely different. Enable first-person perspective mode. What? First-person perspective? Suzumiya Chisato instantly perked up and sat properly. He doesn't immediately choose to enable it and asks a question for clarification. What exactly does the first-person perspective mode mean? The host's normal physiological senses, touch, smell, hearing, sight, etc., will be fully integrated into the simulation scene, providing a 360-degree realistic experience. Of course, you cannot specifically control your actions and speech. How the situation unfolds will still depend on the simulation system's own deductions. Will everything I experience in the simulation affect my real body? Rest assured, it will not. With that reassurance, there's no reason to hesitate. Just enable it. The scene before his eyes blurs momentarily. When it clears, Suzumiya Chisato is no longer looking at the plain ceiling, but instead finds himself in the grand and elegant student council office. The room is spacious, with a luxurious chandelier hanging from the ceiling. The wooden bookshelves along one wall add a touch of class. The chair he sits in is soft, and in front of him are an open computer and a fragrant cup of red tea. It's so realistic. But that's not the important part. The most striking and fascinating thing in the room is, of course, the beautiful girl standing before him, Calamity Uchiha. Her posture is upright and she looks both stunning and untouchable. At this moment, she is brushing her long hair, and her expression shows a hint of impatience. However, she seems to be deliberately controlling her feelings, not letting any impolite expressions show. The next moment, she straightforwardly asked, "President, I don't understand why my club suddenly faces a risk of losing funding and being disbanded. Could you explain?" Her tone is neither humble nor haughty. But Suzumiya Chisato, who heard this, smiles without any sign of nervousness. "Well, I have my own reasons." He leisurely stands up from behind the desk and walks out. Under Calamity Uchiha's watchful gaze, he locks the student council office door after walking past her. "President, what does this mean?" Her sense of unease grows as she instinctively takes a step back, unable to hide her anxiety. But then she realizes. This is a school during lunch break, and students can be seen walking outside the student council's window. If anything happens, someone will definitely notice. This thought gives her a bit of reassurance. "Honestly, haven't you recognized me yet?" Suzumiya Chisato walks slowly towards Calamity Uchiha, his voice tinged with a mix of mockery and helplessness. "I am sorry, I don't understand what you mean." Calamity Uchiha's eyes remain cautious as she steps back, maintaining a safe distance between them. "Really? Well, maybe this will help you remember." Suzumiya Chisato slightly tilts his head, removes his plain glasses, and instantly loses his refined, gentle demeanor. Instead, his face reveals a menacing and sinister look. He approaches Calamity Uchiha step by step. Calamity Uchiha looks terrified as she steps backward until her back hits the wall, leaving her with no place to retreat. "It's been a while, Miss Calamity, who captured my youthful heart so easily and then ruthlessly deceived me and stood me up for a whole night. Calamity Uchiha immediately recognizes you." Her gaze shifts away, and her lips quiver as she struggles to find the right words. A cruel smile appears on your face. As you approach to grab her wrist, she quickly reacts by pulling her arm behind her to prevent you from catching it. I am leaving." Calamity Uchiha lowers her head. She took quick and cautious steps towards the student council room's door. You don't move to stop her. As her hand touches the door lock, you calmly speak, "So, what about your club?" Calamity Uchiha's hand freezes. "A club that was established 6 months ago and holds the dream of the person you want to repay. Can you accept that your cherished place will be removed from the school's club roster just like that?" Not hearing any movement from behind her, you let a triumphant smile show on your face. "Not only that. The school has a clear rule that students must not engage in any off-campus work activities without prior approval from the student council for their safety. But that person, as far as I know, he's been working at convenience stores, as restaurant servers, delivering newspapers and milk, and even doing online part-time jobs like order brushing. Such dedication. With so many violations of school rules. Let me think. One violation usually results in writing a reflection essay and a week of home reflection. With so many work activities, it would mean staying home for over a month. Though it might not be a severe punishment, such violations will be recorded in their high school file and follow him for life. Do you really want such a situation to happen? The usually proud and aloof expression on Calamity Utaha's face shows frustration and anger. Her hands, previously hanging by her side, balled into fists as she slowly turns around and asks, through her gritted teeth. What exactly do you want? It's not what I want to say, but rather what you plan to do to make amends. Besides that, I am very curious about what motivated you to do what you did back then. You step forward, lifting Calamity Utaha's chin. As you look into her face, which now shows disdain, your excitement grows. Chapter 5, The Rapid Development of the Simulation. Calamity Utaha ultimately gives enduring your stare down. Her defiant posture softens, and she turns her head away, mumbling, I was wrong back then. If you are still angry about it, I apologize. Your response to her apology is, 1. If an apology could solve problems, then what's the point of having the police? 2. Alright, make me feel better, and I will forgive you. 3. Do you know how much it hurt for a 13-year-old boy to be stood up by someone he cared about? The options provided by the simulation are indeed devious. The 3 choices each have a different tone. The first option is a clear rejection of the apology, a tough response. Considering the situation, this choice doesn't seem optimal. The second option seems too straightforward. Revealing your inner thoughts so quickly might not be wise. Calamity Utaha might get angry and leave, becoming more guarded and making it harder for you to succeed. It's strange how his thoughts have become so twisted. Suzumiya Chisato notices this but doesn't dwell on it, finding an excuse that an excessively realistic game can indeed lead to such thoughts. Not spending too much time deliberating, he chooses the third option. The reason is that he senses Calamity Utaha still feels some guilt about the past. She's showing such a weakness, there's no reason to miss the chance to press the advantage. You are an evil person who understands the strategy of attacking the heart without needing to be taught. Since Calamity Utaha feels guilt about the past, your next step is to make that guilt even bigger. Inside the student council room, Calamity Utaha's expression turns from frustration to a mix of embarrassment and resignation. You begin to speak with a seemingly sincere expression. It might seem trivial to you now, but you have no idea how much harm your lies did to a 13-year-old boy like me. The atmosphere becomes charged with tension as you recount the emotional impact of your encounter with her. You describe how meeting her was like a beam of light piercing through the monotony of your life, turning it vibrant and full of hope. You continue, explaining how your initial excitement and belief gradually transformed into self-deception and eventually despair as you waited for her, only to be let down. Calamity Utaha tries to speak, but her words falter as she sees the pained look on your face. Your masterful manipulation of her guilt continues to deepen her remorse. After a period of silence, she finally says, what's done is done, and I know that no amount of apology can undo the hurt I have caused you. Do whatever you want with me, but please, don't hurt the people around me. Her usually composed and proud face disappeared, showing her fierce determination to protect those she cares about. Seeing this, your heart races with a mix of excitement and anticipation. You decide, 1. Does it not matter what happens to you? Fine. Then, you must remain in a relationship with me until you graduate. Of course, that means we will be doing everything a couple does. 2. You are teaching me how to do things? I will destroy everything you care about, make your friends and club suffer, and make you feel the pain I endured. 3. The time isn't right yet. Let her go for now and devise another plan. Rationally, the third option seems most prudent. However, the intense and alluring presence of Calamity Utaha, combined with his inclinations, makes him choose the first option. You smiled meaningfully and say, I can agree not to target Tomoyaki and your club, but you will need to stay in a relationship with me until you graduate. And, of course, that means we will engage in all the typical couple activities. Calamity Utaha takes a step back after hearing your request, her beautiful face flushed with a deep crimson. She wants to protest, but the guilt she feels and the leverage Suzumiya Chisato has over her and her loved ones prevent her from speaking out. After a struggle, she finally let out a deep sigh and answered. I understand. I will agree to your terms. Her voice trembles as she adds, just. Please, keep this between us. Of course. That's also my intention. So, from now on you are my girlfriend, Kasumijoka-senpai. Suzumiya Chisato deliberately stressed the word senpai as he spoke. Now, let's get to know each other and figure out how we will be interacting from now on. He pulled Kasumijoka Utaha's hand and hugged her waist with a firm grip, ignoring her closed eyes and resistance. He leaned in and forcefully kissed her lips without any hint of tenderness. In reality, Suzumiya Chisato sat up on bed, touching his lips. Just now in the simulation, he had used a first-person perspective to steal Kasumijoka Utaha's first kiss. Her lips were incredibly soft and moist. Despite her resistance with her teeth clenched tightly, she had ultimately been powerless against him, allowing him to break through her defenses and invade her territory, leaving her helpless as he took what he wanted. The realism of the sensation and awareness felt as if he had truly experienced it himself. It was so exhilarating. The simulation continued. Kasumijoka Utaha pushed you away, her lips tightly pressed together, her eyes reddened as she ran out of the student council room. However, you remained indifferent, satisfied with the sense of accomplishment from her submission. You had Kasumijoka Utaha under your control. Although she was unwilling, she had no way to resist you. You understood this clearly. All the preparations you made earlier were for this moment of enjoyment. The next day, during lunch break, you, as the student council president, conducted a tour of the various clubs in the school, but your real goal was to visit the club that Kasumijoka Utaha frequently went to during lunch breaks. You politely declined the wrestling club's invitation from a burly guy and left. Arriving at the entrance of the visual novel club, first-person perspective can be enabled. Would you like to activate it? It must be enabled. After that kiss, Suzumiya Chisato has completely tasted the sweetness. Since it's happening in the simulation world, why not enjoy the benefit of being close to a beautiful girl for free? His vision blurred for a moment. When he came to, the scene in front of him had turned into the sliding door of a bright white multimedia classroom. The quiet bedroom had turned into a noisy hall. There were the competition practice tunes of the orchestra, the crisp sound of baseball bats hitting balls, and the excited and high-spirited cheers of the cheerleaders. All these combined made the school feel lively and full of youthful energy. He knocked on the door but got no response. Suzumiya Chisato didn't wait and directly pushed open the door to step into the cool multimedia classroom from the bright sunshine in the corridor. There was only one person inside. Kasumijoka Utaha sat by the window with a novel spread out in front of her, but she wasn't reading. From her unmoving posture facing the window and her lack of reaction to Suzumiya Chisato's entrance, it was clear she was daydreaming. Suzumiya Chisato gently closed the door and locked it. He walked over and sat next to Kasumijoka Utaha, then placed his left hand under the table, resting it on her thigh covered by black stockings. Kasumijoka Utaha was startled. When she turned and saw it was Suzumiya Chisato, her face immediately showed her displeasure without any attempt to hide it. She pushed his hand away, deliberately showing a fierce and unapproachable expression. But the cunning Suzumiya Chisato saw through her facade and paid no attention to her forced calm. He leaned in close to her neck and lightly sniffed her fragrant hair. Don't do this. I agreed to your request, but that doesn't mean I have to endure your harassment all the time. You haven't forgotten our agreement, have you? We are in a relationship now, so showing affection between couples can't be called harassment. Hearing this, Kasumijoka Utaha's pale cheeks flushed even more. She wanted to turn and leave just like she did yesterday, but the situation now was different from yesterday in the student council room. If she wanted to leave her seat now, she would have to pass in front of Suzumiya Chisato. But would he be kind enough to let her leave like that? You seem to dislike me. Suzumiya Chisato stopped his actions. Kasumijoka Utaha, feeling her thigh burning from his touch, turned her face away in anger. Do you really expect me to have any good feelings for you after you do something like this? I wasn't that naive, but threatening you with the club and friends wasn't my intention. I only did these things because I like you so much. Ha. Kasumijoka Utaha snorted and remained silent. Suzumiya Chisato smiled casually, too lazy to explain further. Since things have already reached this point, my initial thoughts don't matter anymore. Now I just want to make up for my past regrets. I don't care how you feel, as long as you behave as a good girlfriend and satisfy me. Lunch break is short, and having already experienced Kasumijoka Utaha's soft lips once, you don't want to waste more time with her. You once again bring up the club and the school rules that Tomoyaki broke, hinting that she should behave. The effect is significant. Under your mischievous smile, Kasumijoka Utaha, though extremely reluctant, sits obediently in your open embrace, wrapping her arms around your neck and looking up to face what she doesn't want but can't avoid. However, just as the third round begins, a sound unexpectedly comes from the door of the multimedia classroom. Click, click. Suzumiya Chisato looked up and towards the door. Voices were coming from outside. Strange, didn't Kasumijoka-senpai come here for lunch today? Sitting in Suzumiya Chizato's lap with tearful eyes, Kasumijoka Uchiha instinctively clamped her thighs together as she looked terrified when she heard the voice. The voice was unmistakably familiar to Kasumijoka Uchiha. It was from her junior in the club, the one who helped promote her novel and whom she had some fondness for, Tomoyaki. Don't worry. I locked the door, and the only key to open it is with you. He can't get in. Suzumiya Chisato comforted the beauty in his arms and once again, ignoring her protests, leaned in closer. Kasumijoka Uchiha was very unwilling but was afraid that her non-cooperation might make Suzumiya Chisato unhappy and cause a sound that might alert the person outside. So she had to endure and let him do as he pleased. It's obvious. That woman must be sleeping somewhere in the classroom or on the rooftop. Don't worry about her. Let's go. A cheerful female voice was heard. The conversation outside gradually faded, indicating they had moved away. However, before Shiokisa could relax, her phone rang again. The caller was the just departed Tomoyaki. When Uchiha took out her phone, looking panicked and ready to hang up, who was driven by some twisted amusement, answered the call before she could. Watching Uchiha stumble through the conversation with Tomoyaki, you couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. You leaned in close to Uchiha's ear and whispered, just loud enough for both of you to hear, that there was enough space under the table for someone to crouch. Uchiha glared at you with anger but slowly followed your instructions as you pretended to make a move. Chapter 6. The demands keep coming. Although Uchiha was slow, she met your expectations. After 10 minutes, you left the multimedia classroom feeling refreshed and suggested meeting again the next day. On the third day, during lunch, you went to the school library where Uchiha was already waiting. You appreciated her subtlety and led her to the innermost bookshelf. The books there were advanced mathematics and foreign language papers, which you didn't understand but were perfect for your purposes. On the fourth day, you cheerfully invited Uchiha to the sports storage room to wait for you. On the fifth day, you went to the abandoned astronomy club on the top floor, a place rarely visited. On the sixth day, which was supposed to be a weekend, the school suddenly announced makeup classes. Uchiha called in sick with a cold, and understanding the situation, you bought fruits, watermelon puddings, and isotonic drink for her after school and went to visit her at home. Her mother, impressed by your student council president status, welcomed you warmly. After her mother left, you gently helped Uchiha, who was pretending to be sick, and showed a kind smile. It was too stimulating. Stop. Suzumiya Chisato quickly exited the first-person perspective. Even for someone with a strong constitution, a week of daily experiences like this was overwhelming. In the first-person view, all his senses were fully engaged. The feelings he experienced, whether the pleasure during the act or the fatigue afterward, were all transmitted to him with a level of realism that felt almost physical. For example, while nearly a week had passed in the simulation, only a few minutes had gone by in reality. Even someone like Suzumiya Chisato, known for his stamina, would struggle with this. Host, you can activate the self-protection mechanism to block negative experiences from the first-person perspective. Seeing the system's suggestion, Suzumiya Chisato, massaging his sore waist, smiled knowingly. If he could block negative experiences with this. That's right, you no longer need to worry about back pain. Even if you engage in such activities frequently and in large quantities, you won't need to worry. Thank you for the oddly specific metaphor, but it's not necessary. Though he could block negative experiences, Suzumiya Chisato, now in a more reflective state of mind, decided to avoid the first-person perspective for a while. He thought that watching the developments through text could still be enjoyable. In the following period, due to Uchiha's obedient cooperation, you became increasingly excessive and reckless. You even showed her a list of 18 different positions, saying you wanted to master all of them before she graduated. But, an accident occurred after only the third position. That day, in the school infirmary after classes, with the night falling, you had planned for no interruptions. However, just as you were focused on Uchiha in her stockings on the single bed, the curtain was abruptly pulled back. Your homeroom teacher, the dean, and the principal stood there, staring at you. Uchiha, with a look of sadness, had tears streaming from her moist eyes. Her expression, combined with her disheveled appearance, left you unable to defend yourself. The next day, you were expelled from school, and Uchiha disappeared from your view. At home, countless nights were spent reflecting. If only you hadn't been so obsessed with Uchiha's beauty and body, and had focused more on long-term goals and approached things more gently and delicately, would she have truly belonged to you in the end? Simulation ended. It failed. No, as expected would be more appropriate here. From the very beginning of the 7-day spree with Uchiha, Chisato had a nagging feeling that things would eventually go wrong. However, the simulation didn't offer any choices and progressed on its own, making it impossible for him to intervene. Oh well, even if the simulation only lasted briefly, getting Uchiha in the first trial was quite satisfying. Chisato sighed, took the nearly empty water cup from the bedside, and drank it all. A bottle of happy drink would have been nice right now. But this version of himself lived in a small apartment, showing that he wasn't well off, so such drinks were not available. Never mind. Let's check the simulation evaluation. Evaluation, D, Evil Path Index, 57, overall comment, you were too focused on immediate pleasure and neglected the growing resistance from the other party. If you had been more careful, you could have done better, but now it's just a case of failing at the last hurdle. Hint, you can reload to any point in this simulation, or choose to end it directly to receive the relevant rewards. Can I see what rewards I have received after ending this simulation? You cannot. However, I can tell you that evaluations with a D rank and an evil path index below 60 are very low, so the rewards won't be impressive. Chisato was planning to reload and try again anyway, and this system's comment just makes him more determined. Chisato lies back down on the bed. Activate the simulation. The simulation has been activated. Please choose the point to reload. Of course, it's the choice right after Kasumijoka Utaha says it doesn't matter what you do to me in the student council room. Previously, due to a playful mindset, Suzumiya Chisato was eager to obtain her and see what would happen next. Now that he has already seen and tasted it, he will focus on achieving the perfect ending as defined by the Evil Path Simulator. What you said has further deepened Kasumijoka Utaha's feelings of guilt. After a moment of silence, Kasumijoka Utaha says, the past is irretrievable. I understand that no matter how I try to make up for it now, I cannot erase the pain in your heart. You can do whatever you want to me, but I hope you won't hurt those around me who are unrelated to this. Seeing her like this, you decide, 1, 2, 3. The timing isn't right. Let her leave for now and make plans later. This time, there was no doubt about choosing the third option. Chapter 7, Simulation Restarted. After careful consideration, you believe that with the current level of progress, you can't yet be confident in making Kasumijoka Utaha submit to you. You think that you shouldn't recklessly reveal your desires for her before finding more of her weaknesses. In interpersonal relationships, being proactive is a disadvantage. You understand that simply chasing your prey is not enough. Necessary preparation and steps are the foundation of success. A hunter finds the prey, continuously harasses it, and feigns attacks to wear it down. When the prey is exhausted and can no longer resist, the hunter can easily capture it, whether for its valuable fur or its fresh meat. For now, just making Kasumijoka Utaha aware of your presence and causing her anxiety is enough. What you need to do next is simple: apply pressure gradually without taking direct action. Only when she can no longer hold on will be the right time for you to act. After thinking this through, you don't respond directly to Kasumijoka Utaha's words but instead sit down on the sofa. Suzumiya Chisato strokes his chin. The version of himself in the simulator is truly wicked. In the context of a hentai world, he would definitely be a main character, like the strongest warrior or a boss character. But having such a self as the protagonist indeed makes the plot quite exciting and interesting. No, he can't wait any longer. He needs to experience the first-person perspective. The environment changes around him, and he finds himself in the familiar student council room of the simulation. It's nostalgic, because during the previous simulation, several of his secret meetings with Kasumijoka Utaha took place here. The spacious student council meeting table, the soft leather sofa, and the window facing the playground all had her warmth. However, since the simulation has restarted, those events haven't occurred. But Suzumiya Chisato thinks it's no big deal. The difficulty of the simulation isn't high, and he managed to reach a deep understanding with Kasumijoka Utaha in his first attempt. This time, with previous experience, he is clearly prepared and determined to reach new heights. He's going to experience all 18 inappropriate positions this time. You say I will hurt innocent people around you? I never said such things. What do you take me for? Suzumiya Chisato rests his elbows on his thighs and crosses his hands at his nose. Don't guess at others' thoughts. I am the student council president of this school, and it's an honor for me to hold such an important position because of the trust of my classmates. To live up to their trust, I have a duty to uphold school rules and ensure a healthy and friendly campus life for students. What I said earlier about Tomoyaki was just a friendly reminder to let you know about the matter. After all, not reporting to the school and privately engaging in so many part-time jobs, regardless of safety, indeed violates school rules. For students, it could be considered a form of not attending to their studies. Your drastically different attitudes have confused Kasumijoka Utaha. She prides herself on her intelligence but can't see through your real intentions. Stop beating around the bush. Just say what you mean. Hiding things isn't very manly, is it? Kasumijoka Utaha raises her voice and adopts a deliberately dismissive expression, trying to make the man reveal his true thoughts. But this clumsy attempt at provoking him didn't trick Suzumiya Chisato. He calmly shook his head and said, I didn't call you here today with any other intentions. I am just informing you, from the perspective of school regulations, that Tomoyaki's unauthorized part-time work must stop. Also, your club currently has only 4 members, right? The previous student council president was quite lenient and might have overlooked things, but my personality is more rigid and serious. I will enforce the rules as they are written. Within a week, your club must increase its membership to 8 people. If you don't meet this requirement, your club will be downgraded to a casual group. Additionally, the multimedia classroom currently provided for your use will be reclaimed for formal clubs that meet the regulations, and the activity funds previously allocated to you will be discontinued. That's about it. You can go now. Each official statement you made Calamity Utaha's expression darker. She seemed to want to say something but, under your cold gaze, ended up saying nothing and silently walked away. Interesting. Suzumiya Chisato exited the first-person perspective. In the past, while watching scenes in movies or novels from the audience's perspective, he would always unconsciously put himself in the protagonist's shoes. He felt disgusted by the antagonists who defied societal morals, wishing they would suffer as much as possible and face appropriate punishment. However, now that he's the antagonist in the simulation, such thoughts have mysteriously vanished. It seems that humans can't escape their greedy and selfish nature. After a bit of self-reflection, Suzumiya Chisato continued to observe the simulation. The next day, during lunch break, surprisingly, Tomoyaki came alone to the student council room. He bowed and asked you not to pursue his excessive part-time work. He explained that the money from these jobs wasn't for his own use but was to be invested in club activities. He also mentioned the issue of insufficient club members and hoped you would give him more time, as this was related to his long-held dream. He hoped you could be more lenient. Seeing Tomoyaki bowing deeply in front of you, you realize that Calamity Utaha must have relayed your words from yesterday exactly as you said, so, for someone like him, you are prepared to, 1. Mock him, saying, it's laughable. Why should I care about your dreams? 2. Take an official stance and formally reject his request. 3. Agree to his request. Your villainous instincts tell you that gaining his favor might be unexpectedly useful later. Chapter 8. You gained their favor. Suzumiya Chisato became alert as the simulation restarted, and the next choice appeared quickly. He couldn't help but consider the meaning behind each option, putting himself into the simulation world's environment and using his smart brain to think. If he mocked Tomoyaki, it would likely anger him. Although he didn't care about Ryan's feelings, he was concerned about any negative rumors spreading due to his new position as student council president. That might cause minor troubles. He didn't mind the trouble itself, but if Tomoyaki held a grudge and became wary, it could hinder his progress with Calamity Utaha, making it all for nothing. Choosing the second option to formally refuse would avoid such issues by sticking to the rules. If it weren't for the intriguing description in the third option, Suzumiya Chisato would have likely chosen the second one. Without another chance to redo it, it would be wise to play it safe. But now, considering that giving Tomoyaki a break might not cause any harm, Suzumiya Chisato decided to trust the simulation suggestion. Given the previous developments, he felt choosing the third option would likely lead to more interesting outcomes. Looking at Tomoyaki bowing in front of you, a smile appeared on your face. You kindly lifted his shoulders and explained, the reason for reducing your part-time work isn't my personal choice but a matter of school regulations. It concerns students' health. The same goes for the club matter. However, since you have come here so sincerely, I believe you have strong feelings for the club you founded. So, I will extend the deadline for finding new members from 1 week to 1 month. After all, many formal clubs don't have a decent club room yet. As student council president, I can't be too biased. This is the biggest concession I can make within my capacity. Tomoyaki was overjoyed. He grabbed your hands and thanked you excitedly. He had been warned by Calamity Utaha before coming that even if he begged you, it won't work. He had prepared himself for rejection, so he was surprised that you actually made a concession. He thought Calamity Utaha misunderstood you and that you weren't the harsh and unfeeling person she thought you were, but rather a reasonable and kind individual. Ah, really? Did he understand it to this extent? It's surprising how Tomoyaki, after just one meeting, could come to such a conclusion. This way of thinking strangely reminded Suzumiya Chisato of certain adult-themed dramas where the main character remains blissfully unaware of being deceived by their boss or friends. It's hard to know how to evaluate this. Tomoyaki left with gratitude in his heart. After he left, you showed a meaningful smile. You already knew from your sources about Tomoyaki's character and social circle. You understood that, given the extra time, he might indeed find enough members to save his club from dissolution. Since you had intentions towards Calamity Utaha, you wouldn't allow this situation to happen. What you said earlier wasn't out of kindness but was part of a calculated plan. Half a month later, Tomoyaki happily brought the membership applications for the new 4 members to the student council room and handed them to you. You recorded the information calmly and congratulated him. Additionally, you expressed your admiration and support for his game development dream and decided to allocate an extra 50% of the club funds to help reduce his part-time job pressure and support his dream. Tomoyaki's eyes were misty with emotion. If you hadn't quickly caught his arm, he might have bowed down in gratitude. A month passed quickly, but serious problems began to arise in Tomoyaki's club. The 4 new members became dissatisfied with his style and plans after some time. They felt that dating simulators were no longer popular and wanted to switch to making a mystery game. Tomoyaki disagreed, so the new members tried to hold a vote to decide the direction of the club's game development. However, each time it ended in a tie, with 4 votes for and 4 votes against, making it impossible to reach a consensus. Having 2 opposing voices within the club created even more chaos in an already struggling fan game club. Every day was filled with arguments and disputes. The slow progress of the game development faced these issues, leaving both Tomoyaki and Calamity Uchiha exhausted. You were fully aware of everything, as the 4 new members had been instructed by you to join the fan game club and create these problems. You understood a key principle: people who have nothing fear nothing, but once they have something, they become afraid of losing it. You had already planned everything in your mind. You wouldn't let Tomoyaki's club disband, but you wouldn't make it easy for him either. As expected, Tomoyaki couldn't expel the new members, as doing so would risk disbanding his club and losing the funds he enjoyed. You decided it was time to take action. One day, while inspecting various clubs in the school, you naturally arrived at the fan game club's door. Hearing the arguments inside, you wiped the smile from your face and politely knocked on the door. The arguing stopped. You opened the door and walked in, ignoring Calamity Uchiha's complex gaze. You pretended to understand the situation and, after failing to mediate, decided to join the fan game club. Standing next to Tomoyaki, you addressed the 4 new members, who were actually your subordinates pretending not to know you. You said you supported Tomoyaki's game plan and that the vote was now 5-4, so there should be no objections. The 4 members, performing well, first showed their dissatisfaction but then sighed and reluctantly accepted the decision. Tomoyaki's eyes were once again misty. You gained the absolute trust and favor of all the old members of the fan game club, except for Calamity Uchiha. Chapter 9, Effective Strategies. Watching the detailed execution of your plans in the simulation, Suzumiya Chisato in the real world felt excited and couldn't help but pat his thigh. The techniques used were so skillful that he felt he could predict most of what would happen next. Only Calamity Uchiha knew his true nature, but after everything that had happened, would the overly trusting Tomoyaki still believe her? After successfully helping the visual novel club and naturally integrating into it, your relationship with the members has grown deeper. Over the next month, you provided significant support for Tomoyaki's game-making efforts. You borrowed a high-performance laptop from the computer club for him, and you even arranged for the president of the literature club to give an honest critique of your game script from an outsider's perspective. You even started offering free tutoring to the members during your spare time. The once chaotic and argumentative club has now become a harmonious and loving environment thanks to your efforts. After the 3rd month's midterm results came out, everyone showed significant improvement. But you noticed that Calamity Uchiha was becoming more and more wary of you. One day, you overheard a conversation between Calamity Uchiha and Tomoyaki. She warned him that you were a wolf in sheep's clothing and that he should be cautious of your hidden intentions. However, Tomoyaki angrily defended you, saying that you were the visual novel club's savior and a crucial part of his dream. After witnessing Tomoyaki's fierce defense of you and Calamity Uchiha's darkened expression, you quietly walked away. Seeing that scene, you planned to 1. The time isn't right yet, more waiting is needed. 2. The time is ripe, and it's time to take the next step. This time, there were only 2 options. Suzumiya Chisato was a bit surprised, but he also realized the importance of this choice. He reflected on everything that had happened in the simulation so far. 3 months of his 2nd year had already passed. Up to this point, no significant progress had been made between him and Calamity Uchiha. Patience is required when hunting prey, but carelessness must be avoided. If he missed the perfect moment to strike, it could give the prey a chance to escape. Considering the time, excluding holidays, Calamity Uchiha only had less than half a year left before graduating from high school. If he didn't make a move now, it felt like there might not be another chance in this simulation. Suzumiya Chisato made up his mind. He chose the second option. All the groundwork has been laid. As you walk back to the classroom, you already know exactly what you need to do next. Under your subtle guidance, the president of the literature club shared with Tomoyaki that he had won 2 gold medals and 1 silver in national youth writing competitions. He also expressed his love for game creation and volunteered to help write the game's script. Calamity Uchiha had always been responsible for writing the game's text. Tomoyaki hesitated at first, but with the new member's persuasion, he was convinced that having another person to share the load would reduce Uchiha's burden. especially since she was now in her third year, preparing for graduation. Tomoyaki agreed with the new member's reasoning and accepted the literature club president's offer. As expected, the proud Kazumi Uchiha saw this as a sign that Tomoyaki didn't trust her. In front of all the club members, she angrily argued with him and stormed out of the club. The old members urged Tomoyaki to apologize, but the new members and the literature club president criticized Uchiha, saying she was too self-centered. Caught in the middle, Tomoyaki decided not to apologize, leading to a severe rift in his relationship with Kazumi Uchiha. Everything is going according to your plan. After comforting Tomoyaki, telling him not to worry, you excused yourself, saying you had student council duties to attend to, and headed toward the rooftop, switching to the first-person perspective. Even though Suzumiya Chisato could predict what would happen next, he didn't want to miss the opportunity to witness it firsthand. As he pushed open the door to the rooftop, he was greeted by an orange sunset, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily across the sky and a gentle breeze blowing. Suzumiya Chisato walked over to Kazumi Uchiha, who was standing by the wire fence. He looked out into the distance and casually spoke, "Getting that angry isn't like you. So, this was your plan all along?" After a long silence, Kazumi Uchiha finally spoke. She suddenly turned her head to glare at Suzumiya Chisato, her eyes filled with undisguised hatred. "You are getting revenge on me for what happened before, messing up my relationships with the people around me, just to see me suffer. Is that what you wanted?" Kazumi Uchiha's sudden outburst made you secretly smile. Your goal had been achieved. She easily showed her emotions, which meant she had lost her usual composure. This was the perfect time to defeat and control her. You knew well that this was the beginning of her downfall. When you argue with someone and then take it out on others, it's really unbecoming. Is this how you handle things? In contrast to the agitated Kazumi Uchiha, Suzumiya Chisato remained as calm as ever. Stop pretending to be a nice guy. I know you are behind all this. If it weren't for you, none of this would have happened. Aki-kun and everyone else, they have all been deceived by you. When problems arise, instead of reflecting on yourself, you just blame others. It's really disappointing to see you like this. Suzumiya Chisato took a step closer to Kazumi Uchiha. Her previously strong demeanor instantly crumbled, and she instinctively tried to back away. But Suzumiya Chisato didn't give her the chance. He grabbed her wrist and pressed her against the wire fence. The two were face to face, so close they could feel each other's breath. Looking directly into Kazumi Uchiha's trembling yet still beautiful crimson eyes, Suzumiya Chisato suppressed his excitement and spoke slowly. "You say it's all my fault, but deep down, do you really believe that?" Chapter 10, You took her first time. It's really sad, isn't it? The people you trusted, the friends you called your companions, none of them came to find you. Instead, it's me, the one you think of as your enemy, the person you despise, who's standing here in front of you while you are feeling so down. Doesn't that tell you something? Suzumiya Chisato didn't immediately state the conclusion but let Kazumi Uchiha think about it on her own after hinting at the meaning. No. It's not like that. Kazumi Uchiha's voice was full of anger. She wasn't sure if her anger was directed at Suzumiya Chisato or if it was because she was starting to believe what he was implying. Her uncertainty magnified the anxiety and fear within her. Her instincts told her this was a trap set by Suzumiya Chisato to mess with her emotions, to toy with her thoughts. Everything he did was to get revenge for the time she broke her promise. But there was no proof, just speculation. On the other hand, everything he said, the facts he pointed out, were undeniably true. There was no need to overthink. The reality was right there in front of her. So much time had passed, but not a single person had appeared at the rooftop door. Kazumi Uchiha bit her lip, thinking that maybe she really wasn't important, that maybe she really wasn't needed. In the past, the calm and clever her would never have entertained such self-destructive, negative, and foolish thoughts. But over the past few days, the arguments with Tomoyaki, the disappointment from not being able to trust those she once relied on, and the anger that had just surfaced had left her unable to control her emotions. Under Suzumiya Chisato's subtle manipulation, she found herself falling into a pit of despair. Noticing that Kazumi Uchiha was glancing toward the rooftop door, Suzumiya Chisato spoke again, still holding on to such unrealistic hopes? I don't even know what to say. Naive, or just plain stupid? My own business is none of your concern. Kazumi Uchiha's voice grew weaker. Her usual cold and emotionless tone had turned into a frustrated and desperate denial. This change alone showed how shaken she was. Suzumiya Chisato remained unfazed, following the steps of the plan he had carefully crafted. This is exactly why you were so easily tricked by Tomoyaki into working for the club for free. You spent all your time and effort, moved by your own self-sacrifice, without realizing that you didn't gain anything in return. I said, my own business is none of your concern. Your carefully chosen words made the already upset Kusagakure Uchiha even more confused. She didn't want to listen to you anymore, so she mustered the courage to push you away and chose to flee. You watched her run off, her back trembling, and with a cold smile, you pulled out your phone and instructed your followers still in the club to create a lively and happy atmosphere. After finishing this, you slowly descended the stairs. As you approached the club, you saw, as expected, Kusagakure Uchiha standing dazed at the entrance. From inside the club room, cheerful and carefree laughter could be clearly heard, with Tomoyaki's voice being the louder one. Suzumiya Chisato walked past her without glancing at Kusagakure Uchiha's beautiful face, now filled with sadness and loss, her shoulders trembling slightly. I know this truth will hurt you, but even so, I won't lie. You are too naive. The friendships you value, the gratitude you cherish, and perhaps even the feelings you have for someone, all those things that seem so precious to you are meaningless to everyone else. You reached out and gently hooked her slender, slightly cold fingertips with your right hand. Though your grip was light, Kusagakure Uchiha didn't move at all, showing no signs of resisting or pulling away. They ignored you because they found a replacement, so your existence became unnecessary to them. But while they think that way, I don't. Your actions grew bolder as you tightly clasped Kusagakure Uchiha's hand, intertwining your fingers with hers, leaving no space between them. When I unexpectedly ran into you at school, my first reaction was anger because I hated you for not keeping your promise all those years ago. That's why I said those things to you in the student council room. I thought doing so would make me feel better, but I was wrong. After seeing the fear mixed with unease on your face, I regretted it. I realized I still couldn't forget the feelings I had when I first met you. Upon calming down and reflecting on the past, I understood how you felt. When you were approached by strangers on the street, I happened to come over with a group to help you out. That familiar scenario could easily be seen as premeditated with ulterior motives. So, I began to understand you. After all, a girl does need to know how to protect herself. Kusagakure Uchiha's hand trembled slightly in yours, but after that, I realized I had already left a bad impression on you. I thought if I tried to get closer to you, it would only backfire no matter what I did. So, I made up my mind to just watch over you from a distance, as long as you were happy at school. That's why I not only agreed to Tomoyaki's request but also extended the time limit and provided extra funding for club activities. It was the most help I could give as the student council president. But not everything goes as we expect. You felt Kusagakure Uchiha gently tighten her grip on your hand, so you quickly stopped talking. The next moment, Kusagakure Uchiha softly released your hand. You handed her a tissue that you had prepared in advance. She took it, gently wiped the corners of her eyes, and then opened the clubroom door and walked in. She ignored the sudden quiet in the room, grabbed her novel and laptop without saying a word. Tomoyaki watched her leave, raising his left hand as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. After Kusagakure Uchiha left the club, a new member put an arm around his neck, trying to lighten the mood with jokes. Tomoyaki forced a smile, but inside, he felt a deep emptiness, as if he had lost something very important. Kusagakure Uchiha followed you back to your apartment, where you both ignored Japan's laws against underage drinking. In a slightly tipsy state, you gently kissed away the tears from Kusagakure Uchiha's eyes. That night, she willingly gave you her first time. Chapter 11, You Lost Her Trail. The next day, Kusagakure Uchiha threw her torn stockings into the trash, blushing as she awkwardly insisted that nothing had happened the night before. You nodded in agreement. A few days later, Kusagakure Uchiha submitted her resignation from the visual novel club. Tomoyaki was visibly upset, trying hard to convince her to stay, but now he couldn't make her waver even a little, as she had already realized the truth. After Kusagakure Uchiha left the club, you naturally followed suit. Under your influence, your followers, including the heads of the literature club and the computer club, also began distancing themselves from the now useless visual novel club. Tomoyaki's long-held dream shattered, but that was irrelevant. After that night, even though Kusagakure Uchiha didn't say it outright, you could sense that her previous dislike and wariness toward you had gradually disappeared. Your relationship wasn't that of a typical couple, but you were much closer than before. After high school, you both got into the same university, carefully planning your moves. You finally confirmed your relationship in a hotel room after a late-night movie. In the time that followed, you discovered that while Kusagakure Uchiha appeared to be a confident and mature woman on the outside, in private, she was actually quite shy. Her captivating eyes and the stunning figure she hid beneath her everyday clothes became a source of endless happiness for you. Your favorite moments were when she gazed at you with those almost tearful crimson eyes, filled with affection. After graduating from university, Kusagakure Uchiha naturally became a light novel author, and with your literature degree, you became an editor-in-chief at a magazine a year later. 2 years later, you proposed to Kusagakure Uchiha, and with the blessings of both your families, you got married. On your wedding night, as you looked at your wife in her white wedding dress, she leaned in close to your ear and softly called you husband, and expressed her wish to have a baby. The rush of emotions overwhelmed you, and you immediately took action, like the famous General Zhao Yun from the Three Kingdoms, charging in and out of the battlefield countless times. After that night, your wife's love for you deepened. During your honeymoon, as you looked at your wife's gentle and happy smile, a wave of hesitation washed over you. 1. Should I tell Uchiha now about the things I did in secret back then to win her heart? I believe she would choose to forgive me. 2. The past is the past. There's no need to dwell on it anymore. Suddenly, a long-awaited choice appeared. Suzumiya Chisato, who had been silently savoring the memories of the passionate white wedding dress play from that night, was brought back to reality. The two choices were simple: should he reveal to Uchiha the means he used back then to win her heart, or should he let the past stay buried? It was a tough decision, with either choice likely leading to negative consequences. Chisato thought for a long time, considering Uchiha's personality and the current state of their relationship in this simulation. In the end, he chose the second option. What mattered most was the present. In the simulation, he had a beautiful wife and a happy marriage. There was no need to introduce unnecessary complications. The honeymoon with your wife went smoothly. 2 months later, Suzumiya Uchiha discovered she was pregnant. You were overjoyed and took a long leave from work to take care of her full-time. Even her last name had changed, huh? Insomnia, vomiting, loss of appetite. Pregnancy was a tough ordeal, taxing both her mind and body. But despite the hardships, Uchiha had no complaints. She loved you deeply, and she cherished the life growing inside her, taking every precaution during the later stages of pregnancy to avoid any mishaps. Time passed, and your child was born, a baby girl who inherited her mother's dark hair and delicate features. She was absolutely adorable. You took the baby from the nurse and placed her in the arms of your wife, who, despite her exhaustion, radiated a motherly warmth. Without much hesitation, your wife lovingly chose the name Chi for your daughter, combining characters from both your names. But life isn't always smooth. There are bound to be bumps along the road. Seeing these words, Suzumiya Chisato felt a knot in his stomach. Chi was a lovely child, bringing joy and warmth to your small family, but the price was Uchiha's declining health. Uchiha, who once had boundless energy, could focus intently on her laptop for 8 hours straight, then recover with just a night's sleep, but now, she often feels dizzy, weak, and drained. You advised your wife to give up her career, assuring her that you could provide for the family, but she refused. She wanted to contribute to the family she loved, to give you and your child a better life. In response, you decided, 1. Firmly refuse and make her follow your plan, letting her focus on being a carefree housewife. 2. Agree to her wishes and start working overtime. 3. Allow her to reduce her workload and hire a professional nanny to help with household chores. This option 3 seemed to be the most reasonable choice. You and your wife reached a consensus. You hired a nanny, and she reduced her workload. With less pressure, her health gradually improved, and everything seemed to be moving in a positive direction. When she turned 3, your wife sat with her, showing her pictures from your school days and telling her stories about your past. As the nanny was cleaning the bookshelf, she accidentally knocked down your middle school yearbook, which caught Uchiha's interest. She knew about your high school and college years but had no idea what you were like before that. She opened the yearbook and, upon seeing several familiar names and faces, her eyes widened. Memories long buried began to resurface, and she slowly understood everything. The once warm smile on her face faded. That night, when you returned home, your wife and child, who usually greeted you with warmth, were nowhere to be seen. The house was dark, and you felt something was wrong. You rushed inside. On the coffee table in the living room, you found your middle school yearbook and a letter. The letter was crumpled as if it had been wet with tears. Opening it, you saw your wife's elegant handwriting. The letter contained only a simple sentence: "If I could, I wish I had never discovered this. I am sorry, I can't leave you. Take care of yourself." You ran frantically to your bedroom, but all of your wife's belongings were gone. From that day on, you lost all trace of her. Chapter 12. Wait, where is my wife? No way. If something's wrong, we should talk it out. Why did you run away? And you took her adorable daughter with you. Suzumiya Chisato was at a loss with Kusagakure Uchiha, who had become his wife in the life simulation and was now a full-fledged young mother. At the same time, he was frustrated. How could his actions in the simulation be so clumsy? Why didn't he just get rid of that middle school yearbook? Why did he keep it only to have it blow up in his face at this critical moment? Unwilling to doubt his own intelligence, he could only blame the system, secretly complaining that this was just a cheap trick to advance the plot. Utterly shameless. However, in a way, Kusagakure Uchiha's reaction upon learning the truth was very much in line with her character. If she hadn't reacted like that, she wouldn't be the proud and difficult Kusagakure Uchiha that he knew. Since the simulation hadn't ended yet, it meant he should still have a chance to bring back his runaway wife, right? Holding on to a thread of hope, Suzumiya Chisato continued to watch the unfolding drama with bated breath. You began using your connections, spending money to hire detectives and even involving the underworld, hoping to find out where your wife and daughter had gone, but 3 years passed, and you found nothing. You lost the love of your life, and slowly, you fell into a downward spiral, picking up bad habits like smoking and drinking. You quit your job and started drifting through life aimlessly. 10 years passed, and suddenly, a girl who looked like a younger version of your wife knocked on your door, drunk. You recognized her almost instantly. It was your daughter, Cho. Her delicate face was cold, eerily similar to Casimid Yutaha's usual expression. Overwhelmed with emotion, you pulled her into your arms. After the excitement passed, you eagerly asked her about your wife, but she remained silent, handing you a bank card and a letter instead. Cho's face lacked the joy and innocence typical of someone her age. Her dark eyes held no light. Realizing something, you opened the letter with trembling hands. To Suzumiya Chisato. Chisato, the love I once believed in was the kind where, if the right people met at the right time and place, the memories they created together, whether happy or painful, could be easily recalled when they encountered similar places or familiar things. But the prerequisite for this is that everything is built on a foundation of truth. You might say that the past is the past and that what matters now is our true love. But the past is only time gone by. The events we lived through stand clear and unwavering when you look back. As I write this letter, I still cannot convince myself to turn a blind eye to it all. But it doesn't matter anymore. Cho is your daughter, and she is my legacy and continuation. She has cried countless times wanting to find her father, but I, being the troublesome and selfish woman that I am, always refused her. In the end, I got the punishment I deserved. Please take good care of her, and take care of yourself too. Lastly, I have never regretted meeting you, Casimid Yutaha, 20-month 20-day. Wait a minute, where's his wife? His sweet, lovely wife is just gone? Clutching the letter from your deceased wife, you collapsed onto the floor, sobbing uncontrollably. Standing before you, she looked down at your broken figure with lowered eyes, her lips tightly pressed together. Slowly, she stepped forward and wrapped her slender arms around you. With your daughter back at your side, you began to change. You quit all your bad habits, picked up your old profession again, and became a freelance writer. You worked hard and took care of Chi with great attention. To outsiders, it seemed like you had found your purpose in life again and were on the road to recovery, but only you knew that watching your daughter grow, looking more and more like your late wife every day, brought you increasing pain. You kept all this hidden from everyone, working twice as hard to earn money. On the day she graduated from college, she came home to find you lifeless in bed, with an empty bottle of sleeping pills on the nightstand. She had vaguely sensed this day would come, but she hadn't expected it to be so soon. She buried her sorrow deep inside and, according to your will, cremated you and buried you alongside her mother. At your final resting place, she planted African daisies, her mother's favorite flower. They bloomed brightly, always facing the sun, but hide their sadness in the shadows. Simulation over. This ending left Suzumiya Chisato speechless. He let out a long sigh, feeling a mix of emotions. He couldn't even figure out how to define this ending. Unable to come to any conclusion, he decided to check the system's evaluation. This evaluation, A, Deception Index, 81, overall remarks. This time, your planning and execution were well organized. You successfully used various means, including deception, manipulation, and guidance, to win her love. You didn't just win her body, but also her heart. But in the process, you unexpectedly developed genuine feelings for her, leaving it unclear whether you were the one who manipulated her, or if she manipulated you. Reward settlement. Your skills in rhetoric, horseback riding, and eloquence have been slightly enhanced. Wait, he can understand the boost in eloquence, but what's up with horseback riding and rhetoric? Ignoring Suzumiya Chisato's confusion, the system continued displaying text. Successfully captured Casimid Yutaha and achieved an A-grade evaluation. You have earned an additional character talent gift box X1. Open it now. Open. Open it. The talent list is spinning, randomly selecting. As Suzumiya Chisato watched the spinning wheel in front of him, he raised an eyebrow. What was he seeing? An affinity for stockings, the silky smoothness of long black hair, unreasonably sharp wit. What on earth? Were these supposed to be Casimid Yutaha's talents? Fortunately, things didn't go the way Suzumiya Chisato feared. Congratulations. You have acquired the Casimi's tireless penmanship talent. Your writing skills have greatly improved, and you will more easily understand and absorb literary knowledge. System notice, the CG recall feature has been unlocked. You can now revisit or experience any unlocked scenes at any time. Hey, this newly unlocked feature seems pretty interesting. Chapter 13, a chilly feeling, a modest, yet stylish, Detached villa. From a bird's eye view, slowly descending, the scene zoomed in, revealing the interior of the room through a half-open window. A beautiful woman with her hair tied in a ponytail, draped over her chest, was gently shaking her daughter, who appeared to be sleeping in bed. Kasumijoka Utaha could faintly hear someone calling her. The voice came from a distance, unclear. Utaha. Utaha. Seeing that her calls weren't working, the beautiful woman, now worried, raised her voice. This time, Kasumijoka Utaha finally responded, slowly opening her eyes. The woman, relieved, patted her chest as her worried expression faded. Phew, you scared me. You said you were taking a nap at noon, but you slept until now. Are you pushing yourself too hard with both studying and writing novels? If it's too much, you should consider dropping one for a while. Kasumijoka Utaha showed a pained expression, pressing her fingers against her temple as she slowly got up. Her actions made her mother, Zayamu, tense up again. Utaha, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Kasumijoka Utaha shook her head. No. I am fine. But, Mom. You look so young. Huh? What are you talking about, you silly child? Did you sleep too long and get confused? Her mom was amused. She patted her daughter's head to make sure she wasn't running a fever, then turned and left the room, relieved. Since you are awake, come down and have breakfast. After her mother left, Kasumijoka Utaha's troubled expression did not improve at all. She began to remember the dream she had just had. In the dream, she encountered a boy in middle school. Years later, they unexpectedly met again. An inexplicable connection formed between them, and they went through various experiences together. For example, she was coerced into doing many things that made her blush just thinking about them. For another example, the story suddenly took a pure love turn. The boy comforted her when she was sad and lost, and she agreed to date him in college. Eventually, they walked together into marriage. There were many things besides that. The details of married life, the joy of seeing their child born, and realizing that everything before was a lie. After her death, from a god's eye view, she saw that the person chose to take sleeping pills and die with her on the day their daughter graduated from college, many years later. And so on, and so forth. His Kasumijoka Utaha experienced a slight throbbing pain in her head from trying too hard to recall the dream. However, she had indeed managed to remember the most important part. Chisato, Suzumiya Chisato. Kasumijoka Utaha muttered the name softly, showing a thoughtful expression. The memories in her head, which seemed to have been forcefully inserted, were both chaotic and clear. It felt less like a dream and more like a rapid, lived experience. There were many aspects that puzzled her. First, the realism, it was too real. Normally, when someone wakes from a dream, they quickly forget it. But now, it felt as if she had truly lived through it, with most details vividly imprinted in her mind. Second, why did she suddenly have such a dream? The main character in the dream was someone she didn't know at all. This couldn't be explained by the "you dream about what you think about" theory. Third, and most frustratingly, why was her intelligence so diminished in the dream? That person, Suzumiya Chisato, had coerced her with a few words and easily obtained her most precious body. In the second round of the dream, she even ended up marrying that person and had a daughter with him. Okay, though the daughter was indeed cute and there were sweet memories from the dating and married life, it still felt strange. Why would a young girl dream of such things? She really couldn't understand. Kasumijoka Utaha sat on the bed for a long time, thinking, until her mother's voice from downstairs broke her concentration. When she finally got out of bed, the night breeze from the half-open window made her feel uneasy. The sensation between her legs was clearly. Utaha's face turned red. Why did she feel so chilly? What was with that dream she just had? She had had embarrassing dreams before, but nothing like this. It was almost like the amount a baby would wet their diaper. Utaha, hurry down for breakfast. The miso soup will get cold. Got it. Kasumijoka Utaha quickly locked her room door and changed into underwear by the wardrobe, feeling slightly relieved. But soon, she realized another problem. The sheets. They are wet too. Utaha bit her lower lip in frustration and helplessness. After all, at her age, she couldn't possibly explain such a situation to her mother. She was also filled with doubt. Were those clearly remembered things really just dreams? The tip of his nose suddenly felt a bit sore, and after a couple of seconds of brewing, he sneezed. The April weather was still a bit chilly with the night breeze. Suzumiya Chisato ignored this minor interruption and was now trying to write a self-praising article using the talent he had just gained from Kasumijoka Utaha. 20 minutes later, he stared in amazement at a full page of effortlessly flowing text, realizing how easy and smooth writing must be for that proud and beautiful senior. With such talent, working in literature in the future should come effortlessly. 2 simulation chances remaining. Kasumijoka Uchiha is in a binding state and can start a second round of the simulation or choose a new simulation subject. The recent simulation had consumed a lot of Suzumiya Chisado's energy, so he decided to take a bath and get some rest soon. It's very lonely to rest alone at night. It's strongly recommended that the host use the CG recall feature, set the activation time before falling asleep to seamlessly connect to the corresponding recall interface in your dreams, without affecting your normal rest. Is it really that convenient? Absolutely. Then tonight, let's experience an unforgettable wedding night. Kasumijoka Uchiha, wearing a white wedding dress and white thigh-high stockings, looked extremely irresistible. CG loaded, wedding night. Please set the start time, midnight. Setting complete, time for a bath, then straight to bed. I am looking forward to it. Chapter 14, Real Pure Love Game. There are many things that are hard to explain to her mom, like the white stains on the inside of her underwear or the layers of damp tissues in the trash can. When Kasumijoka Uchiha woke up the next day and looked at her body in the blanket, her face turned crimson. She thought something was wrong with her body. Maybe it was indeed because, as her mom said, the stress from balancing studying and writing novels was too much. Otherwise, it's impossible to explain why she kept having such erotic dreams. But that's not the main issue right now. Dreams are dreams, and they are no big deal. The main issue is how to explain the stained sheets to her mom. Last night, she had quickly poured some cool tea from her desk onto the sheets, making it look like an accidental spill. Her mom hadn't noticed anything unusual. However, if the same issue keeps happening with the same excuse, it's odd if her mom, who raised such an excellent daughter, doesn't suspect something. Suzumiya Chisato. Kasumijoka Uchiha muttered the name with irritation. Although they had been deeply affectionate in the dream, waking up made her rational again, and now she found herself annoyed with that character. But that person was indeed a fictional creation from her own mind. Otherwise, their looks wouldn't be so striking, and their body and figure wouldn't be so outstanding. Getting upset over a non-existent person, what is she thinking? With a sigh, Uchiha changed into a new set of underwear. She lifted the sheets and went downstairs to throw them into the washing machine. When faced with her confused mother, she scratched her arm and explained, "Mom, I think the sheets must have picked up pollen while drying outside. I woke up itchy all over." "Oh? Sorry about that. I will be more careful next time. Do you need me to put some medicine on it?" "No, it's not that serious. Mom, could you please ask the homeroom teacher for a half-day leave for me?" "Oh right, you need to see the editor in the morning, right? I will call them right away." "Thanks." Kasumijoka Uchiha calmly turned and went upstairs. Although she felt a bit guilty toward her mom, she managed to cover up the situation without further problems. In the bathroom of his rented apartment, Suzumiya Chisato, dressed in a school uniform and looking even more handsome than the male lead in a morning drama, sat at the entrance with a frown. He had been sitting quietly for 2 minutes. He was in disbelief over the pop-up window that appeared in front of him. But no matter how hard he tried to deny it, it was indeed the reality. Pure Love dating game, loading complete. Would you like to bind? Yes or no? With the name Pure Love, the actions were completely contrary. The two large options in front of him occupied most of Chisato's view, with no option to exit or refuse, as if daring him to make a choice or else it would linger in his sight for the rest of his life. This really didn't seem to leave much room for choice. Pure Love dating game, at your service. This game is set in reality and aims to help the host experience a pure and flawless love that is clean and beautiful, filled with sadness and emotion, warmth and sweetness, with no ill intentions and wholehearted sincerity. The game encourages the host to show care, concern, and encouragement through various warm-hearted methods towards high-quality women. When high-quality women develop positive emotions towards the host, such as admiration, affection, fondness, infatuation, or gratitude, their favorability will increase. Once the favorability reaches a certain level, you can earn points to exchange for special items in the store. Please continue on the path of pure love, experiencing a sincere and flawless romance without ill intentions. Suzumiya Chisato blinked. The situation was clear. On the second day after crossing into this world, he awakened to a second system. Setting aside any conspiracy theories, this situation could be considered a pleasant surprise. After all, having an extra system means more benefits. But he also noticed a problem. While both of his systems were related to romance, their purposes and styles were completely opposite. The Dark Simulator encouraged him to use any means necessary, focusing on the outcome rather than the process. The Pure Love game, on the other hand, focuses on how to make the opposite sex develop feelings for him during the interactions. One involves doing bad things in simulated scenarios and receiving random rewards based on the final evaluation. The other involves doing good deeds in reality and earning points to exchange for specific rewards in the shop. It's kind of interesting. Or not. Suzumiya Chisato let out a large sigh. If not for the fact that systems like these are beyond human control, he would even suspect that someone is just having fun at his expense. Switching between the evil and good camps repeatedly, will he really not go insane from this? Suzumiya Chisato sighed in resignation and felt the pressure. However, even with this new system suddenly appearing, he still had to continue with his original plans. Today was Monday, and as a student, he naturally had to go to school. He left the house, walked down the street, and headed to the tram station. For his original self, this route had been walked many times, but for the current Suzumiya Chisato, it was a first. The street culture in this foreign country amazed him. What he saw in the movies was true. Office ladies really do wear skirts and stockings, and junior high and high school girls do wear little leather shoes and pleated skirts. He even saw underground idols dressed as dogs, kneeling by the street to sell concert tickets, sacrificing their dignity. Japan truly is a unique country. With such thoughts in mind, Chisato boarded the tram. Ignoring the curious glances from nearby women, he brought up the dating games interface, ready to check out the mall system mentioned before. Then he saw a large unlocked label. The mall function will unlock when the favorability of any high-quality woman towards the host reaches. Suzumiya Chisato stared at the prompt, falling into silence. The pure love game seemed so troublesome. Even though it was now bound, ignoring it should be fine. Don't say that. Please try a little harder. 1 heart of favorability is something you can easily achieve with just a little effort. What an embarrassing system. The decline of pure love series works in today's era doesn't seem to be without reason. Suzumiya Chisato thought to himself. Chapter 15, Are you pretending to be lonely? The negative thoughts that had surged before were just that, thoughts. Suzumiya Chisato wasn't really planning to discard the pure love system. After all, even if it seemed useless, it was still a system and might come in handy at some point. However, he was a bit curious about what kind of woman the pure love system would classify as high quality. For example, the woman on the tram with brown curly hair, who occasionally threw flirtatious glances his way, with a curvy figure. Would she be considered a high-quality woman by the pure love game? No, she's not suitable. Although she passes the appearance test, her inner qualities are too much like a squid. Wait, how does a system even have a sense of smell? And, chat aside, could you not be so annoying? Okay, Suzumiya Chisato silently turned his gaze elsewhere. There was a girl chewing gum with headphones on, with long legs, good looks, and a figure that was as good as the previous woman's. No way. An 8-year-old girl is absolutely not suitable. Rejecting Jewish aesthetics, how old is she? 8 years old. 8 years old? Yes. Alright, if you say she's 8 years old, then she's 8 years old. Reality is so bizarre. Suzumiya Chisato continued to look at the next woman. After the tram arrived at the station, he didn't leave in a hurry. Instead, he stood in a crowded area, scanning the surroundings. However, unsurprisingly, none of the women received recognition from the pure love system as high quality. The reasons given by the system were various and bizarre: lacks charm, has body odor, unattractive toes, a hair on a mole under the armpit, and so on. She's already taken down hundreds of people. When the station staff looked at him for the 3rd time, suspiciously pulling out a walkie-talkie and talking into it while walking toward him, Chisato felt he couldn't continue scrutinizing young, pretty women. He quickly ran out of the station. He was getting frustrated. He had glanced at dozens of people, and not a single one had been recognized by the system. At this rate, with no targets, how long would it take to unlock the so-called mall system? He was exhausted and no longer interested. Forget the pure love game. Even if it had no beginner's gift, the guide system was so poorly done that he didn't want to play anymore. Suzumiya Chisato adopted a defeatist attitude. Don't give up so soon. Can you be of any help at all? I understand. Just provide a specific target. There's a high-quality woman right in your class. Suzumiya Chisato looked at the text that appeared before him, a faint smile forming on his lips. Finally. Good morning, Chisato-kun. You look handsome today too. Good morning. You too, I almost got dazzled by you. After entering the classroom, Suzumiya Chisato greeted the girl who cheerfully said hello with polite banter. But this action made the smiling girl's expression instantly change from cheerful and outgoing to shy and withdrawn, with a faint blush appearing on her cheeks. She quickly concealed her disbelief, avoiding eye contact with Chisato, and retreated to her small group of friends, where the others began whispering and joking. Seeing their reaction, Suzumiya Chisato realized immediately. Although the original self was handsome, his personality was reserved, and his grades were average. Thus, he didn't have a significant presence in the class. The girl's reason for approaching him was probably to see his awkward reaction. But unexpectedly, The confident and handsome response he gave instead made her teasing attempt backfire. Oh well, it's a small matter. There's no need to worry too much. Teenagers' personalities are as unpredictable as floating fluff in the wind, which is completely normal. No one will pay much attention. Suzumiya Chisato sat in the last row of the third group. Two students to his right were huddled together, watching anime on their phones. They gave him a casual glance but didn't greet him. The original self was indeed a peripheral figure in the class, but that was fine. Maintaining complex relationships would be troublesome, and this harmless, transparent image could actually be beneficial for his upcoming school life. After placing his bag down, Suzumiya Chisato turned to his left. In the last row of the fourth group, by the window, sat a girl with long black hair. She had her arms resting on the desk, sleeping peacefully, with her chest and abdomen rising and falling rhythmically with her breath. Pick here, the noisy classroom didn't disturb her serene slumber. From her body alone, it was clear she was an attractive girl. Suzumiya Chisato searched his memory but found no relevant information about this girl next to him. No wonder, this was only the second week of the new term, and the original self was introverted and didn't care about the outside world, so not knowing was quite normal. However, just because the original self didn't know didn't mean he didn't. The glance he had just taken was enough for the pure love system to provide information about the girl next to him. Mikazusa, daughter of a famous pianist, extremely talented in music, introverted, likes quiet and craves attention, currently in a rebellious phase, confirmed as a high-quality woman, so, this is the kind of world he has transmigrated into. Seeing the familiar name, Suzumiya Chisato, who was an old-school otaku in his past life, felt a sense of nostalgia but didn't dwell on it. After all, since he had accepted the transmigration, the situation he faced now was just a minor issue in comparison. Since the high-quality woman has been identified, the next steps are quite simple. He needs to find a way to earn her favor and upgrade to a single heart, and first, unlock them all feature. However, reality isn't like a simulation, where you can just act on impulse. If he remembers correctly, Mikazusa is a distant and aloof person, not someone who can be easily approached. He needs to carefully consider her personality and look for the right opportunity to engage with her, proceeding step by step to steadily build rapport. Mikazusa is curious about you. Favorability +1. Huh? Wait, did he just see that correctly? Mikazusa smells the floral scent of the detergent on your uniform. She likes the smell. Favorability +1. No way, can you even smell things while sleeping? Suzumiya Chisato frowned, realizing that things weren't as simple as they seemed. After thinking for 2 seconds, he came to a conclusion. So, she has been pretending to be asleep, huh? If that's the case, don't blame him for being rude. Chisato stood up and walked over to her seat. Misan, Misan. He called softly at first, then raised his voice a bit on the second call. Mikazusa slowly lifted her head, rubbed her eyes, and then looked up at Chisato. Her fair skin and slender, delicate eyes combined to give her a sharp, cold beauty. What? Her tone was sharp, and her expression was anything but friendly. Suzumiya Chisato was prepared and didn't get angry. He said the words he had planned from the start. Misan, if you are feeling unwell, you should go to the health office and rest. Sleeping here can't lead to a cold and isn't good for your neck. Huh? Are you an idiot? Don't bother me. Whether it was Mikazusa's incredulous expression or her distant tone, she exuded an icy attitude that pushed people away. If it were any other time, Suzumiya Chisato might have been intimidated by her. But now, Mikazusa is feeling touched. Favorability +1, Mikazusa is feeling delighted. Favorability +1, Mikazusa is inexplicably happy. Favorability +1. So, she liked to insult people while also liking them. Suzumiya Chisato suddenly thought that maybe Mikazusa wasn't as difficult to handle as he had imagined. Chapter 16, You are telling me she's a high-quality woman? Am I bothering you? Since you know, just ignore me. At what time do you think I went to bed last night? What time? I am telling you, Suzumiya, if you keep being annoying, don't blame me if you end up with a bloody nose. Got it. But at least keep the window slightly closed, it's a bit chilly in the morning. I won't bother you anymore. Good night, Misan. Mikazusa didn't hide her impatience. But even so, she allowed Suzumiya Chisato to close the window. After their conversation ended, she went back to lying on her desk, hiding her face between her arms. It's a shame, she's so beautiful, and sleeping like that is such a waste. Chisato sighed at the thought and returned to his seat. Ah, too bad, Suzumiya, you got turned away. A boy in the front row, who had witnessed the scene, turned around and spoke softly to Suzumiya Chisato with no ill intent. Seeing this, Suzumiya Chisato tilted his head in confusion and replied, Who are you? Mikazusa, who was lying on her desk, shivered slightly. Mikazusa is feeling happy. Favorability +1, Suzumiya Chisato looked to his left, feeling resigned. It might be true about what they say, her being a music prodigy, her hearing is so sharp, she overheard their conversation even though they were trying to be quiet. It's troubling. Even after 2 weeks of class changes, you still haven't remembered my name. That's really a shame. The short boy with light brown hair didn't mind and smiled happily. I am Fukuhara Yoji. Nice to meet you. Suzumiya Chizato's face broke into a bright smile. Seriously, Fukubu, you really gave a formal introduction. I was just joking earlier. Didn't you catch that? Fukuhara Yoji showed curiosity and a confused smile. Suzumiya Chisato looked at him and, after a moment of silence, said, Fukubu, even if you keep looking at me like that, it won't change the fact that I am interested in the opposite sex. Cough. Fukuhara Yoji couldn't hold it in. No, I didn't mean that at all. I just thought today's Suzumiya felt different from usual. Suzumiya Chisato acted confused even though he understood perfectly. Really? I don't think I have changed that much. Well, if you say so, maybe it's just my impression. But it's good. The previous Suzumiya seemed hard to approach, but now you seem much friendlier. Fukuhara Yoji extended his hand. In any case, if you need anything, just ask me. I am not bragging, but I pretty much know everything happening around the school. Wow. Just like those soul-supporting characters in dating sims who usually don't have a presence but appear exactly when needed to give crucial information, like Watson to Sherlock Holmes. If he's as capable as he claims, there's no reason not to take advantage of this support. Suzumiya Chisato shook his hand. If I have any questions, I will ask you. Please look after me from now on. No need to be so formal. Let's have lunch together during the break. Sure. The morning classes were overall quite normal, with nothing particularly noteworthy. Suzumiya Chisato paid close attention and took notes of the important content from the board. During the lunch break, Fukuhara Yoji took out his lunchbox, and Suzumiya Chisato pulled out a rice ball from his backpack. There were 2 in the fridge at the apartment. He had one in the morning and was having the other for lunch. The taste wasn't great, but it shouldn't go to waste. The 2 of them chatted casually while eating. At one point, Suzumiya Chisato glanced over at Mikazusa. The noisy classroom didn't seem to affect her peaceful sleep at all. It's a shame her face is hidden in her arms, otherwise, he would really like to see what she looks like when she's asleep. Although it might be a bit discouraging, I suggest you would better give up, Suzumiya. Huh? What do you mean? Fukuhara Yoji smiled and quickly finished his lunch. He stood up and signaled for Chisato to follow him outside. In the hallway, the 2 walked side by side. What I am about to say is not malicious gossip about Misan but rather something that actually happened, and it's not really a secret in school. I just want to make that clear first. What do you want to say? You know we have a special music class at our school, right? Yeah, the students in that class always look down on the normal academic students. Honestly, it's a bit annoying. Haha, that's a fair assessment. Did you know that Mikazusa was originally a student in music class? Oh? I didn't know that. Do you want to know why she was moved to the normal academic class? Although Suzumiya Chisato had some information about Mikazusa from his previous life, many details had faded over time, and he only remembered the general idea. So Suzumiya Chisato shook his head and showed an attentive expression. It's because she broke the rules. Misan kicked a student in the music class who was persistently bothering her. Fukuhara Yoji demonstrated the kicking action with a laugh, though his short legs couldn't make the motion look very graceful. Like this, she decisively knocked that guy down, making him roll around on the floor holding his groin. And then, as if to get rid of the unpleasant sensation left on her foot, she threw a tantrum and overturned all the desks and chairs around her. It was quite a terrifying scene. You saw all this in such detail? Yeah, I happened to be passing by the music class with a friend at that time. I watched the whole thing with great interest. In the end, the guy couldn't even stand up and was carried to the infirmary by a teacher who arrived. Oh, I didn't know that happened. What about after that? Did Misan face any punishment? Of course not. Do you know who her mother is? She's a world-famous musician, Mayuko, who sponsored a large amount of funds and an extremely expensive piano for our school. There's no need to recite her name so excitedly. I know she's impressive. So, under her influence, the matter was dropped. Well, not exactly. Although the school didn't pursue the issue, the person who was kicked had some prestige in the music class. After that, everyone in the music class showed the same attitude toward Misan. Fukuhara Yoji didn't provide specific details, but based on what he said, Suzumiya Chisato could easily draw a conclusion. I see. So that's why she ended up in our class. Fukuyoji nodded. As they continued their conversation, they unknowingly reached the end of the hallway. At the corner of the wall, there were two vending machines side by side, one selling drinks and the other selling snacks like bread and rice balls. Suzumiya Chisato took out his wallet and bought 2 cans of drink from the vending machine. He picked them up, put one in each pocket of his jacket, and turned around. But when he looked back, he saw Fukuyoji's awkward expression and a sudden withdrawal of his right hand. Oh. He thought one of the cans was for him. An awkward atmosphere spread between them. But Suzumiya Chisato quickly reacted, "Thanks, Fukabu. As a token of my appreciation for the information you provided, I will show you a magic trick." Without waiting for Fukuyoji's reaction, Chisato immediately continued, "Tell me right now. What drink do you want? Huh? Quick, quick, quick. Cola, please. Here you go." Suzumiya Chisato took out the drink from his left pocket and handed it to Fukuyoji. Fukuyoji looked at the cold tea in his hand, unsure of what expression to make. "It's a shame. I am still a bit inexperienced. I almost succeeded. I will practice more and find another chance to show you. PFFT. Haha, Suzumiya, you are really an interesting person. Even if you say that, my answer is still the same. My liking for the opposite sex won't change because of that. Please don't, or I won't be able to relax sitting in front of you." The slight awkwardness between the boys was quickly dissolved by their casual joking. They opened their drinks and took a sip. "By the way, Fukabu, I am curious about why you specifically called me out to talk about this." "Oh, there's no special purpose. I just wanted to give you a heads up. It's fine to try to get closer to Miss-san, but remember to protect yourself and avoid ending up like that guy from the music class." Fukuyoji said this half-jokingly, but then his tone became slightly serious. "Also, it's been 2 weeks since the new term started, and I haven't seen Miss-san talk to anyone in the class for more than 3 sentences. In a way, you are the first person to break her silence. While her previous behavior was somewhat inappropriate, it's a bit too much for the music class to collectively exclude her just because of that. I haven't experienced the same situation as Miss-san, but I can understand the pain of being excluded. So, I thought that in this new term and new class, even if we can't make her forget the past, we shouldn't make her relive that painful experience." Suzumiya Chisato listened quietly and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke up, "Hey, Fukabu. Yeah? You must be quite popular with the girls, right? Why do you say that? Your level of empathy is off the charts." "It's just part of my responsibilities." "Responsibilities?" Fukuyoji suddenly had a confused expression on his face. "On the day the class committee members were decided, I was elected class president with 27 votes and have since led 3 class meetings. Didn't you notice that, Suzumiya?" A familiar bright smile appeared on Suzumiya Chizato's face. "Haha, Fukabu-senpai, you are really amusing. Aren't you used to my joking style yet?" At that moment, someone passed by and called out to Fukuyoji. "A friend is calling me. See you later." "Yeah, see you later." After watching him leave, Suzumiya Chizato's smile faded. Chapter 17, Why is it so complicated? Suzumiya Chisato felt a bit frustrated with the original owner for having so few useful memories about school, even forgetting the names of classmates. Yet, trivial things like anime live streams featuring a sheep and a wolf were remembered vividly. What good is remembering such things? The original owner even donated money to those streams, even though he was just a student without financial means. Now, he found himself with less than 20,000 yen left, and eating out in Tokyo would cost at least 1,000 yen. With over half a month until the next time money would arrive from home, he wasn't sure how to manage the coming days. Suzumiya Chisato crushed the empty drink bottle and threw it in the trash. He checked his wallet and decided not to dwell on it. It was clear he didn't have enough, so he would either have to ask his family for money or find a side job. With hands and feet, he wasn't likely to starve in the modern city. He bought a bread roll and a bottle of milk. These were the tools he needed to increase his favorability with Miss-san. He hoped everything would go smoothly and that she would develop a positive feeling for him soon, unlocking the Love System's store feature. As he was about to leave, he noticed a corner space down the stairs. It was filled with dust and cluttered with desks and various items. He saw something that looked like a person's lower legs and realized someone was lying there. Was it an incident? Suicide? Murder? Was the world he had entered finally getting exciting? With a mix of nervousness and excitement, Suzumiya Chisato walked towards the space. There, he saw a strange girl. The strange part was her fashion sense. She was wearing old-fashioned sports pants under a proud JK pleated skirt. Her fashion sense was overwhelming. She lay on the floor, seemingly unresponsive, with her eyes glazed over and mouth open, drooling. Though it might be inappropriate to think so, Suzumiya Chisato couldn't help but imagine her in a scene from an inappropriate movie, with a similar expression. It was equally awful and made one want to do something even more extreme. Ding ding, Gota Hitori. Confirmed as a high-quality female, huh? Suzumiya Chisato looked at the love system's notification and then at the girl lying on the floor. He was deep in existential doubt. He couldn't understand why the strict love system he would dealt with before now had such low standards for judging a high-quality female. Even though he tried hard to find any redeeming qualities, seeing the pink liquid on the floor made him give up with a twitch of his eye. The love system's explanation was simple and firm. Host, we are of one mind. Please trust that I won't harm you. Alright, if it says so, he will trust it this time. Suzumiya Chisato crouched down, reached out to the girl whose consciousness had not yet returned, and picked up the phone that had fallen near her hand. He thought that the cause of her state might be related to the content on her phone. He imagined that she received a distressing message, checked her phone, and then collapsed on the floor, like a sad pink slime, revealing a pitiful and somewhat amusing posture. Looking at her phone, he confirmed his guess. He wasn't proud of guessing correctly. Looking at the chat history on the phone, he felt a mix of sympathy and amusement. The chat history on the girl's phone looked like this: Hakimiya, where's this week's friend fee? Gota Hitori, sorry. My allowance hasn't come in yet, Hakimiya, what? You promised weekly friend fees. I only agreed to be your friend because of that, Gota Hitori, I am really sorry. I will have an allowance in 2 weeks. Can I give it to you then? Hakimiya, no, it's better if we are not friends anymore. People already look at me strangely when I am with you, Gota Hitori, no, don't. I will break my piggy bank tonight and get the money for you by tomorrow. The other party has removed you. Your message was not successfully sent. The last message sent by Gota Hitori had a glaring red exclamation mark pop up. This indicated that her friendship with Hakimiya officially ended at that moment. After reading the chat on the phone, Chisato quietly locked the screen and put the phone back. It was strange, his eyes were inexplicably moist. He hadn't seen anything directly, but the content was incredibly sad. Looking at Gota Hitori lying on the floor, Suzumiya Chisato had a completely different feeling now. He felt a bit sorry for her. And he was concerned. It was surprising that in this society, someone could be so socially awkward and clumsy that they would use money to make friends. He sighed. Though he knew that ignoring her would eventually lead to her waking up on her own, he couldn't just leave her like this after realizing her situation. In his simulated life, he had used his scheming to make Kasumijoka Uchiha fall in love with him and have a child. But in real life, he was still a good-hearted young man. Hey, wake up. Suzumiya Chisato gently shook Gota Hitori's shoulder. Her partially open mouth made indistinct sounds, but she didn't seem to react. He had no choice but to try a method he had seen in many TV dramas to wake someone up from unconsciousness. He pressed his thumb slightly downward on her philtrum. Ugh, Gota Hitori, who had been unconscious, let out a muffled sound as Suzumiya Chisato applied pressure. Although her appearance might give a regrettable first impression, her voice was actually quite pleasant, very feminine and soft. Gota Hitori slowly regained consciousness and, upon focusing her eyes, saw Suzumiya Chisato up close. Ah, it's not easy, but you are awake. Are you okay? Heaven. What? Angel-san. Are you here to take me to heaven? The girl's disjointed thinking left him at a loss. He didn't know how to continue the conversation. This reaction made Gota Hitori believe it was confirmation. She suddenly began to sob, her body twitching like a broken clock. Her once clear eyes were now losing their light. Don't go back to that state so easily, please. I am not an angel. You just fainted, you are not dead. Suzumiya Chisato said this very quickly. Oh, I see. Gota Hitori finally remembered what had happened before she fainted, but there was something more important to address now. Looking at Suzumiya Chisato, she suddenly stepped back and, with a frightened expression, knelt in a respectful manner. I am sorry for wasting your time and causing trouble. No. I am truly sorry. Gota Hitori didn't look up, and her apology came out smoothly and naturally, suggesting she had often been in similar situations. Suzumiya Chisato thought that if only the Japanese government officials had been half as sincere as Gota Hitori when apologizing for the nuclear wastewater incident, they wouldn't have faced such global criticism. Please get up and talk. I am sorry. No need to apologize like that. Don't be so nervous. Anyway, you should. Ugh. As he reached out to help Gota Hitori up, she twitched suddenly the moment his hand touched her shoulder. Then she collapsed again, stiffening like an electric shock, and fell unconscious once more. How can someone be this troublesome? Chapter 18, Unlocking the Store Function. Excuse me for disturbing your reading session. I am planning to translate another fic as a side project. It's an Azur Lane fan fiction. Since it's a cliché game, I'd if anyone is interested. Answer it and comment. Thank you in the clean and tidy infirmary. Gota Hitori slowly opened her eyes while lying on the bed. She propped herself up, looking around in confusion. The school nurse, noticing her situation, put down a magazine and approached her. Goto, you are awake. Do you feel any discomfort? No. But, teacher, how did I end up here? A very handsome boy found you fainted and brought you here. He was very worried about you. Once I told him you were fine, he left feeling relieved. The nurse, seeing Gota Hitori's changing expression as she recalled what happened, joked happily. He was quite handsome. Is he your boyfriend? What? No, it's not like that. Gota Hitori immediately became anxious, closing her eyes and waving her hands around helplessly. Someone like me, who doesn't even have friends, how could I possibly get a boyfriend? Don't say that. Goto, you are actually very cute, just lacking in confidence. With a little change in your image, becoming the center of attention wouldn't be impossible. The school nurse's earnest advice made Gota Hitori's heart race a bit faster. Really? Is that so? Yes. Besides that, your fashion sense is quite poor. You always hunch over when you walk, your eyes lack vitality, and that overly lonely negative aura needs to be managed. If you correct all these things, you will definitely become the center of everyone's attention. The nurse, talking with her fingers, didn't notice Gota Hitori's increasingly desperate and pale face. If things could be corrected so easily, she wouldn't have so many troubles. Oh, I almost forgot this. The nurse clapped her hands, startling Gota Hitori into a hiccup. This is for you. The boy who brought you here left this note. He asked me to give it to you. Gota Hitori took the note from the nurse, still dazed. Oh, youth. Seeing you all makes me want to go back to my own school days, so naive and nostalgic. You should rest a bit more. It's not time for the break to end yet. Why yes, thank you, teacher. Gota Hitori stared at the folded note in her hand, nervously swallowing. It was undoubtedly from him. After the trouble of bringing her to the infirmary, he probably wanted some sort of compensation. Maybe there was even a chance she would need to pay for some mental distress he might have experienced. What should she do? Will she go bankrupt because of this? Will her parents become homeless because of her? After a long time of self-torturing and paranoia, Gota Hitori finally unfolded the note, trembling. But the message written on it was something she didn't quite understand at first. A simple message that normal people could easily understand. Unfortunately, Gota Hitori, in a certain sense, wasn't quite a normal person. Was this some sort of new scam? How could someone want to be friends with someone as gloomy and strange as her? Gota Hitori's thoughts drifted into an absolutely wrong path. Back in the classroom, Suzumiya Chisato did the same thing as in the morning, waking up the sleeping Mikazusa. He then placed the bread and milk he had bought on her desk. What? Sleeping and not paying attention is fine, but at least you should eat on time. Suzumiya Chisato said this in the most natural tone. Huh? Mikazusa looked at the food on her desk, unable to understand in her shock. However, he continued speaking as if nothing had happened. Your health is important. If you are hungry, even sleeping won't be comfortable. That's what I believe. I am not sure what you like to eat, so I chose the best-selling bread and milk. I hope you like them. What's wrong? Do you want me to open the bread for you? It's understandable that you might be weak after just waking up. Annoying. You are so annoying. Mikazusa didn't look at the food on her desk anymore but instead glared aggressively at him. Suzumiya-san, do you have a problem or something? Mikazusa feels touched. Affection +10, mind your own business and don't bother me. Mikazusa feels happy. Affection +10. Suzumiya Chisato was silent for a moment, then sighed. Even if you say that, I can't ignore what's happening right in front of me. Huh, are you like mother? Maybe I am. Mikazusa looked at him, not speaking for a long time. With her tightly closed lips, narrowed eyes, and the impatience on her face, she gave off an intimidating sharpness. If you don't eat, lunch break will end soon. Humphrey. Mikazusa picked up her bag and walked straight to the back door of the classroom. Are you leaving? The response Suzumiya Chisato received was the sound of the back door slamming shut. The students who had been casting either obvious or subtle glances in this direction lost interest and returned to their previous activities, and the classroom became lively again. It's really a disaster. Maybe Tma-san just doesn't like the combination of bread and milk. Fukubura Yoji, sitting in the front row, patted Chisato's shoulder and offered a friendly smile to comfort him. Probably. Don't take it too personally. Don't worry, I won't. Because. Mikazusa feels delighted, affection +10, Mikazusa feels shy, affection +10, Mikazusa feels +10, +10, Suzumiya Chizato's screen was almost flooded with these messages. Mikazusa's affection has reached maximum value, current affection increased too? It was much easier than he had imagined. The bread and milk were left behind. But the most important thing was shopping mall feature unlocked. The host can now use points to exchange for special items. Chapter 19, Targeting Area. Simulation begins. Suzumiya Chizato entered the newly unlocked shopping mall. Current points, 500, achieved by reaching Mikazusa's affection level. Items available for exchange this period. Money, 1,000 yen per point. Universal medicine, 20,000 points. Perfect body figure, 1,000 points. Enchanting eyes, 500 points. Basic cooking skills, 200 points. Random blind box, 1 time per 100 points. The points he had were fewer than he had expected, only 500. However, considering that converting all of it to yen would amount to 500,000 yen, he had no complaints. After all, the cost from the pure love system was just under half a day's time, and he hadn't even given away the milk and bread. He could use them for dinner. But he felt that using points to exchange for money wasn't the best solution. As a boy who had played many gacha games in his previous life, he quickly scanned the items available in the mall and focused on the last option, the random blind box. Blind box has a 10% chance of containing other items available in the mall this period, a 10% chance. Suzumiya Chizato glanced at the description of the universal medicine. As long as you're still breathing, even terminal cancer can be cured. This is what a medical miracle looks like. This description was so cheeky, complete with a picture. After weighing the pros and cons, Suzumiya Chizato stood up from his seat. He washed his hands thoroughly at the sink in front of the bathroom. Back in the classroom, the lesson was just starting. He sat at his desk, seeming to pay close attention to the teacher, but actually focusing all his attention on the system interface in front of him. Open the blind box. The mall interface faded away, replaced by a dazzling gacha screen, with various colorful blind boxes flying around at a dizzying speed. It was impossible to see what was inside just by looking. There seemed to be no shortcut, it all came down to luck. Alright, I choose you, Pikachu. Suzumiya Chizato selected a golden blind box that caught his eye. The chosen blind box hovered in midair, while all the other boxes disappeared. As the lid of the blind box slowly opened, he held his breath, his eyes filled with the overflowing golden light. Wow, this blinding light! Did I win on the first try? Congratulations, the host has obtained Big Mac Banana. The item has been placed in the temporary space and can be retrieved within 24 hours. In front of Suzumiya Chizato appeared a golden-colored banana that looked particularly tempting and sweet. He pursed his lips and took a deep breath to calm his excited feelings. Not to mention, just to be sure, let me ask, does this Big Mac Banana have any special qualities? Yes, host. The Big Mac Banana is an extremely expensive variety with exceptional taste and texture. It's incredibly delicious and a must-try. Suzumiya Chizato closed his eyes and rubbed his tired forehead. No matter what, it was clear that this was just an ordinary banana for consumption. He had spent points worth 100,000 yen, and all he got was this worthless item. It's not a worthless item. The Big Mac Banana is very delicious. Trust me, don't talk. Oh, forget it, he wasn't expecting much on the first try anyway. Lottery-type things are always a bit hit or miss. After comforting himself, he looked at his remaining 400 points and decided to give it another shot. If he didn't get anything good this time, he'd just move on. Congratulations, the host has obtained Magical Girl Cosplay Combat Suit. The item has been placed in the temporary space and can be retrieved within 24 hours. Is this one of those combat suits that grants you divine powers when you wear it? No, it's just a regular cosplay outfit that makes anyone, regardless of age or gender, feel inexplicably embarrassed. Host? I just want to ask one thing, are you messing with me? No, I didn't mean to. He shouldn't have had high expectations from the start. He should have ignored it. This so-called pure love simulation game is too tiring. He doesn't want to play anymore. The Evil Path Simulator is good enough for me. Just simulating and getting rewards, even if they're random, is much better than this useless system. Please. Wait, as he was about to close the shopping mall interface with a resigned attitude, the pure love system spoke up, sounding pitiful. I understand. I'll use my maximum authority to give you one guaranteed reward. That should be enough, right? Why didn't you tell me this from the beginning? Because I didn't expect your luck to be this bad. Not only did you give me a bunch of worthless stuff, but now you're looking down on me. Suzumiya Chizato gritted his teeth. One guaranteed reward isn't enough. I need at least 3, or my wounded heart won't be comforted. How? How can you ask for that? 3 times is absolutely impossible. It's beyond my capabilities and could break the system. He ignored the system's pleas, picked up his pen, and resolutely focused on taking notes from the blackboard, deliberately ignoring the system's attempts to talk. 2 times. 2 guaranteed rewards is already the limit. Suzumiya Chisato rested his left hand on his cheek, twirled his pen skillfully with his right hand, and smiled his familiar, faint smile. Evening. In a small rented apartment. Congratulations, the host has obtained enchanting eyes. Congratulations, the host has obtained basic cooking skills. Non-physical rewards are effective immediately. Personal panel opened. Please check it yourself. Suzumiya Chisato ate the banana and opened his personal panel. Suzumiya Chisato, Physique, 6, Perception, 6, Mental, 6, Charm, 8, Wait, what does the -1 mean next to the charm value? Attributes are interrelated. Physique and mental can slightly affect the charm value. At first, he didn't understand what the system meant, but he quickly figured it out. For example, a person in good health with a rosy complexion will naturally look better than someone who is sick and pale. That's right, you're so smart, host, no need for flattery. If you want me to be better, then find a way to give me a few more guaranteed blind boxes. The system went silent. Humphrey. Suzumiya Chisato continued to read. Skills, basic cooking skills, you can handle ordinary home cooking with ease. Enchanting eyes, your eyes are beautiful and deep. During a heartfelt gaze, most women will willingly become enchanted and drown in your gaze. Ventriloquism, unknown. Horsemanship, unknown. Oratory, unknown. Kasamijoka's writing, unknown. The rewards from the simulator can be detected but not identified. Well, that makes sense. Suzumiya Chisato walked to the bathroom and gazed into the mirror, staring deeply at himself. It did seem a bit brighter, but it wasn't as exaggerated as the system had described. Maybe it only affects women. He turned off the light and left the bathroom. Staring into the mirror for too long gave him an uneasy feeling, so he decided to stop. He had finished most of his homework during the school breaks, so it was time to start a new round of simulation. He thought about last night's simulation where he and Kasamijoka Uchiha experienced various events on the rooftop, in the classroom, library, and private theater. He couldn't help but want to experience it again. Evil Path Love Simulator, at your service, ding. Kasamijoka Uchiha's personal event has been completed and rated A or above. The system has automatically unlocked a new character for you to pursue. Note that the first simulation with this character will not consume simulation attempts. The simulator's start page had changed, no longer featuring the previous introduction. Instead, a large notification popped up with a silhouette of a girl with twin tails in black. This must be her. Suzumiya Chisato clicked on the silhouette, and the next moment, a vibrant girl with golden twin tails, exposed fangs, and blue eyes appeared. New unlocked character Spencer Sawamura Ariri. Compared to Kasamijoka Uchiha, Ariri has less of a mature and charming vibe but is much more cute and lively. These traits might appeal to some people. Like Suzumiya Chisato. He appreciated the broad personality and black stockings, but the blonde hair and mixed race attributes were also his type. Since the first simulation is free, there's no need to hesitate. After spending an entire night with Kasamijoka Uchiha yesterday, it's nice to try something different today. With this in mind, Chisato selected Spencer Ariri from the 2 unlocked girls and started today's simulation. Please choose 3 talents from the following to begin the simulation. Let me see. White, you have a naturally irritable personality and enjoy forcing others to do things they don't want to. Experienced cat lover. White, you are knowledgeable about most cat breeds and deeply love everything related to cats. Lone wolf attitude. Green, unlike herding animals, fierce beasts always roam alone. Since the age of 10, you've started looking down on those who stick together in groups, and your psychological age increases with your actual age. Childhood friends. Blue, you have known the target character since you were young. Blonde hair. Blue, your hair is blonde, significantly enhancing your physique, which may lead to unpredictable changes in behavior and personality. Unlike the first simulation, this time there weren't any purple talents, and the highest quality was blue, with no particularly striking options. Let me see, was immediately excluded because no one likes dealing with someone who has a tendency to force others into things. So, he was left with the choices of, experienced cat lover, and, lone wolf attitude. He didn't hesitate long and chose, lone wolf attitude. He believed that having a mature psychological age might show more mature thoughts and actions in many situations. Just look at that dead-eyed guy Hickman, and you'll understand. Talents confirmed lone wolf attitude, childhood friends, blonde hair, simulation officially starts. Suzumiya Chisato peeled a banana provided by the Pure Love system, settled comfortably on his bed, and waited for the Evil Path system to load. 0 years old, you are born into a wealthy family. Your father is a romantic Frenchman and a renowned sculptor. You inherited his bright golden hair. Oh, it's starting. This time, his identity is also a mixed race like Hariri Spencer. It's quite exciting. 1 year old, your mother is busy with work, and your father is also busy. You are taken care of by 3 nannies of different nationalities and spent a mundane year. 3. Isn't that a bit excessive, or is this normal for wealthy families? 2 years old, as you grow, your increasing appetite causes the 3 new nannies who came to your home to become overwhelmed in less than a week. Your parents, unable to handle it, hire 3 more nannies for you? What? Another 3 nannies? Is he really a normal human baby? Suzumiya Chisato was stunned. 3 years old, your body grows stronger, and you are finally weaned. Your parents are relieved. 4 years old, you have mastered both Japanese and French. As a kindergarten student, your mixed-race identity often draws curious looks from others. 5 years old, you accidentally saw some study materials on your father's computer. This changes your mindset, and your relationship with the young maid in the house improves. 5 years old. He wanted to complain but didn't know where to start. 6 years old, the young maid resigns, and you are very sad. It's just a coincidence. It shouldn't be related to him, right? 7 years old, you move to a new house, and your new neighbor is a friend of your father. During a visit, you met the neighbor's daughter, Spencer, and as kids, you quickly became friends. Chapter 20. This isn't right. 8 years old, you often visit Ari's house after school and stay late. 9 years old, Ari starts showing exceptional talent in painting. You're genuinely happy for her, and your praise and admiration increase her affection for you. 10 years old, Ari finds her mother a bit annoying and wants to change the after-school activities to your house. You immediately refuse, saying that your mother is even more annoying. Ari reluctantly agrees. 11 years old, you notice a change in your mindset. You start to look down on those who play in groups, and you're more attracted to older, more mature women compared to girls your age. Lone wolf attitude activated, huh? Wait, isn't his talent a bit different from what was promised? 12 years old, you and Ari graduate from elementary school. Your family goes to the Spencer family's house to celebrate. The dinner lasts late into the night, and Ari falls asleep early. Both your parents and Ari's parents, having drunk too much, fall unconscious on the sofa. You are the only one still able to act. You choose to 1. Help your parents get home to rest. 2. Help Ari to her room to rest first. 3. Help Aunt Sayuri to her room to rest first, huh? The first 2 options seem normal, but the last one. Why does it feel weird? Strong survival instincts make Suzumiya Chisato choose option 2. Without much thought, you first help Ari to her room. When you go downstairs, you naturally help Aunt Sayuri to her room, offering her water, wiping her sweat, and tucking her in. So no matter what he chose, he ended up experiencing the third option anyway. After doing all this, you sit quietly by the bed for over 10 minutes before leaving the room. As you open the door, you see Ari with tears in her eyes. You want to say something, but she turns and runs away, tripping in the process. The next day, Ari's family moves away from next door. Later, you learn from your father that they moved abroad. In the following days, you often remember the girl with soft purple hair and feel sad about the romance that never had a chance to begin. Simulation ends, huh? This isn't right. Where's the romance simulation? It's over already? He hasn't even touched Ari's hand yet. And also, the final memory recall is clearly wrong. Ari was definitely blonde. What's with the purple hair? Evaluation, E, Evil Path Index, 11, overall comment, a life with no progress, nothing worth commenting on. You're the worst host I've ever had. Reward summary, your physical fitness has slightly improved. He wanted progress, but it didn't even give him a chance for it. The first option went straight to failure, and this simulation was definitely hellish in difficulty. Chisato replayed the choices in his mind and realized that helping his parents home was the correct choice. After leaving Ari's house, was he supposed to come back? But now the simulation is over, so it's too late to think about it. Remaining 2 simulation attempts. You can either spend 1 attempt to start a new simulation or spend 1 attempt to restart this simulation, so, it's like reloading or restarting. Chisato thought for a moment and decided to restart. After all, the talents, blonde hair, and lone wolf attitude, were really problematic, and the situation was completely out of his control. Simulation starts, with the target character as Spencer Ari. Please choose 3 talents from the following to begin the simulation. Silent, white, you are introverted and naturally dislike talking. Okaran, green, your presence is greatly diminished. Otaku, green, you like staying at home and are knowledgeable about most otaku-related topics. Harmless, blue, regardless of your true nature, you come across as calm and gentle, with increased charm and a better chance of earning others' trust. Artistic talent, blue, you have a strong natural talent for drawing, and with some effort, you can reach levels others cannot. Pet, purple, As a child, you found a baby crow that is extremely intelligent and understanding, silent, seems like a useless talent, so it's out. Otaku, and Akiran, don't have any clear advantages compared to other talents. The pet talent is intriguing, though. How smart could this crow be if it's a purple quality talent? Chisato didn't hesitate long. Talents confirmed harmless, artistic talent, pet, simulation officially starts, 0 years old, you are born safely in a small town on the outskirts. Your father is a rancher, and your mother is a housewife. This time, the starting point is far from the big city. So, it seems unlikely that he'll make contact with Arari in the early years. 1 year old, you can barely walk and often play with chicks and rabbits on your family's ranch. Playing with these animals increases your cuteness and gentleness. Harmless activated, 2 years old, under your mother's guidance, you start basic reading and writing, however, she is disappointed as you don't show any exceptional abilities and struggle to remember simple preschool knowledge. 5 years old, your father occasionally sees you doodling with a stick in the sand and notices your talent. He arranges for a children's art teacher to give you special instruction. 7 years old, you prefer and are better at drawing rather than studying. Your talent impresses the art teacher, who takes your work to a children's art competition where you win first place. Artistic talent activated, 9 years old, on the ranch, you find a dying crow. You don't know where it came from, but seeing its pitiful state, you take it home and care for it. Pet activated, 10 years old, under your care, the crow recovers and has shiny, beautiful black feathers. You discover the crow is highly intelligent, understands your commands, and responds accordingly. You're thrilled and keep it a secret, simply naming it Darkwing. Chapter 21, 21, why not ask Darkwing? 11 years old, the art teacher tells your father that you've mastered basic drawing techniques and he has nothing more to teach you. He suggests sending you to Tokyo for better art education, offering to help with the transition. 12 years old, you graduate from elementary school. Your father recalls the art teacher's suggestion and considers it. He asks for your opinion. You decide to 1. Refuse to go to Tokyo. The city's pace is too fast. I'd rather stay and become a comfortable ranch owner. 2. Agree to go to Tokyo. A person should aim high. I want to see more of the world and experience more things. The first choice appears. Unless the simulator is malfunctioning and deliberately setting obstacles, the choice is obvious. You agree to go to Tokyo for school, showing great interest. Your father feels proud and decides to contact a well-regarded middle school through the art teacher. Your mother takes you to Tokyo, and on the moving day, she introduces you to the neighbor, Akihito Tomoyaki, who is your age. It seems that things have come full circle. Thinking back to the first simulation where Tomoyaki's club was ruined because of him, Chisato feels a bit guilty. But, it's just a simulation, so no real harm was done. 13 years old, you officially became a middle school student. By coincidence, Tomoyaki attends the same school and is in the same class as you. Since you live close by, you start going to and from school together and quickly become good friends. Through Tomoyaki, you indirectly meet Arari Spencer. She is Tomoyaki's childhood friend and is perfect in every way at school, like a princess. Growing up in the countryside, you've never seen a blonde girl before and find yourself fascinated by her. However, you never show these feelings openly or let anyone notice, the innocent and awkward feelings of youth so beautiful and nostalgic. 14 years old, your harmless demeanor causes Arari to gradually lower her guard around you. You become more familiar with her, and she starts showing her unguarded, playful side. This genuine side of her only deepens your affection. You join Arari's art club. Both of you have top-notch talent and often represent the school in various art competitions. While your school and club life are fulfilling, you feel increasingly empty emotionally. You discover that Arari loves manga and games, especially those featuring childhood friend characters, which is self-explanatory. Your longing and unrequited crush make you more restless each day. Tonight, feeling unable to hold on any longer, you decide to 1. Cast aside your doubts and confess your feelings to Arari with all your might. 2. Call Arari's phone, and indulge in self-release in bed. 3. Why not ask your good companion, Darkwing, for advice? The first option is clearly thoughtless. Confessing your feelings without knowing if the other person likes you is like taking a gamble. It's bound to end in a sorry, you're a nice person rejection, and you'll likely become distant and awkward strangers. The second option is simply giving up and letting yourself fall into a mess. As for the third option, it's hard to judge. The previous simulation only mentioned that the crow was smart, and no one knew its special qualities. But since it has a purple talent, it might be worth expecting something. Of course, the main reason is that the other two options are completely unreliable, offering no real desire to choose them. On a quiet night, you can't sleep peacefully. You have impulsive thoughts, but under rational restraint, you reject them all. You open the door and softly call out. Soon, a black shadow flutters in and lands on your shoulder. Under your mother's careful care, Darkwing has grown into a large, impressive bird with glossy black feathers. It maintains its balance on your shoulder and looks more like an eagle than a crow. You gently pet its head, talking to it about your bittersweet youthful troubles, purely as a way to vent. Sometimes, speaking out helps ease things. During your talk, Darkwing stares at you intently. You're used to it being smart, but you don't expect it to help with human problems. After your one-sided conversation, you feel a bit better. You take out some coarse walnuts as a reward for Darkwing listening, but unusually, it shows no interest and instead flies to the window, pecking at the glass. You're not too surprised. Crows are nocturnal, and Darkwing occasionally wants to fly out at night. It will probably return the next morning. You remind Darkwing to stay safe and open the window halfway, letting it fly into the night. You turn off the lamp, go to bed, and the next morning, you find Darkwing injured, with ruffled feathers, and a pink-covered notebook underneath it. Chapter 22, 22, Is this a divine bird? This isn't a crow, but a divine bird. Chizato's shock can't even be accurately described. Seeing Darkwing's miserable state, your first reaction is panic. You think it might have been attacked by other birds, but after examining its wounds, you realize it's not the case. The wounds on its wings are long and straight, as if made by a sharp object. There's even some glass debris in its feathers. You quickly grab a first aid kit and tend to its injuries. After treating Darkwing and seeing it eat with its usual appetite, you turn your attention to the extra notebook on the bedside table. The notebook's cover has indentations from Darkwing's claws, and it's labeled Notebook Story Ideas. You open the notebook. Even though you were somewhat prepared, you're still stunned by the contents. The notebook is filled with explicit, adult-themed short stories. The characters, scenes, and dialogues are all extremely inappropriate, filled with themes like abuse, bullying, hypnosis, torture, harm, betrayal, and so on. As a young person, you feel embarrassed but also oddly excited. You recognize that the handwriting belongs to Ariri. You never expected that the charming and friendly Ariri, who seemed like a princess at school, has a dark side as a fan of such grim and brutal stories. She even recorded her adult-themed ideas in this notebook. You reflect on how you've known Ariri for over a year and why you never discovered this hidden side of her. Darkwing, despite being injured, revealed Ariri's secret to you. Not wanting to let its efforts go to waste, you take a sick day to seriously consider what to do next. 1. Pretend you don't know anything, and let it pass calmly. There will be more opportunities in the future. 2. Ariri, who likes these kinds of humiliating stories, might be looking forward to such things happening to some extent. 3. If this news gets out, Ariri's perfect princess image at school will be ruined. She will definitely be upset, and if you're prepared in advance, you might have a chance to comfort her when that happens. Which option should he choose? Chisato recalls the plot since the start of this simulation. At this point, he is a second-year middle school student, friends with Tomoyaki, and barely friends with Ariri. It's clear that Ariri's relationship with him is much shallower compared to her bond with Tomoyaki. After all, one is someone he's known for just over a year, and the other is a childhood friend she's known forever. The weight of their relationships is obvious. So the third option can be ruled out. Spreading the news that Ariri is into adult-themed drawing will have no benefits. Even if things develop as he expects and Ariri feels distressed under everyone's scrutinizing gaze, there will likely be others comforting her. Taking the risk of exposing himself might even end up helping Tomoyaki. He can't do something that benefits others while endangering himself, even if it's just a possibility. That leaves the first and second choices. Continue to endure. Use the notebook to blackmail Ariri. This scenario feels familiar. In his first simulation with Kasumijoka Uchiha, he used a similar method to make her submit. That time, the plot development was enjoyable but only temporary. Past failures have taught Chisato that the joy of enduring is fleeting and won't last. So, he chooses option 1. You think you shouldn't be too hasty. A small notebook alone isn't enough to fully blackmail Ariri. Considering her background, you control your ambitions and decide to be patient. 15 years old, you graduated from middle school successfully. Since your school is a continuous system, you don't have to worry about separating from Ariri in high school. 16 years old, on the second day of school, after classes, Tomoyaki excitedly approaches you and Ariri. He excitedly presents a game development plan he worked on all night, wanting to create a dating game with the girl he saw on the cherry blossom slope as the main character. As always, Ariri is prideful. After hearing Tomoyaki, she dismisses his proposal, upset. Without even looking at it, you notice that this situation might change the stagnant relationship between you and Ariri, so you take an interest and decide to check it out. It's strange that this simulation hasn't switched to first-person view. As he focuses, the scene shifts. and Chisato finds himself in a new, unfamiliar school setting. The setting sun casts a warm light through the windows onto the corridor floor. Humphrey. Suzumiya, don't pay any attention to this guy. He just comes up with ideas on a whim. Thinking of cute girls and wanting to make a game. Games aren't made by enthusiasm alone. Eri, with her golden ponytail swaying as she turns away angrily, brushes her irritation against Chisato's side. He doesn't show any panic or joy from physical contact with his crush. Instead, he smiles harmlessly, scratching his face casually. Sawamura, did your hair grow a bit longer? Oh, sorry. Did it get in your eyes? It's fine. It's not that serious. So it's all this guy's fault. Eri glares at Tomoyaki, her eyes filled with anger. I thought you called me out for something important, but it turns out you were just rambling about some nonsensical stuff. Do you think we're still elementary students who can just gather and play house anytime? Chapter 23, as expected. Don't be so hasty, Sawamura. Aki's dream has always been to become a full-time game developer. He's been preparing for it without showing much, and now he's found an opportunity to ignite his passion. As his friends, we should support him, not dampen his spirits. Chisato smiles, examining the game proposal with a narrowed gaze. The proposal is not just slightly inadequate, it's extremely immature and disorganized, making it hard to understand what kind of game Tomoyaki wants to create. The game's selling points, encounters and sparkling romances. The game's plot direction, youthful, passionate, and touching. The main characters meeting, perfect and innocent, making viewers shy and tingling with excitement. In short, the proposal gives little concrete information, except that the creator's emotions are very intense, judging by the numerous exclamation marks. However, for a complete outsider, this level of detail is passable. You really understand me, Chisato. I'm seriously committed to making my first game. It's definitely not just a spur-of-the-moment decision like Eri said. Tomoyaki grabs Chisato's hand, deeply moved. Really, Suzumiya, your kindness means you always end up being used by Aki. Eri pouts angrily, her attitude worsening towards those she cares about. Chisato has long understood this and doesn't naively interpret her attitude as dislike for Tomoyaki. I'm not kind. I'm not a particularly good person. Chisato calmly states the truth about the proposal, but neither of the two pays much attention. I just think Aki's idea is interesting. We've known each other since middle school, and we haven't had a collective activity yet, right? My thought is that since youth is only once, experiencing it a bit more passionately like Aki is fine. Looking back at our efforts in youth will surely give us a different feeling. Ugh. My good friend. Really. The best thing I've ever done in my life is meeting you. Your words really touch my heart. Tomoyaki removes his thick glasses and wipes his eyes, quickly becoming emotional. Don't get too worked up. I'm interested in your game proposal and willing to help, but Eri hasn't agreed yet. Chisato maintains his warm smile, which doesn't make anyone wary of him. His support for Tomoyaki is not out of goodwill. He believes that Tomoyaki's full immersion in game development will naturally reduce his contact with Eri, which indirectly benefits him. Eri, this concerns my dream. Please. Tomoyaki makes a sincere plea with a dramatic bow. Given that Eri and Tomoyaki grew up together and have feelings for each other, she might struggle with the request. But Chisato underestimated Eri's pride. No way. You can't recruit team members with such an unconvincing and childish proposal. Suzumiya might be a guy and could indulge you, but I don't have the time. Between studying, club activities, and the upcoming cultural festival and art exhibition, this is an important time for me. Please. Don't say that, Eri. Couldn't you reconsider? After all, you're the best character artist I know. It's true that Chisato is also skilled in character drawing, but he's better with landscapes and still lifes, while Eri focuses on different styles. Humphrey, so what? I'll help with both the club and studying, so please help me this time. Your studying isn't much better than mine. At least my English is. Shut up. English is a sore spot for Eri. Despite her father being British, her English skills are poor, which is quite embarrassing. Chisato looks at Tomoyaki, who is kneeling on the floor, and can't offer much help. Sawamura, you know Aki's personality. If you don't agree, he probably won't give up easily. He'll keep looking for opportunities to ask you for help until you say yes. Right. Just as Chisato said, I won't give up that easily. You don't need to say it with such pride. After Eri scolds Tomoyaki, she looks at the now subdued Tomoyaki and then at Chisato, who is smiling. She sighs, seeming resigned. Alright, I understand. I'm not moved by your game proposal, but I think it would be a hassle to keep being pestered. After Tomoyoaki's repeated pleas and your persuasive efforts, Ariri finally agrees to help Tomoyoaki with the game project. Tomoyoaki's enthusiasm for the game leads him to start a club and quickly find other skilled people from school to help. Everything progresses smoothly, but none of this matters to you. Your attention remains focused on the girl you think about day and night. 2 months pass, and as expected, Tomoyoaki, fully immersed in game development, increases his interactions with other club members and starts working endlessly to fund the game. His contact with Ariri drastically decreases, and they barely speak at school. Today is Ariri's birthday. You arrive with a carefully prepared gift and knock on her door. Chapter 24. How absurd in this simulation life. It's finally time to take action. Chisato feels more alert. Ariri quickly opens the door. Her bright, smiling expression fades as soon as she sees you. She invites you in and bends down to fetch slippers for you. You know who she's expecting, but unfortunately, you arranged for Tomoyoaki to work as a mascot at the cinema to create atmosphere. By the time his part-time job ends, it will be early morning, so he won't make it to Ariri's birthday. Everything is according to your plan. How petty. After entering, you find that Ariri's parents are not home, and she is alone. You wish her a happy birthday and give her the gift, but she only smiles faintly at first, then remains sullen. Seeing her like this makes you feel frustrated. You excuse yourself to the bathroom to freshen up and clear your mind. In the bathroom, as you wash your hands, you accidentally catch a glimpse of some revealing personal items in the laundry basket through the mirror. As you turn to look at the laundry basket, Ariri rushes over. Noticing your gaze, her eyes start to tremble with shyness. She hurriedly moves to put away the underwear she had changed out of but loses her balance on the slippery floor. You quickly catch her around the waist to prevent a fall. In close proximity, your heart races faster. You can't tear your gaze away from her clear blue eyes, her slightly open lips, showing a small tooth, and her soft body pressed against yours make your hidden feelings of infatuation erupt like a volcano. You prepare to 1. Kiss her lips. 2. Kiss her cheek. 3. Kiss her eye corner. This is a classic romantic scenario from a manga. However, such scenarios typically involve mutual feelings. Ariri clearly has someone else in her heart, making it an unconsented theft of her first kiss. It's perverted, but he likes it. Chisato's mischievous side emerges. There's another chance for simulation, so if it doesn't work out, he can always try again. The 3 options are quite similar, so he chooses the most exciting one. Select one. You hold Ariri in your arms. She's still dazed from the accident, and her face is very close. You can even smell the pleasant shampoo from her recent shower. Unable to resist, you lean in and kiss her tender lips. Oh no. The outcome depends on what happens next. Ariri's eyes widen in shock, and she remains motionless. She doesn't resist, or perhaps she forgets to. She stays stunned until the kiss ends, seemingly unable to comprehend what just happened. You gently press your lips together. It's your first kiss too. Hormones make you excited, but in terms of sensation, honestly, it feels just warm and soft, not as thrilling as you imagined. You crave more, not just a brief touch. As you try to savor the moment, Ariri finally reacts, pushing you away. She covers her lips with her hand, stumbling backward and leaning against the wall, blushing and stuttering. Her reaction is somewhat comical, yet, at this crucial moment, you remain clear-headed. You know your next actions will determine your future relationship, so you need a reasonable excuse for your impulsive behavior. After a brief moment of thought, you decide on a preemptive strategy. Before Ariri can question you, you preemptively say with a hint of dissatisfaction, "What's so great about Aki?" Your unusually cold and detached tone causes Ariri, who was beginning to calm down, to freeze again. She can't understand why, after you just forcibly kissed her, you can calmly question her. Ariri's confusion gives you a moment to steady yourself. You continue, "Actually, Sawamura, you've never considered me a true friend, have you?" Under your deliberate guidance, her confused mind follows your lead. She subconsciously shakes her head, denying, "That's not it." You seize the moment to press further. "Then why did you hide the fact that you draw adult content?" Ariri's eyes widen in surprise, and she reflexively asks, "How did you know, Sazami? Did Aki tell you?" She immediately covers her mouth, realizing she has said something she shouldn't have. When two people have secrets between them, the one left out clearly feels excluded, right? Your maneuver helps you turn the situation around. Ariri's initial anger from the forced kiss fades, replaced by guilt. After all, you've known each other for over 3 years since middle school, and friendship isn't something she can easily discard. You didn't give her a chance to explain. With a look of despair, you left her house in a daze. Can there really be such an absurd move? Ariri seems so clueless. Chisato in real life didn't quite understand, but he was greatly shocked. The current situation is that you successfully shifted Ariri's focus from the embarrassment of the forced kiss to guilt. avoiding an immediate fallout between the two of you. However, no matter how you shifted her attention, what happened has already happened and cannot be erased by any post-event remedial actions. Chisato strokes his chin. To be honest, he can't predict how the next part of the story will unfold. Chapter 25, a new script. After that day, you and Ariri's relationship became temporarily distant due to your deliberate avoidance, but to your surprise, she didn't express any dissatisfaction or seek retribution. Curious, you had your friend, the Blackwing, keep an eye on Ariri from outside her window. You noticed that after that incident, she often seemed lost in thought at home. When studying or drawing at her desk, she frequently picked up the figurine you had given her, holding and gently playing with it. If she disliked someone, she wouldn't keep their gift so prominently displayed. You've learned more about Ariri. Although she appears proud and childish on the surface, she is fundamentally a very kind person. She can't harbor ill feelings towards a friend, even if that friend did something against her wishes. As a result, you completely revised your previous plans for Ariri. With the dark card revealed, you realize that a rough approach wouldn't work with her. Being an artist of adult content doesn't break any rules since the law only restricts minors from accessing such materials, not from creating them. You vaguely understand that the friendship you've built with Ariri over the years is the key to your success. After much thought, considering Ariri's character and her subtle feelings for Tomoyaki, a new script that is subtle and unlikely to raise alarms forms in your mind. Let's see what other clever moves he can come up with. Chisato gets up, takes milk and bread from the fridge, and continues reading while having a late-night snack. In the club, you and Ariri act as usual, so no one notices that your relationship has changed. One day, Ariri no longer wants to pretend to be reserved. She doesn't have many friends. The people she chats and laughs with at school are just acquaintances, not true friends. With Tomoyaki busy with game development and part-time work, Ariri, left undisturbed, spends several days re-evaluating your relationship. She reflects on your interactions over the years, the many small, seemingly ordinary things that, upon closer examination, reveal deeper feelings. Ariri clearly realizes your affection for her. After putting herself in your shoes, she begins to understand your actions from that day. She interprets your behavior as a momentary impulse that she can forgive. She wants to move past it and continue being good friends, as you, with your artistic talent and kindness, are an irreplaceable friend. Just like Tomoyaki, she decides not to continue interacting with you as she did before. After the club meeting that day, she approaches you, first-person perspective. Even though we're just a high school club and don't have the manpower, resources, or funding of a commercial company, I still believe that with our passion and effort, we can create a game that will amaze the industry and players. Let's all work towards our dreams. Hee. Oh. After Tomoyaki's stirring speech, the club members gather in a circle, extending their arms and stacking them together. They all shout a powerful, rallying phrase and lift their arms high. From Chisato's perspective, Tomoyaki's enthusiasm is unique and truly infectious. It motivates those around him to willingly work towards his dream. Without this, he wouldn't have created such a cohesive club in such a short time. After the meeting, as usual, Chisato says goodbye to everyone and leaves the club alone. Ariri watches Tomoyaki, surrounded by several members and unable to attend to anything else, and sighs softly. She grabs her bag and hurries to catch up with him, heading towards the school gate. Suzumiya. The voice comes first, followed by the sound of her footsteps growing clearer. Ariri runs up beside Chisato, walking next to him. Chisato glances at her briefly, without responding, and quickened his pace as he exits the school. Hey, wait up. Ariri, with shorter legs, can only jog to keep up. Stop avoiding me. We need to talk. At the street corner, with the green light about to turn red in 5 seconds, she grabs Chisato's bag to make him stop. She releases him once the light turns red. Good, at least we have a minute to talk. Seeing Ariri panting slightly, Chisato looks away awkwardly. What do you want to say? If it's about the game's CG background, I can send it to you tonight so you can work on the character design. That's not the point. Also, why have you been ignoring my messages online? It's so rude. Why aren't you speaking? Sawamura, what do you want me to say? Chisato's response makes Ariri's words catch in her throat, unable to come out. She sees the pain and disappointment in his eyes and bites her lip. Yes, these days, he must be feeling worse than I am. He's the one who acted on uncontrolled feelings of affection. His guilt must be much stronger than the troubles I've been facing. But just as this thought crosses her mind, Chisato takes a deep breath and slowly says to Ariri, I won't apologize and I've never regretted what I did to you that day, Ariri. This time, he uses her first name directly instead of the more distant surname. Chapter 26, The manipulation. Ariri's childhood was actually quite simple. She had a harmonious and loving family. Her parents loved each other deeply and also cherished her. She grew up in a well-off family, free from worries, and had no complaints about life. Influenced by her otaku mother, she became interested in otaku culture from a young age and was deeply fascinated by it. As an elementary school student, she naturally didn't dare to show her interest in school, since Japanese people generally have a dismissive attitude towards otaku. However, Tomoyaki didn't mind. When he learned about Ariri's interest, he didn't ridicule or spread it around. Instead, he joined her in exploring the world of otaku culture. For 6 whole years in elementary school, Tomoyaki was the only peer she could discuss otaku-related topics with freely. In such a situation, it was completely natural for her to develop feelings for someone who was irreplaceable in her life. Things changed when she started middle school. A new person with a similar background appeared. He was more gentle and attentive, not only involved in the otaku culture which Ariri loved but also possessing excellent drawing skills like hers. They had more common topics to discuss. But with her feelings already set, Ariri found it hard to develop feelings for someone else. She only saw him as a friend. What she didn't realize was that when a friend crosses the boundary of friendship and explicitly shows affection, that friendship starts to change in some ways. It's not about you apologizing. I'm the one who should apologize. Ariri spoke with her azure eyes lowered, struggling with intense shame. After saying this, she lightly bit her lip and glanced at Chizato's face. Apologizing proactively was something she had never done with peers before. This was her first time. She felt guilty about Chizato's earlier questioning. As he said, friends shouldn't hide things from each other, it's a sign of estrangement, like bullying someone by deliberately excluding them. And no one likes being bullied, especially not someone who considers you a close friend or even harbors romantic feelings. He must dislike feeling excluded even more. The words she was about to say were crucial. She had practiced them at home for several nights, so she was confident that she could say them smoothly. Ariri silently encouraged herself. Sorry, Suzumiya. I shouldn't have hidden the fact that I draw adult content. I should have told you sooner. Can you forgive me? And can we be friends again? For Ariri now, she had prioritized the issue of hiding her secret over the forced kiss. She believed that by making this effort and moving past the unpleasant incident, she could restore her relationship with Chisato to its previous state as friends and creative partners. It should go smoothly. Right? Ariri looked at Chisato, who remained silent and had a gloomy, indifferent expression. Her previously confident and cheerful mood began to fade, and her heart's pounding slowed down. The situation was deviating from her expectations. It shouldn't be like this. They would reconcile. There might be awkward moments due to their long period of no contact, but those were minor issues and could easily be overcome. After reconciling, looking back at those awkward moments might even become a fond memory, something to smile about. It was supposed to be like that. I'm sorry, Ariri. After a long silence, Chisato finally spoke. Wait. Don't apologize. I can't bring myself to do it. His voice was extremely lonely, lacking the warm vitality Ariri was used to. It was like a dry leaf fluttering in the winter wind. Why? Ariri instinctively asked, her voice amplifying in the emotional upheaval, drawing curious looks from people waiting at the crosswalk. Such an outburst should have made Ariri, who usually cares about her image, shy and embarrassed, but now she paid no attention to the external reactions. She stared intensely into Chizato's eyes, desperately seeking an answer. Chizato's indifferent expression, despite his efforts, turned into a strained smile. Ariri hated that smile. It was unfamiliar and fake, causing a deep pang of hurt within her. Why? Isn't this the question I should be asking? I don't understand what you mean. Chisato. Don't stay silent. Ariri looked at him, feeling an indescribable pain in her chest. Making someone who has already expressed their feelings stay by your side as a friend, seeing them every day but unable to touch them, isn't that a form of torture? Chisato's face showed a self-torturing, sorrowful smile. Ariri was wounded by that smile and realized that her plan for reconciliation, which she thought was perfect, had been one-sided and didn't consider Chisato's feelings. I'm sorry, but I can't continue being friends with you. After saying this definite statement, the green light turned on. Chisato began walking with the crowd. In the next moment, his right hand was tightly gripped by 2 warm little hands, stopping him from moving forward. Chisato, whose face was out of Ariri's sight, let out a shallow breath. It was the look of someone who, after extreme tension, finally felt a moment of relief. Chapter 27, The Corrupted Friendship. Don't cry. People might think I'm bullying you. You're bullying me. Normally, would a guy really be so petty as to cut off a girl just like that? Ariri wanted to say this, but because she felt she was in the wrong, she remained silent. Chisato, looking helpless, took out a tissue and wiped away the tears from Ariri's flower-like face. Ayuri kept sniffling, her beautiful blue eyes now rimmed in red, making her look very pitiable. And, now that you're at my house, you can let go of me. I won't let go. What if you run away? I won't run away. This is my house. Where could I go? After some negotiation, Ayuri finally released her grip, albeit reluctantly. Chisato hung his coat in the closet and said he'd go make some tea before heading downstairs. Ayuri didn't stop him. She needed some time alone to sort out her thoughts, even if just temporarily. After their conversation outside, she had instinctively grabbed Chisato's hand to keep him from leaving. She was determined not to let go and followed him all the way to his house. Luckily, his mother wasn't home, otherwise, Ayuri would have been too embarrassed to show her face. In the more private setting of his home, Ayuri's sense of embarrassment finally kicked in. It was embarrassing, but things weren't too bad. At least, considering the recent events, her relationship with Chisato seemed to be improving slightly. It had been a while since she last visited his room. She had come over twice before but didn't stay long enough to really observe. Ayuri stood up and began to look around. The room was clean and tidy, with no strange items or odors. The desk was filled with books, mostly art instruction books. Seeing the neatly arranged art supplies on the desk, Ayuri walked over and lightly touched them. This was where he studied and drew every day. She noticed a small lock on the desk drawer, but the lock wasn't fastened. If it's locked, there must be something important inside, like a diary recording his feelings. Rationally, Ayuri knew it was wrong to invade someone's privacy, but her hand reached out toward the drawer on its own. Chisato was becoming more and more unfamiliar to her. Even though he unilaterally declared that their friendship could no longer continue, she didn't want to give up just like that. If she could see his diary, maybe she could understand his inner thoughts better. Perhaps their friendship could find a new chance. Ayuri's fingers were gently on the delicate little lock. Caw. Suddenly, a sharp and unpleasant sound filled the room. Before Ayuri could react, a black crow landed on the desk. It flapped its dark wings frantically, causing Ayuri to retreat in fear and sit on the bed. What's wrong? At this moment, Chisato walked in with a cup of tea. He saw the black wing standing in the middle of the desk and the frightened Ayuri and vaguely understood what was happening. He handed the tea to Ayuri without changing his expression. Sorry for scaring you. This is my pet. I should have mentioned it before. It's a bird. Ayuri instinctively started to say something, then realized that a crow is indeed a type of bird. Finish your tea and then go back. Chisato had resumed his indifferent demeanor from earlier. Ayuri held the teacup tightly. The journey here had solidified her determination. I'm not going back just like that. Unless you agree to be friends with me again. Chisato sighed. Didn't you understand what I just said, Ayuri? Do I need to repeat it? I don't care. What? I don't care about that. I don't want to end our friendship like this. Didn't we agree to participate in the art competition together this year? The situation is different now. What's different? It's no different from before. Forget the unhappy things. Chisato, aren't you a man? Are you still saying that now? Facing the increasingly agitated Ayuri, Chisato stood up and walked to her, meeting her defiant gaze. Being favored really makes you bold. You can say such things easily because you know that, being someone I like, you always have the right to be capricious. For you, I'm just a distraction to prevent you from feeling lonely, right? That's not how I think. Ayuri's hard-won courage and determination faded away in the face of Chisato's cold expression. The gap between them was widening. Things couldn't go on like this. She needed to do something to change the situation. Though she knew she had to, her body felt cold, and her mind stopped working, leaving her unable to act. Was she really being this foolish and dumb? It's so frustrating. She couldn't help but start crying again. Stop crying already. What did you think? I'm crying because of... The words she wanted to say to save face lost their strength and grew weaker. Chisato used his thumb to wipe away Ayuri's tears, feeling her tender skin, and finally softened. I understand now. Huh? Ayuri was somewhat incredulous. Did his words mean, let's make up? Without pretending to hesitate, Chisato said directly. He looked at Ayuri's eyes, which were slowly brightening, and repeated, after all, I'm just a hopeless fool who likes you. If it makes you happy, then let's reconcile. Chisato. Are you not just saying this to comfort me? Please don't let it be just that. Ayuri silently prayed in her heart. Chapter 28, Reconciliation. Chisato shook his head. Well, there's just one thing. Whether it's out of pity or charity, when I'm feeling down or can't tolerate something, I want to be able to hold your hand privately, just like today. That's my only request. Without anyone else knowing. Just holding hands. Ayuri's face turned red, and she shyly nodded. Chisato smiled, And the next moment, he opened his arms and embraced the small girl. "Hey, didn't we just say we'd hold hands? Forget it, let's consider this an exception to celebrate our reconciliation, just this once." The tension that had been building up instantly eased, and Ariri's hand slowly settled on Chizato's waist. She hadn't noticed before, but Chisato had a really nice scent. Under your meticulous planning, a misstep made in a moment of impatience has become the signal for your advance. Ariri not only didn't get angry about the forceful kiss you gave her but was also anxious about the worsening relationship between you two. You seized the moment, reluctantly giving in to her tearful attack, and pitifully agreed to remain friends, though you added an extra request. You wanted to hold her hand and create the illusion that you and she were a couple to somewhat alleviate your uncontrollable feelings for her. Ariri was overjoyed. Your seemingly harmless demeanor didn't raise any suspicion, although she was a bit shy about pretending to be a couple, since you had already kissed. This was no big deal. In the second week of the Cold War, you and Ariri reconciled. Foolish girl, he's a bad guy, he's setting you up. In real life, Chisato watched his actions in the simulation and couldn't help shaking his head, clicking his tongue in admiration. You could only say that in the simulation, you did everything possible once the mistake was made. Of course, Ariri's pure and kind nature probably made this scheme work so smoothly. If it were a girl with a bit more cunning, the story might have ended differently. But there are no what-ifs in reality. The winner takes all, and you've already overcome what seems to be the biggest crisis for now. Moreover, in the simulation, you reached a small agreement with Ariri that she considers inconsequential. But the observer can see clearly that this seemingly trivial request for hand-holding is the fuse that leads Ariri step by step into danger. The pot and firewood are ready, and you've successfully lured her into the trap, so the next step is naturally to boil the frog slowly. That night, after repeated reminders from the Blackwings, you took Ariri's notebook from the drawer and burned it. It had lost its usefulness and was only a potential risk. In the following week, you didn't show any inappropriate behavior. You understood how hard it was to achieve the current good situation. Ariri is pure and kind but not foolish. If you did anything else to make her uneasy, all your previous efforts would go to waste. Even with the help of the Blackwings, you can't always escape danger. Half a month passed. You were very active in the game club. As the lead artist, you privately talked with Ecchi about the game. You told him you were optimistic about its future development and that the quality had to be up to standard. You didn't want the finished product to feel cheap. Ecchi was already passionate about the game he was making. He almost automatically agreed with your views. Under your intentional or unintentionally guiding words, he raised the already burdensome production budget even higher. He advanced a year's worth of pocket money from home and took on 3 additional part-time jobs on top of the 5 he already had. You successfully made Ecchi, who had little time to interact with Ariri before, now barely speak to her 2 words a day at school. He was too exhausted, working at night and struggling to stay awake during the day, which inevitably led to a decline in his grades. Your time with Ariri increased. You didn't make her feel anything unnatural about your presence. Each time, you had a good reason, whether it was to discuss art, help with homework, or critique new shows. While Ariri grew increasingly frustrated with Ecchi, who was too busy to be around, she felt more comfortable and familiar with you. That night, you stayed up late with Ariri at her house, working on game art. As you were leaving, you took advantage of her not paying attention to quickly grab her hand. Ariri was startled by your sudden action. Her face turned red instantly. She instinctively tried to pull away but then remembered the promise she had made. Shyly, she stood there, unsure of what to do. You didn't make her uncomfortable for long. You quickly let go of her hand, said a straightforward goodbye, and turned to leave. The next day, Ariri nervously asked if you were angry. You smiled slightly and said it was nothing, explaining that you had been too sudden, so she shouldn't overthink it. Ariri breathed a sigh of relief. She pulled you to a less crowded place and whispered in your ear, saying that if you wanted to do that again, you should let her know in advance so she could prepare herself. You smiled and agreed. At today's class meeting, the teacher announced a 10-day camp trip starting in a week. Unlike the surrounding classmates who cheered, you sat thoughtfully, feeling that this camp might be an opportunity to get closer to Ariri. Therefore, you decided, 1. Slip a laxative into Ecchi's water before the trip, so he can't attend the camp. 2. Slip a laxative into both your and Ariri's water before the trip, so neither of you can attend the camp. 3. Think carefully, there are other ways besides using a laxative. Finally, there were choices. For a moment, he thought he was reading a novel rather than playing a life simulation game. Looking at the first 2 options, Chisato instinctively felt something was off. It didn't matter for himself, but putting a laxative in someone else's drink wasn't something that could be brushed off as a simple prank. If someone found out later and took it seriously, this could even be considered poisoning. If things turned out that way, the consequences would be severe. After coming this far, Chisato didn't want to risk losing everything due to a small mistake. though he wasn't sure what the third option would lead to. At this point, he could only trust the version of himself in the simulation. You frowned and thought for a moment before quickly shaking your head, rejecting the idea of using a laxative. You've worked too hard to get this close to Eri, and you don't want to take any unnecessary risks. Chapter 29, First Quest, 2 Sept, 8 Sept, Ding, Main Quest, We Are Popular, is being generated. 10%. 77%. 98%. 100%, Ding, New Main Quest has been created, We Are Popular, 1. Reach top 30 in power rankings. 2. Recruit more believers. 2. Harem Advocate. 8 out of 20, rewards, 1. 5 bonus chapters. 2. Increase advanced chapters by 10. Deadline, Sunday 8 Sept 23:59, GMT +7. Note, based on the system's analysis, readers hate systems that gives punishment, so there will be no punishment upon failing to meet the target. A similar quest is also available in Azurlane, Isekide with maxed out port. All rewards will be distributed on Monday 9 Sept. There is no need to complete all targets to get the reward. Please do your best to complete any of the target. Hosts, Chapter 30, 29, Let him take the bait himself. That evening, you returned home to find your mother folding clothes in the living room. You casually mentioned the camp trip. She smiled and said that during the 10 days you'd be away, she could go back home to help your dad with work. Recently, they had been struggling to find help for the farm, and he was having a tough time. Hearing this, you suddenly realized there was a perfect way to make Ecchi skip the trip on his own. You knew Ecchi wasn't going to the camp just because he had enough money. He felt that the experience of a 10-day camp was worth more than the money he could earn from part-time work. But if you could convince your mother to offer him a very high wage, Ecchi would definitely choose the money. After running the plan through your mind and confirming there were no flaws, you told your mother a story about a hardworking boy chasing his dreams. Although your mother knew Ecchi from next door, she didn't realize how hard he worked. She was surprised to learn that he was juggling multiple part-time jobs to fund his game-making dream. Just as she was about to compare you to him, you interrupted her. You said you wanted to help him but didn't want to be too obvious about it, as he might refuse due to his strong pride. You shared your idea with her, and she immediately agreed without hesitation. You felt a bit guilty looking at your mother. It was the first time you had hidden something from her, but soon, you consoled yourself, thinking that once you and Eri were married and had a few kids to make her happy, everything would be fine. Cunning, aren't you? You've even thought that far ahead. Chisato in the real world praised his simulator self. A few days later, you invited Ecchi and Eri to your house to discuss the game's development. During dinner, your mother's acting was flawless, like an Oscar-winning performance. While pretending to talk on the phone, she raised her voice just enough for the others to overhear the farm's need for temporary workers. After finishing the call, she returned to the table, displaying the typical chatter of a down-to-earth middle-aged woman. She grumbled about how it's getting harder to find workers in rural areas because so many young people are moving away. As dinner was going on, she casually remarked that even jobs paying 40,000 yen a day weren't attracting any takers. She couldn't understand what was wrong with Japan these days. Truly like a mother, like a son. Chisato felt the situation was getting interesting, so he imagined it from a first-person perspective. At home. In the living room. At the dinner table. Chisato listened to his mother's chatter and replied somewhat helplessly, so, if you know it's hard to find workers in the countryside, why not try recruiting from the city? Tell Dad to post a job ad on a relevant website. If he doesn't know how, I can help him. Don't think of your dad as some old fossil, he knows how to use the internet. Chisato's mother shot him a glance. Your dad not only posted job ads online but also uploaded recruitment videos on various major websites. It didn't help, though. He even raised the daily wage from 20,000 yen to 40,000 yen, and still, no one applied. Cough. Cough. The other 3 people at the table all turned to look at Ecchi, who had just coughed. Are you okay? Did you choke on a fish bone? Chisato handed him a glass of water. I'm fine. I'm fine. Ecchi took the glass but didn't drink, saying instead, I'm just surprised. Your family's farm offers 40,000 yen a day for work? Chisato's mother took over the conversation, explaining, that's because there's a lot of work piling up on the farm lately. If someone took the job, they'd probably be working from dawn to dusk. That's why the pay is so high. Normally, it's just around 20,000 yen. Ecchi nodded, half understanding, but even 20,000 yen is a lot. Yeah, tell me about it. But we still can't find anyone to help. What can you do? Chisato's mother said, getting increasingly frustrated. Since there's a 10-day break from school coming up, I thought I'd send Chisato back to help his dad, but he won't go. He just doesn't understand anything. Chisato shifted in his seat, moving away from his mother. I already told you, it's not a break, it's a camp trip. Of course, I'm going. I've hardly ever been on a trip before. You'll have plenty of chances to travel when you're older. What's the rush? I've told you, it's not just a trip, it's a camp that's just a trip. The argument between mother and son was interrupted by Ecchi, who looked hopeful. Eri, sitting beside him, noticed the look on his face and slowly pursed her lips, gripping her chopsticks tightly. But Ecchi didn't notice her expression and said, I don't know if I can do it, but if I could help out. No way. Chisato cut him off before he could finish, slamming his chopsticks down and shaking his head coldly. The countryside is full of mosquitoes, and the smell of animal waste on the farm is unbearable. You've never experienced it, so you don't know how tough farm work can be. Besides, didn't you already decide to go on a camp trip? Changing your mind now would be ridiculous. Ecchi's face immediately turned awkward. The next moment, Chisato's mom gave her son a light slap on the head. You little brat, is that how you talk to your friend? You're starting to act more like your dad, picking up all the bad habits. She grumbled, telling Chisato to focus on eating his meal, while she turned to Ecchi with a warm smile. Sorry about that, Ecchi. I understand you want to help, but your mom would probably feel bad if you went off to do such hard work, especially if it means giving up your trip. Ecchi took a deep breath and slowly shook his head. It's not like that, Auntie. I'm not as noble as you think. Actually, I've been really short on money lately. The reasons are a bit complicated, but please believe me when I say I'm serious. If you really could give me this chance, I promise I'll do my best. After saying this, he stood up from his chair, walked over to Chisato's mom, and bowed deeply. Chisato remained silent, his brow furrowed. Eriri's lips trembled slightly as she gently put down her chopsticks. Chisato's mom, after watching Ecchi for a moment, reached out to help him up. If you're really that determined and can get your mom's approval, I see no reason to refuse. The daily pay will be as I mentioned. Thank you so much. Ecchi, filled with emotion, bowed again, this time even more deeply. Eriri took a deep breath, doing her best to seem unfazed. Chisato took a bite of fried chicken. The golden crust cracked open in his mouth, releasing its juicy and delicious flavor. Chapter 31:30. I'm afraid I might not like you. Karl Marx once said in Capital that with sufficient profit, humans become bold. With 50% profit, they can be a reckless person. With 100% profit, they will trample all human laws, and with 300% profit, they might commit any crime. Ecchi isn't a capitalist, but he's very short on money. You spotted this weakness in Ecchi. By casually offering a job with a seemingly good daily wage, you managed to make him willingly back out of the trip, derail his plans, and even feel deeply grateful to you. You were happy because, on this trip, there would be no one in the way, and you could focus on getting closer to Eri. Ecchi was happy because this high-paying job could solve his urgent financial need for his game development. Your mom and dad were also happy because a young worker would help out on the farm, lightening their load in exchange for a reasonable wage. But one person wasn't happy, Eri. She had been looking forward to this trip for a long time because she wanted to spend time with someone she cared about, but now, that person had voluntarily withdrawn, and her excitement evaporated like a receding tide. You were well aware of this but didn't mind much. You knew that during the trip, you would find a way to make her happy again. For some reason, as Chisato watched events unfold like this, he began to feel a subtle sense of delight, and his anticipation for what would happen next grew stronger. Could it be that deep down, he has a hidden blonde villain side? Usually, it's kept in check by social norms, but during this simulation, all these wicked scenarios keep bringing it out? He couldn't help but wonder. On the morning of the trip, Ecchi arrived at your house. Your mom drove him out to the countryside to the farm. You stood at the door, waving goodbye to them. Once the car was out of sight, a bright smile spread across your face. Walking towards the school, you thought about your plan to get closer to Eri. Most things had been confirmed, only the timing needed to be carefully considered. After some thought, you finally made up your mind. 1. Implement the plan early in the trip. 2. Implement the plan midway through the trip. 3. Implement the plan near the end of the trip. Now it's a matter of timing. Too early or too late doesn't seem right. The middle of the trip sounds just right. That way, if anything unexpected happens, there's still time to adjust. Chisato was now all about playing it safe. In the first few days of the trip, the school organized many mandatory group activities. You realized it wasn't a good time to act, so you patiently waited. On the 5th day of the trip, you invited Eri for a walk on the beach. You splashed water at her playfully. Under your careful actions, her previously heavy mood lifted, and for the first time in days, a genuine smile appeared on her face. On the 6th night, you mysteriously told Eri to close her eyes and not peek. You led her by the hand to the top of a hill behind the hotel. You found a flat patch of grass, laid down a small camping blanket, and guided her to lie down. Then you told her she could open her eyes. Ariri opened her eyes and was stunned. Above her was a breathtakingly beautiful starry sky. The sounds of birds and insects filled the air, making the world seem pure, as if it was just the two of you, switching to a first-person view. Chisato raised his arm and pointed to the southeastern sky. That's Vega, and over there is Altair and Deneb. See how clearly they form the summer triangle? Yeah, I can see it clearly, Ariri responded, her eyes wide with wonder as the stars reflected in them. I told you before, right? My hometown is in the countryside. When I was a kid, I'd often climb onto the roof when I was feeling down and lie there like this, staring at the stars. No matter how many worries I had, they'd all disappear in an instant. Yeah, nature is really amazing. So, Ariri, it's our rare chance to go on this trip. I hope you can enjoy it a bit more. No, I've always understood, you know. Understood what? Ariri, I know exactly what's been troubling you, and I know what's been making you feel down because I'm going through the same thing right now. Ariri looked over at him. Chisato lay beside her, with just a small gap between them. Chisato. But it's okay. I'm really happy with the way things are now. We see each other whenever we want, and we laugh together every day. Isn't that enough? I'm sorry, Chisato. Why are you apologizing, Ariri? If anyone should be apologizing, it's me. After what I did back then, I acted like I didn't regret it at all and even made it seem like it was no big deal. I never realized how much I hurt you. Chisato. That's all in the past, and I really don't care anymore. No, please let me finish. You only realize how much something means to you after you've lost it. I don't think I'm a weak person, but during those days when we weren't in touch, I was anxious and scared every single day. Chisato spoke calmly, without any hint of emotion in his voice. But it wasn't that I was afraid our relationship would stay the way it was. I was scared that if this continued, I might actually start to accept the fact that Ariri Sawamura wouldn't be in my life anymore. And I feared that if I could become so indifferent, then I might turn into someone I wouldn't want to be. The one thing I don't want to forget is how much I like you, Ariri. Ariri felt a soft spot deep inside her being gently touched by something invisible. Chapter 33, 31, She no longer resists what I'm about to say, Ariri, you can just think of it as me venting. Don't worry about any hidden meaning, and don't feel like you have to respond. This is just me talking to myself. So far, I can say I've had a happy life, without too many complaints about the day-to-day. But after meeting you, I realized that life could be even more enjoyable. Whether it was drawing, studying, or anything else, just thinking about you gave me the motivation to keep going, no matter how tough it was. But, like a child seeing a toy they really want, they wouldn't be satisfied just admiring it through the window. They'd want to buy it and make it their own. That's when I started feeling that way, and I acted on it. I knew it wasn't the right thing to do, but I still did it. I wanted to catch your attention, Ariri, and I wasn't satisfied with just being friends anymore. Luckily, you didn't get mad at me, but looking back, I think I just assumed you wouldn't really hold it against me, and that's why I dared to act so boldly. In a way, I might really be a despicable person. Chisato chuckled slightly at the end of his monologue. That's not true. Ariri heard Chisato's soft laugh and couldn't stay silent any longer, so she interrupted him. She felt a heaviness in her heart that she couldn't quite describe. But one thing was clear: she didn't like this feeling, and she didn't like Chisato using such negative words to describe himself. Chisato, you're not a bad person. You've always been so serious and worked so hard to help your friends. You even spent so much time and effort helping Tomoya realize his dream, even though it was just a passing fancy. You secretly asked your mom to make sure he wasn't overworked at the farm and to pay him more. I heard everything you and your mom talked about in the kitchen that day. Chisato just smiled gently. His expression didn't change at all, despite what Ariri had said. He shook his head. That doesn't really mean anything. Maybe it was just a small pang of conscience. No, it wasn't. Ariri felt her nose turn sour as drops of tears slipped out of her eyes. Hey, don't start crying now. I didn't bring any tissues, so you'd have to use my shirt to wipe your nose. Who's crying? I thought I heard someone sniffle just now. It was just a bug flying up my nose. Ouch, I suddenly feel a bit jealous of that bug. What should I do? PFFT. Stop making such gross jokes. The mood lightened a little, and Ariri lay back down. They lay side by side again, looking up at the starry sky. After a while, Chisato spoke again, his voice slow and deliberate. Ariri Sawamura, there's something I've been wanting to do for a long time. I want to hold your hand. I've waited a long time, so I might hold your hand for a while. And just so you know, because I'm nervous, my hand might be a bit sweaty. So, if you don't want to, it's okay. I'm going to slowly reach over with my left hand now, and if you don't want to, you can just move away. His left hand moved from his chest and slowly reached out to hers. He touched her small hand. She didn't pull away. Instead, as soon as their hands touched, she hooked her pinky around his. Chisato smiled silently and filled the spaces between her fingers with his. They held hands tightly. You don't even have sweaty palms. You liar, you weren't nervous at all. Ariri tried to cover her embarrassment by talking. I'm really nervous. I just don't show it. My heart is racing. You can feel it if you want. I don't want to. Okay. It's probably time to go back to our rooms and sleep, right? We'll go back through the side entrance of the hotel. No teachers will see us. You reached out to hold Ariri Sawamore's hand, and to your surprise, she didn't resist. She even took a small initiative, which made you overjoyed. While walking down the mountain, there was a strange noise from the bushes, and Ariri was startled. She lost her balance and twisted her ankle. You felt a bit frustrated because Darkwing had gone a little too far, and things didn't go as you expected. Ariri didn't just jump into your arms out of fear. She's injured instead, but it's okay. You carried Ariri all the way down the mountain on your back. She wrapped her arms around your shoulders while you held onto her, occasionally lifting her higher. Although Ariri was a little embarrassed, this night definitely brought you closer together. On the 7th day of the trip, Ariri couldn't join the group activities because of her sprained ankle. She stayed in her room to rest. You took a sick day and went out to buy some ointment. You brought it to her room, had her take off her shoes and socks, and carefully applied it to her ankle. While doing so, you touched her leg and ankle, and you could feel that her resistance to you had noticeably weakened. On the 9th night of the trip, Ariri's ankle had healed, and you invited her out for a walk. This time, you didn't even need to ask. Your hands naturally found each other's, and she didn't mind at all as long as no one else saw. You had a great time together, even taking a picture in front of a local landmark, looking like a couple in love. After the trip, everything returned to normal. Tomoyaki finished his work at the farm and lost some weight but earned a lot of money. He was so happy that he wanted to treat you to a meal to thank you, but you politely declined. Day by day, summer break was getting closer. Now, whenever you and Ariri are alone together, holding hands feels completely natural, and she doesn't resist at all. Sometimes, when she's in a good mood, she'll even playfully tickle your palm with her fingers. You think it's time to take the next big step. You have a few ideas, but you're still deciding which one to go with. 1. Ariri, let's go to the aquarium this summer. 2. Ariri, came to my family's farm this summer. 3. Ariri, teach me how to draw manga this summer. Chapter 34, 32, Matters related to manga. Setting aside the 3 options, what bothered Chisato more was what the most important next step specifically meant. Was it finally about being unsatisfied with just holding hands and wanting to take things further? That seemed a bit too fast. Wouldn't revealing his true intentions so quickly scare Ariri away? Judging by the description in the simulator, it appeared that she still had a faint, lingering affection for Tomoyaki, whom she'd grown up with. But thinking about it now wouldn't help. All he could do was choose the most appropriate and cautious option to ensure things didn't end tragically. Kasumijoka Uchiha, that stubborn woman, ran off with her daughter even after years of marriage, and that simulation ending still made him uneasy. This time, he was determined not to repeat a similar outcome. It had to be a happy ending, not a bad ending. Option 3. This is an important decision, so you don't rush it and instead spend the entire night contemplating. If you want to deepen your relationship with Ariri, the aquarium isn't the best choice because your time together would be short. You'd go in the morning and return by evening. Plus, the aquarium is a public place, and considering Ariri's personality, the most that would happen would be holding hands, unlikely to lead to anything more intimate. The location isn't ideal. Therefore, you cross out the idea of going to the aquarium. You then consider the idea of inviting Ariri to your family's ranch in the countryside during summer vacation. At the ranch, you could show her all sorts of cute animals, and with the excuse of teaching her to ride a horse, you could sit her in front of you, naturally holding her waist. You could also take her to the stream behind the mountain to catch fish and shrimp, and maybe even have her wear a swimsuit, which would be quite a treat for the eyes. But there are a few concerns. If you invite only Ariri, would she become suspicious of your intentions and grow wary? If you want to avoid that, it's simple. You could just invite Tomoyaki as well. However, that would mean losing the opportunity for the private moments you were hoping for. You set this plan aside for now and think about the last option. The final option is a bit different. Instead of inviting Ariri somewhere, you plan to ask her to teach you the basics of manga composition and design. Of course, this isn't a genuine request. It's a way to strengthen your bond, allowing you to visit Ariri's room or have her come to yours during the summer. This plan is excellent because it's both long-lasting and private, As the one learning, you control the pace of the lessons. As long as you keep having questions or haven't fully learned, you can continue to spend time with Ariri. The best part is that you'd be in a private room while she's teaching you drawing techniques. Ariri wouldn't have to worry about others' opinions, and as long as things don't go too far, she'd likely accept them with a bit of shyness. For you, this is a great opportunity. Since the environment is familiar to her, you have more room to make moves. The most crucial aspect is that the manga you're asking about isn't something that could be published in a mainstream magazine like Shonen Jump. Instead, it's the kind of mischievous, slightly naughty manga that isn't entirely proper. In such an intimate learning environment, it's hard to imagine you wouldn't ignite some sparks between the two of you. After careful consideration, you choose the third option. This was truly a well-thought-out plan. If he applied this level of dedication to my studies, he'd be the top student in the grade by now. Getting into Tokyo University wouldn't be difficult after graduation. A few days before summer vacation, you and Ariri have lunch together on the rooftop, and you ask about her plans for the summer. Ariri mentions that her parents are planning a vacation abroad and that she's thinking about whether to join them. You laugh and say that it would be strange for her to join them on a couple's trip. Ariri pouts and admits that it would be odd, so she decided not to join them on vacation. You gently remove a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth and then bring up your desire to learn manga. Ariri shows interest and volunteers to teach you, and thus, the plan is set in motion. The school term ends, and summer vacation officially begins. Tomoyaki is still the same, either working or on his way to work. You've warned him multiple times to take care of himself, but he brushes it off without much concern. You start visiting Ariri's house daily. In the mornings, she teaches you manga techniques. At noon, you cook lunch for her since she's not great at cooking, and in the afternoons, you nap in her bed. When you wake up, you watch movies or anime together. Ariri becomes increasingly accustomed to having you around. You feel that the time is right, so today, while in Ariri's room, you ask her about the specifics of creating adult-themed jinsai. Ariri didn't expect you to bring up this topic suddenly, but she tries to answer your questions despite her embarrassment, switching to first-person perspective in a well-air-conditioned room. Ariri is lying on the bed, propping her chin on her hands, with a manga in front of her. Her bare, fair feet sway rhythmically in the air. I sit at the desk, holding a pen. Suddenly, as if something occurred to me, I slowly shifted my gaze toward her. By the way, Ariri, you're actually a pretty famous artist online, right? If I remember correctly, your pen name is Ire Kashiwagi. Yeah, why are you asking about that now? Didn't I tell you before? Your works must be quite popular, right? Well, I wouldn't call it manga. It's more like content that's not really suitable for kids. Wait, why are you asking about this now? It's nothing special, just curiosity. I wanted to give it a try. Huh? Are you saying you want to draw adult-themed jinsai too? Is that a problem? Not exactly. You're as good at drawing as I am, so it's not impossible. It's just a bit strange. Wanting to try something new isn't that strange, right? After learning so much from you these past few days, I want to see what I can create. Chapter 36, 33, Ariri starts to compromise. Ariri's face turns a bit red. There was nothing wrong with what Chisato said. It's true that everyone has a desire to try new things, and that's perfectly normal. Since the start of summer vacation, Chisato has been practicing drawing manga every day, and now that he has mastered the basic techniques, it makes sense that he wants to test his skills. But, you don't have to draw a jinsai? You could just draw regular manga, right? Ariri timidly asked. Chisato explained, it's not that I don't want to draw regular manga. My dream since I was a kid has been to become a manga artist. But, how should I put it? With manga, you have to pay extra attention to the content. Jinsai, on the other hand, is more about the expressive power of the artwork. Chisato put down his pen, walked over to the bed, sat down, and gently held Ariri's bare foot, carefully studying and caressing it. Wait. Don't touch it. Didn't you tell me before that when drawing the human body, if you don't know where to start, the simplest and most direct method is to observe a real body? I meant for you to observe your own. That's not going to work. I'm drawing a girl, and if I use my own body as a reference, the foot shape would look really weird. Besides, you promised you'd help me unconditionally until I fully master manga drawing. But at least give me a heads up before you start touching, Ariri mumbled shyly. She hesitated for a moment but then extended her foot back to Chisato, thinking to herself that it was a good thing she had taken a bath that morning and hadn't gone out. Otherwise her feet would smell bad. Sure, I'll give you a warning next time, Chisato replied as he reached out, signaling for her to extend her other foot as well. Ariri slowly complied, watching as he gently stroked the top of her foot, his fingers lightly brushing her toes. Her face turned bright red. Where were we? Oh right, manga requires a solid plot to support it, And I don't have the energy to think about that right now. So I figured I'd give Jinchai a try since creating dynamic, expressive scenes is one of my strengths. But don't underestimate Jinchai. Even if the plot isn't as demanding, there are a lot of details that are actually stricter than in regular manga. You need to understand what will resonate with readers and what will excite them, and that's not something you can learn overnight. I know, but isn't there a perfect teacher right here? Chisato placed his palm against the sole of Ariri's foot, feeling its warmth. He kept his emotions in check, maintaining the same harmless expression as usual. If the famous Jinchai artist Hirei Kashiwagi is willing to guide me, I should be able to pick up those tricky points you mentioned quickly and make significant progress. Something felt off. Something didn't seem quite right. With her feet in Chisato's hands, Ariri felt her entire body heat up, her mind slipping out of control. She hadn't even really registered everything he just said and could only respond with a soft, non-committal hum. Well, I'm counting on you then. I knew you'd agree, Ariri, Chisato said happily, smiling. Ariri continued staring at her feet in his hands, her mind filled with thoughts like, his hands are so big, he's not disgusted by me, his hands are so warm. It took her a moment to realize she might have missed something. Hey, Chisato. What exactly did I just agree to? Are you a goldfish? Do you only have a 7-second memory? You're so annoying. My back was itchy, so I wasn't paying attention to what you were saying. Must be the heat causing a rash. That's not the point. Okay. It's not a big deal. You just agreed to teach me all the techniques for drawing Jinchai? All the techniques? The plot development, character expressions, and those parts you mentioned that get readers excited. You agreed to teach me everything. Wait. Ariri's voice caught as she realized the situation, quickly pulling her feet out of his hands. She needed to cool down her overheated brain. Teaching you this. It feels weird, doesn't it? What's weird about it? It's not like drawing manga. This is Jinchai? Ariri was flustered, while Chisato seemed completely unfazed. What's wrong with Jinchai? If you find it troublesome, you can just refuse. But I'd like to know the reason. It's not that I find it troublesome. It's not difficult, but even though we're good friends, our genders make this kind of thing a bit awkward. Do you understand what I'm saying? Chisato met her embarrassed gaze and nodded subtly. I get it. You're really old-fashioned, Ariri. Oh, old-fashioned? Yeah, with that mindset, wouldn't that mean you'd insist on having male and female doctors treat patients of their respective genders in a hospital? That's a totally different situation. But to me, it's pretty much the same as what you're worried about. With Chisato staring at her, Ariri's confidence waned. Even so, teaching Chisato how to draw Jinchai just feels wrong. No worries. If you're really uncomfortable, I'll just take more time and figure it out on my own. Chisato took a step back, returned to his desk, and glanced at his phone. It's almost time to make lunch. You can wait here, and I'll have it ready in 40 minutes. Wait, Chisato. Just as he was about to leave, Chisato turned around when he heard Ariri call him. Standing stiffly, Ariri avoided his gaze, one of her blonde twin tails draped over her shoulder. I understand. I'll teach you. Chapter 37-34, It's Not a Kiss. Ariri Sawamura agreed to start teaching you the techniques for drawing Jinchai. Over the next week, under your subtle guidance, Ariri gradually became more comfortable with teaching you about 18+ Jinchai. What started as an extremely embarrassing task for her eventually turned into a normal teaching routine. On the 10th day, you completed your very first Jinchai, a simple story between a bratty girl and her timid older brother. You asked Ariri to review it, and she harshly criticized your work, saying that your handling of the female character's breakdown expressions was seriously lacking, failing to convey the impact it should have. Even after multiple explanations from Ariri, you still didn't quite get it, so she had no choice but to demonstrate herself. After taking a sip of water, she slightly parted her lips, rolled her eyes back, and gave you a mind-broken expression. You applauded her, impressed by her performance, and praised her as a master in the Jinchai world. Her teaching method instantly made everything clear to you. You then revised the original artwork, finally earning her approval. You uploaded your Jinchai to a website, where it received mostly positive feedback, and both of you were happy. A month passed, and your relationship deepened further. Whenever you used drawing Jinchai as an excuse, you not only held hands with her but also could hold her in your arms or have her sit on your lap to observe her from below. You explained to her that all of this was to improve your Jinchai drawing skills. Although Ariri felt embarrassed, she treasured your friendship and reluctantly agreed to help, as she could still tolerate it. You uploaded your second work without letting Ariri review it first, but the feedback was disappointing. Many criticized it, and the most notable comment stated that the artist must be an inexperienced virgin, as the kissing scene looked awkward and unnatural. Over 100 people liked that comment, which left you feeling incredibly down, to the point where you couldn't even eat. Airi was worried but didn't know how to cheer you up. While she was wandering in a park, feeling helpless, a flyer for a summer festival fluttered down in front of her. You agreed to Airi's invitation to attend the summer fireworks festival. The festival was crowded, so you had to hold her shoulder tightly to avoid getting separated. You found a less crowded grassy slope, and under the fireworks, you calmly said to Airi, "Let's kiss." As expected, Airi froze, her whole body turning pale. You showed a bit of vulnerability, explaining that you weren't asking for any ulterior motive but because you wanted to redeem yourself by drawing a work that would make the critics take back their harsh words. Despite your explanation, Airi was still hesitant. Holding hands and hugging was one thing, but kissing didn't seem like something just friends would do. Anticipating her hesitation, you paused and then pulled out a plastic bag. You explained that just as a mask blocks dust and gloves block germs, using a plastic bag would prevent actual skin contact, so it wouldn't really count as a kiss. Airi closed her eyes, thinking about how upset you had been lately, and reluctantly agreed. You kissed her through the plastic bag, but the kiss got a bit too intense, and the bag tore. Airi, a bit dazed, only realized this later, but by then, it was too late to change what had happened. After the first time, similar things became more natural. The second time you kissed was after watching a touching romantic movie together. You suggested practicing kissing for the sake of future relationships. Although Airi initially refused, your sweet talk and promise not to tear the plastic wrap convinced her, but the plastic wrap was weaker than the bag, so again, you ended up kissing directly. The third time, there were no excuses. You silently approached her while she was lying on her bed, listening to music with her headphones on. When she looked up in surprise, you quickly leaned in for a kiss. She barely resisted, and her legs, wrapped in white socks, only made a feeble attempt to push you away before going limp. This time, you not only experienced the softness of her lips but also the softness of other parts of her body. The fourth time, at the front door before saying goodbye, she even wrapped her arms around your neck and kissed you. During the final week of summer break, on the evening before Airi's parents returned home, you prepared a special dish called raw pickling made with clean seafood and strong liquor. Airi tasted this special dish for the first time, and you told her it was a traditional Chinese recipe, promising to make it again if she liked it. After finishing the meal while watching TV, it was already past 9 o'clock. A slightly tipsy Airi, concerned for your safety, invited you to stay the night in the guest room, which you accepted. Late that night, Airi didn't lock her door. You entered her room, waking her with a kiss, and told her that you had tried just being friends with her but couldn't do it. You loved her and needed her in your life. Airi, confused by your kiss and still slightly drunk, didn't know how to handle the situation. She tried to tell you to calm down, but the look in her blue eyes was unmistakably alluring, and her breathing quickened. You interrupted her with another kiss, shattering what little resolve she had left. After the kiss, Airi couldn't speak. The way she wrapped her arms around your neck said it all. You whispered in her ear that as long as you wore protection, it would be fine, but in the end, you didn't wear it. That night, you and Airi Spencer Sawamura shared something deeply meaningful. You were accepted by her. Chapter 38, 35. A hospital visit. Few after exiting the simulation, Chisato let out a long sigh. He stared blankly at the ceiling, his eyes, once filled with anticipation, now clear and devoid of any desire. Slowly getting off the bed, he grabbed a change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. The scenario he had just simulated had been too intense, too realistic. The simulated Airi, warmed by alcohol, had clung to him, both of them drenched in sweat. Even now, back in reality, he still felt as if his body was sticky. So he needed to take a shower before continuing the simulation. Things were going well, and he had a feeling this simulation would end with a good result. Airi's personality was softer and cuter than ever. Though a bit sundear, she was now more Dara than Sun in the simulated world, and unlike the complicated and melancholic Kasumijoka Uchiha, Airi wasn't the type to cause unpredictable problems. With that in mind, he started looking forward to the rewards the simulation would give him. After a refreshing shower, Haruko sat back on the bed, turned on the hairdryer, and resumed the simulation. You were accepted by Airi Spencer Sawamura. Afterward, as Airi cooled down, she realized the unusual situation and that you hadn't worn protection. She then fully understood that what had just happened crossed the line from friendship to something more. She began to cry softly, hitting your chest with tiny, almost negligible fists, blaming and scolding you weakly. You didn't mind. You gently kissed away her tears, patted her back, and held her hand, whispering sweet words. You praised her beauty, reminisced about the moments you had just shared, and purposefully avoided the topics she was concerned about. Your goal was to distract Airi, and it worked. Her tears stopped midway, and her occasional sobs were more due to her inability to accept what had just happened. You suggested that if she didn't want anyone to know, you could pretend nothing had happened. Ariri silently considered this, and as you watched her think under the moonlight, you were once again captivated by her. After longing for her for so long, now that you had her, you couldn't be satisfied with just once. Ariri looked at you with confusion as you stood up. She thought you were going to get dressed and leave, but instead, you walked over to her table, picked up 2 hair ties, and returned to her side. Ariri was confused by your actions but passively cooperated as you helped her tidy up her messy blonde hair and tie it into her usual twin tails. As you held her twin tails from behind, Ariri suddenly remembered a scene she had drawn in one of her books. Realizing what was happening, she felt extremely embarrassed and tried to turn around, but the next moment, she collapsed as if shocked, her mind turning into a chaotic mess, unable to think clearly. The next day, Ariri woke up in your arms. She told you that this should only happen once and that no one must ever know about it. You nodded seriously, but inwardly, you didn't believe her at all. You knew that once something like this happened between a man and a woman, there would be a second time. You also knew Ariri's personality well. She actually had feelings for you. Otherwise, she wouldn't have responded so sweetly during the latter part of the night. Love is something that, even if you try to hide it, will show through in other ways. As you reflected on it, you realized that Ariri's feelings for you were not just a little bit but very, very deep. You knew that the only thing stopping her from fully accepting you was her overwhelming sense of shyness. This was the last barrier preventing your relationship from progressing, and you had to find a way to help her overcome it. In the second week of the new semester, Tomoyaki was hospitalized due to exhaustion from endless part-time jobs. Ever since you realized your feelings for Ariri, your relationship with Tomoya had become just a surface-level friendship. Initially, you planned to just call and check on him, but as you picked up your phone, you sensed that this event might be helpful to you. After thinking it over, you decided, 1. To bring some fruit and visit him yourself, 2. To encourage Ariri to visit him, 3. To visit him together with Ariri. Hold on. This feels like a scene straight out of an adult manga. Something's not right with this storyline, is it? What's about to happen next is exactly what he thinks, right? Chisato wanted to shout out, but in this story, he played the most relatable character, so he couldn't resist. Instead, he felt a secret thrill. After hesitating for 3 seconds, the last bit of his kindness led him to choose the third option. You invited Ariri to visit Tomoya together after school. His condition was severe due to overwork, with dark circles under his eyes and a pale face. He had an 4 drip attached to his wrist. Your visit with Ariri lifted his spirits a little. You placed the fruit you brought on the bedside table, silently peeling an apple while listening to Ariri scold him. Later, as night fell, each hospital bed was surrounded by privacy curtains to create a safe and private space. Tomoya was leaning against a headboard, eating his meal, while Ariri sat by his bed, talking on the phone with her family, saying she would be home later. You watched this scene and excused yourself to use the restroom, slipping out of the curtains around the bed. Chapter 39, 36. A few things that happened in the hospital room. Aki's room was a shared one, but he was the only patient there. The other beds were empty. 10 minutes ago, the nurse had brought in some medicine and taken Aki's temperature. She wouldn't be back for another 30 minutes, because it was nighttime. The hospital corridors were almost completely silent, with hardly anyone around, adding to the calm atmosphere. You quietly picked up on these details as you excused yourself to use the restroom. You walked to the door of the hospital room, making sure to open and close it loudly enough to create the illusion that you had left. Then, you quietly snuck back behind the curtain on the other side of Tomoya's bed, where Ariri was sitting. You listened to the sounds of Tomoya eating, the music playing softly from his phone, and Ariri's light conversation with him. Without hesitating, you knelt down, gently lifted the curtain, and reached out to grasp Ariri's ankle. There's no way I'm missing out on a moment like this. Suzumiya Chisato turned off the hairdryer in his hand and immediately switched to a first-person view. You got sick from overworking? Are you a child? It's so embarrassing not being able to take care of yourself. It wasn't that serious, the doctor just overreacted. I could have just gone home and slept it off. No need for hospitalization. Stop acting so high and mighty. You're not a professional, so stop questioning the doctor's judgment. Just lie there quietly and don't talk while eating. You're spitting out your food. Well, you're the one who keeps talking to me. Shut up. Aki fell silent and obediently continued eating his hospital meal after being scolded by Ariri. Huh? Just as Ariri was about to say something else, she suddenly made a strange noise and shivered noticeably. Aki, of course, noticed this odd behavior. He looked at Ariri with a puzzled expression and asked, "What's wrong?" "Ah, nothing. It's nothing at all." Ariri answered in a flustered tone, lowering her head. She knew that hand holding her ankle all too well. "I just suddenly felt a chill. Maybe it's because the air conditioning is too cold here." In her panic, she came up with an excuse for her strange reaction. One that could barely be considered plausible. I see. Then let's turn up the temperature a bit. Ecchi adjusted the air conditioning from his bedside control, raising it by 2 degrees. If it's still cold, let me know. Ayuri clenched her hands into fists on her lap, her breathing growing heavy as she struggled to maintain her composure. Within less than a minute, the hand behind the curtain was no longer content with just holding her ankle. It moved on to pull off her small boots, and even tugged off her socks. That warm hand was now playing with her soft, delicate foot. He was particularly focused on her right big toe, gently scratching it with his fingernail and occasionally massaging it. Ugh. This guy, Chisato, is going too far with his pranks. But it's still within what I can tolerate. Ayuri glanced over at Tomoya, who was quietly eating after her earlier scolding, with no suspicion on his part. This gave her a small sense of relief. However, she clearly underestimated Chisato's determination to completely break down her shyness tonight. It wasn't long before that sinful hand began to move up her leg, following the curve of her calf and reaching her thigh. Huh? Ecchi gave her a puzzled look for the second time. What was she sighing about? Ayuri clenched her teeth lightly and covered her face with her hands. To cover up her awkwardness, she quickly came up with an excuse. You need to get better soon. The game's about to be released, and we'll finally start making money. Right. Ecchi lowered his head, looking a bit confused, and resumed eating. Ayuri's body continued to tremble from the mischievous hands under her skirt, though the movement was subtle, unlike her voice which could easily be noticed. She shakily picked up her phone and typed out a message. Stop it, Ecchi will notice. Then she reached back to pass her phone to him. She felt the grip on her left cheek loosen as he took the phone. But before she could relax, the phone was passed back with a different message. Sorry, I just couldn't resist. You're too cute, Ayuri. Ayuri's face flushed bright red as she read the reply, nearly crushing the phone in her hands. What nonsense was he talking about? Had he forgotten their agreement? And this was too much. She could tolerate the teasing on her thighs, but there was one place that was absolutely off limits. Ecchi finished eating and set the tray on the bedside table, where a nurse would pick it up later. Ecchi. Ayuri tightly clenched her legs together and spoke with a stern tone. You need to take your medicine. And get some rest. Ayuri grabbed the medicine from the bedside table and handed it to him along with a glass of water. I just finished eating. I was planning to read some manga before sleeping. Stop whining, take your medicine, and rest. You can read all the manga you want when you're better. Ayuri's tone was firm. Given that she usually spoke like this, Ecchi didn't find it unusual. After he took his medicine, Ayuri plugged in her earphones and handed them to him, replacing the phone's music that had been playing aloud. Get some rest. I'll leave once you're asleep. After watching him close his eyes peacefully, Ayuri slowly stood up, pulled the curtain aside, and stepped out. She had intended to scold Chisato right away. But when she saw him holding up his hand, with a fine thread of something glittering between his fingers, her legs went weak, and she nearly collapsed. Chisato quickly caught her, led her to another bed in the same ward, and gently pulled the curtain shut. Chapter 37, Simulation ends, and the two live happily. After returning from the hospital, Ayuri went back home with you that evening. When her parents called, she lied, saying she was staying at a friend's house for the night. That night, a total of 7 rounds with you. The next morning, you woke up to find Ayuri lying on your chest, looking at you with a new expression. Her clear blue eyes were as transparent as ever, but deep within them was a faint trace of pink. As you predicted, she had completely fallen for you. Ayuri slowly began to care less about what others thought, frequently seeking you out to eat lunch together at school. She would even wait by the shoe locker after class, patiently waiting for you so you could walk home together. Ecchi began to notice that your relationship had changed, but he tried to convince himself that it was just his imagination. He told himself that you two were simply spending more time together because you were both artists for the same game circle. Ayuri started visiting your home more often, and one day, your mother, who had noticed, couldn't resist teasing you two. Ayuri shyly lowered her head but hooked her finger around yours, signaling that your relationship was official. You two started dating publicly. A year later, you and Ayuri graduated without any issues. Ecchi, however, had focused too much on game development, neglecting his studies. His grades weren't good enough, so he had to repeat the year, and his family forced him to give up on his dream of making games. Your relationship with him grew distant. Over time, the youthful, uncertain feelings faded away. Ayuri's heart no longer had room for anyone else. It was entirely yours. After you graduated from college, you married Ayuri. Both families were pleased, and with their financial support, you chose Hawaii as your honeymoon destination. You spent the happiest and most relaxed half-year of your life on those famous islands. The beach was like a golden carpet, and the sea was as clear as your wife's eyes. You watched the tide rise and fall, embraced in the waves, under the shade of a parasol, and beneath the starry sky, you kissed passionately and lovingly. After your honeymoon, you returned to Japan, bringing back not just souvenirs for your parents, but also a precious gift, a child growing in Ari's womb. During her pregnancy, your wife had a particularly hard time, suffering more than most expectant mothers. You took care of her with great tenderness, and thankfully, the delivery went smoothly. Your small family grew to include a son and a daughter. When you turned 30, you bought a piece of land in a quiet part of Tokyo. Together, you designed and built a beautiful, cozy house, complete with a lovely garden. In spring, it was filled with flowers, and in winter, covered in snow. The black-winged bird closed its eyes when you were 35. You built a small gravestone for it in the garden, where it had always loved to play. Time passed, and you and your wife slowly grew old together. On your deathbed, you finally confessed the methods you had used to win her heart when you were younger. Your wife simply held your hand tightly, gazing at you with warm eyes. Her only response was, "So what?" Hearing those words, you smiled, closed your eyes, and passed away peacefully. That evening, your children returned home to find that Ari had also passed away. Her head rested on your shoulder, her hand in yours, and she looked serene. Next to the bed was a short letter. "I've loved your father all my life. The day he held my hand at our wedding, I made up my mind to follow him, even to the afterlife, so, don't be sad for us. Your father and I have just gone somewhere else to continue our love story. Take care of yourselves. We will always love you." Simulation end. It's over. Chisato stared at the text prompt in front of him, unable to get up for a long time. Unlike the previous simulation with Kasumizuka Uchiha, the love simulation with Sawamura Ariri seemed to have a happy ending for both of them. But perhaps the sense of immersion in this simulated life was too strong. Watching himself and Ariri go from walking down the aisle together to leaving this world hand in hand left him with a lingering feeling of emptiness. However, this sense of loss didn't last long because this was undoubtedly a perfect ending. The simulated version of himself had found love and built a family, with no regrets left behind. After repeatedly reminding himself that it was just a simulation, Chisato quickly recovered and turned his attention to the evaluation of this simulation. Wickedness Index, 91, Current Evaluation, S, Overall Comment, your life was happy enough and without regrets. You met the most wonderful girl in your heart at the peak of your youth. Through careful and successful use of unconventional methods, you gradually won her heart completely. She loved you without complaint. And even when she learned about everything you had done, she harbored no negative feelings, because no matter what you did, whether you kept secrets or deceived her, it wouldn't change her love for you. Reward summary: your skills in mimicry and horseback riding have slightly improved, again with the mimicry and horseback riding skills. What on earth are these? Successfully winning over Ariri Sawamura and achieving an S evaluation allows you to choose 2 rewards from the following options. Achieving an S evaluation meant he could choose his rewards rather than getting a random one. Chisato was overjoyed. 1. Kashiwagi's masterful art. Your drawing skills will improve significantly, and you'll find it easier to absorb and understand related knowledge. 2. 500,000 yen, legitimate and worry-free, for you to use as you please. 3. Karen, your presence will become extremely hard to notice. 4. A smart, perceptive crow that can act as your reliable partner if used well. 5. Advanced parenting skills. You're a pro at feeding and diaper changing. Without hesitation, Chisato chose the first and fourth options. Immediately, he felt his mind fill with new knowledge about drawing, and his hands began to feel a warm sensation. At the same time, he noticed a soft glow on his desk. A round object materialized out of thin air. He watched as it rolled down the slanted desk surface. His eyes widened, and realizing what was happening, he lunged forward, catching the object just before it hit the ground. Reward distribution complete. Ignoring the pain in his elbow from the fall and a prompt from the simulator, Chisato stared at the oval object in his hand. Wait a minute. An egg. Did he have to hatch the crow himself? Chapter 41, 38, Ariri's shameful display. Chisato stood with his arms crossed, staring at the egg placed on a tissue in the center of his desk. He had maintained this posture for quite some time. In the simulation, he had found a young crow. But now, in the real world, the system had given him an egg instead. This was problematic. He was a student, gone most of the day, and couldn't be home to watch over the egg. Even if he managed to hatch the egg, caring for a newborn bird would be difficult. The slightest mistake could be fatal. Taking the egg to school for care? It wasn't impossible, but it would be inconvenient. Just as Chisato was considering whether to ask his mother to look after the egg trembled slightly. He thought it was his imagination, but then he heard a sound from inside the egg, and a crack appeared on the shell. Is it hatching already? So suddenly? Completely unprepared, Chisato watched the egg intently, then grabbed his phone to search online for tips on raising a baby bird. A few minutes later, the bird had fully emerged from its shell. It had jet black feathers covered in a sticky fluid and black eyes that seemed almost human-like as they scanned the room. Finally, its gaze settled on Chisato's face. Noticing the feathers and the fact that its eyes were open right after hatching, Chisato knew this was no ordinary bird. Normally, newly hatched birds are featherless, with pink skin exposed, and their eyes are completely closed. Of course, since this was a magical crow from the system, it made sense that it would be different from ordinary birds. Chisato slowly extended his left hand, holding it out in front of the baby bird. The bird stumbled a few steps before finally making its way into his palm. Chisato extended his right hand, offering a finger to the bird. It immediately nuzzled against his finger, rolling around in joy and affection. Now, Chisato began to understand why the system had given him an egg instead of a baby bird. According to the imprinting theory proposed by German behaviorist Konrad Lorenz, the first thing a newborn animal sees often becomes its primary attachment figure. A bond that usually lasts for life. For example, if a newborn animal first sees something other than its mother, like a dog, cat, or toy goose, it may follow that object as if it were its mother, and this response is often irreversible. Most likely, in this little crow's eyes, Chisato was now the most trusted and intimate person in its world. Chisato must be the most trusted and closest person in the little crow's world now. Well, Darkwing, from now on, you'll be called Darkwing. For convenience, I'll call you Little Black. How does that sound? Darkwing stopped rolling around in Chisato's palm and let out a cheerful little chirp. After that, Chisato found a clean small towel to wrap up the crow and used scissors to make a small hole in the back of a pillow, stuffing some cotton inside to create a clean and hygienic little nest. After feeding Little Black some milk, it peacefully fell asleep in its nest. Seeing this, Chisato turned off the lights and lay down on his bed. It had been quite a task to complete the simulation for Sawamura Ariri, even though it was just a simulation. So, who to choose tonight? Chisato opened the simulator interface and hesitated between the options of the long-haired senpai and the tsundere twin tails before finally selecting the latter. One day, one change. He entered the CG review interface and clicked on the event related to that night's 7 passions for settings. This way, he could rest while re-experiencing that unforgettable night. Good night, world. Sawamura House. Sunlight filtered through the curtains and reflected off the full-length mirror, casting a glow on Sawamura Ariri's flushed face. Chisato. Don't. No. In her sleep, Ariri murmured incoherent words that sparked wild imaginations. Her sleeping posture was also quite improper. Her delicate hands clutched the pillow tightly, her flat stomach exposed and slightly arched, while her toes curled up, gripping the sheets tightly, making a mess of the bed. As she let out a low moan, her body trembled violently. After a moment of rigidity, she slowly relaxed and softened. Her breathing gradually became steady, but her still flushed face told the story of what had just happened. Ding ding. The alarm rang but was immediately turned off by someone. Sawamura Sayuri, Ariri's mother, withdrew her hand from the alarm clock. She glanced at her still sleeping daughter and quietly slipped the phone she had been using to record the scene into her pocket. Her emotions were quite not right, but extremely subtle, hard to describe accurately. As a mother, waking her daughter up for breakfast was a matter of course. But upon entering the room and seeing her daughter seemingly dreaming, with reactions and words that were quite interesting, it was understandable to think about recording this amusing and embarrassing moment for fun and later ridicule. After all, as mother and daughter, such things weren't a big deal. Similar situations had happened before. However, from the middle of the recording, Sayuri, a woman who had been married for nearly 20 years and was experienced in such matters, began to feel increasingly uneasy. Why? Because her precious daughter's reactions and the sounds she was making clearly indicated that she was having a wet dream. In less than 10 minutes, Sayuri had witnessed her daughter change positions 3 times, side-lying, kneeling, and then back to lying flat. Such a vigorous response to a dream during puberty was quite impressive. Wanting to preserve her daughter's dignity, Sayuri abandoned the idea of amusement and quietly left the room. However, the name Ariri mentioned was somewhat intriguing. Chisato. Was that a character from the anime she was currently obsessed with? Chapter 39, The Sidekick Little Black, You Can Already Fly. When Chisato woke up, he found Darkwing standing on the edge of his bed, looking down at him. Such rapid growth could only be attributed to the system's unique quality. It was truly beyond normal expectations. For breakfast, Chisato had simple toast and milk, and he prepared a small portion for Little Black as well. They enjoyed their meal together harmoniously. As he was about to leave, Little Black awkwardly flew down to Chisato's shoulder. You want to come with me? Cheep cheep, can you promise not to fly around or make noise? Cheep cheep, alright then, let's go. They left together. At the station, while waiting for the train, Chisato unbuttoned his jacket, and Little Black wisely left his shoulder to snuggle into his inner pocket. To him, this was perfectly normal, but it amazed the nearby schoolgirls, who stared with their mouths agape, repeatedly exclaiming amazing and similar phrases. This was just a small incident in daily life. Hearing their reactions, Chisato gave them a friendly smile. The girls, who had been discussing him in whispers, shivered as if touched by an electric shock when they made eye contact with him, then shyly looked away. By the time they gathered the courage to look again, unfortunately, Chisato had already disappeared. Once at school, Chisato sat in his seat. It was only 5 minutes before the class started that he saw his neighbor, Mikazusa, arriving late. As usual, she ignored everyone's gaze, sat in her seat, stretched lazily, then took a book from her bag and used it as a cushion on her desk, lying down and closing her eyes. It seemed like she planned to sleep through the day as usual. Seriously, does she think the classroom desk is a cradle? Just comes in and falls asleep. Ding. Temporary mission activated. Love starts with communication. The aloof girl named Mikazusa still reacts to you as usual, but you know she hides a burning heart beneath her cold exterior. Mission objective: get her to invite you to lunch or to her secret hideout at school where no one else is allowed. Mission time: 1 week. Mission reward: 1 free attribute point. Random quirky item box. Ah, the awkward reality love game is starting to make its presence known. With this indifferent thought, Chisato read the mission details carefully. After reading, he quietly observed Mikazusa on his left, still comfortably sleeping. From her reaction yesterday, it seemed this task would be quite challenging. Kazusa's personality might not be the traditional tsundere but rather more aloof. She seemed indifferent to everything and would mask any concern with a cold and detached demeanor. For example, when he offered her milk and bread, although she was internally excited, she maintained an attitude that made it clear she didn't want him involved in her matters. Overall, from the initial interactions, the sleepy girl sitting next to Chisato gives the impression of being aloof and awkward. Adding to that, her simple, nonchalant gesture of just waving off the class rep when it was time to collect homework could also suggest a tag of a delinquent girl. It's odd, but suddenly, an image of an abandoned puppy in the rain popped into his mind. Chisato shook his head, dismissing the inexplicable sense of déjà vu. Reflecting on his previous life's memories of her from anime, he concluded that her personality traits were quite consistent. Having a slight advantage in foresight and a whole week to complete the task made it seem less daunting. The only thing left to figure out was how to make her invite him once their relationship improved. Chisato looked at Mikazusa with a troubled expression. As she lay on the desk, her face turned slightly toward him, with her eyes peeking out from beneath her hair. During the last class of the morning, the teacher was discussing a fascinating part of the text in Japanese, so he opened the roll call book and read out Mikazusa's name. "Hey, the teacher's calling you." Mikazusa was awakened by a girl from the front row, opened her eyes groggily, and saw everyone in the class staring at her. The teacher repeated his request, "Mikazusa, please read the next part of the text." Mikazusa silently stood up, the screeching sound of her chair scraping against the floor. A few students at the other side of the classroom, who usually didn't like her, let out unmasked giggles. Annoyed, Mikazusa looked at the teacher and was about to coldly say "I don't know" when a clear and gentle voice was heard by her ears. "It's the textbook you're resting your head on," the second large paragraph on page 13. Hearing that voice, she initially intended to ignore it and stick to her original plan. But her hands opened the textbook, and after finding the relevant content, her mouth started reading it involuntarily. "Very well, sit down." After class, during lunch break, Chisato hurried out the back door of the classroom. He wasn't in a rush, but the bird in his pocket had been restless for 10 minutes, likely needing to address a physiological issue. He hoped it could hold on and not resolve it in his pocket. Once he left, Mikazusa slowly sat up from her desk. She glanced at the empty seat on her right, got up, and walked out of the classroom, heading in another direction. Private Toei Agasaki Academy. Since this morning, Ayuri Sawamura had been in a state of deep concern and distraction. It wasn't how she usually behaved. She even tripped and fell in the school shoe-changing area, making quite a spectacle for those around her. This was all due to the strange dream she had last night. The dream was highly explicit, with only 2 characters involved, a male and herself as the female lead. The intensity of the dream was even more extreme and intense than the provocative content she drew. So, even though it was just a dream, her legs still ached from the journey to school, with an uncomfortably unnatural tremor in her thighs. Despite knowing it was just a dream and that her body's reaction was a mere illusion, she still experienced occasional shivering. Why? The dream was so vivid that, despite knowing it wasn't real, it evoked such a shameful and frustrating physiological response. Chapter 40. The unexpected clue as the last morning class ended, and it was lunchtime, she overheard some girls discussing the handsome guy they had seen at the station that morning. At the station? Is it for real? Ariri found their conversation trivial and had no interest in such matters. The only reason she hadn't left for the club immediately was because of the awkward tremor in her thighs. 7 times. This is driving me crazy. Ariri bit her lip and, after the tremor passed, got up with her lunchbox. That guy, if you look closely, is quite handsome. He looks a bit like a young Takayuki Mura. I don't believe it. Hangako, your taste is so low. Last time, you described the pork seller as a fat Hiroshi Abe. This time it's true, I swear. Ask Shiwa and Rin-chan. Still talking about this topic, seriously, how much do you like men? Ariri silently walked past them and out the back door of the classroom. Yes, it's true. Hangako wasn't lying this time. He's indeed very handsome, like he could be the lead in a morning drama. And he even brought a bird with him, all black like a raven, really smart. When he just unbuttoned his jacket, the raven obediently flew into his arms. Huh? The girl speaking suddenly paused, looking at the girl who had already left but was now running back and coming closer. Sawamura-san, is there something you need? The girl looked at Ariri, who had suddenly approached, with a puzzled expression. The girl with golden hair was quite famous at school. Her beautiful face and blue eyes had earned her many admirers, but no one had ever succeeded in winning her heart. Given her usual lack of interaction with them, why was she suddenly coming over in such a hurry? Sorry. I just happened to overhear your conversation and it reminded me of something. After her initial panic, Ariri quickly composed herself. You were talking about a guy with a raven at the train station this morning. Do you know that person, Ariri? Well, since you're referring to him as a guy, it's clear you don't know him, right? So, I'm interested in finding out more about him. Really? Sawamura-san, are you interested in him? Seriously? The girl's chatter was as fast as a Thompson submachine gun. Listening to their rapidly increasing excitement, Ariri felt a headache coming on. She could understand why Kasumijoka Uchiha disliked interacting with others so much. It was indeed frustrating when people didn't listen. But she had always maintained a perfect image of being well-behaved and graceful at school, so she wouldn't let something like this ruin it. It's not like that. Yesterday after school, I saw someone who looked similar to your description. He also had a raven, and when I saw his keys fall, I tried to return them, but he vanished into the crowd. Ariri explained calmly, with a puzzled smile. I planned to check around there after school today to see if I could find the owner. If not, I'd have to hand the keys to the police. But then I heard related information here. I see. The energetic girl looked enlightened. The other girls also praised Ariri's good intentions. How can we help you? Well, it's simple. Besides the raven, did you notice any other distinctive features? Like hairstyle, hair color, body type, and also... Ariri swallowed nervously. His clothing, like whether it was a school uniform or something. Wait, Ariri, didn't you see him before? Do you need to ask us these details? The energetic girl was promptly tapped on the head by her friend, who said matter-of-factly, just a quick glance isn't enough to remember everything clearly, right, Sawamura? Yes. Ariri nodded vigorously, deeply grateful to the girl who had come up with a suitable reason for her. Let me think. He had black hair, his ears were visible from the side, his bangs just covered his eyebrows, and he didn't have any stubble. He looked clean and fresh. His height was probably over 180 centimeters, and he didn't have any extra accessories on his hands, and his legs were very long. He didn't have any personal charms on his backpack, he seemed like a serious person. The uniform was Western style. If I remember correctly, it should be from Hueco University attached high school. My middle school friend went to that school. The girls pieced together the scattered details to form a complete picture. As Ariri listened to their descriptions, she gripped her lunchbox tighter and tighter. Even though black hair is common in Japan, having the same hairstyle and body type, and carrying a raven something few people would keep as a pet all matched up. Could such a coincidence really happen? Thank you for your help. It looks like I'll be able to return the keys after school today. Ariri gave a thin smile after hearing the girl's information. The girls smiled and wished her good luck. The energetic girl tried to ask Ariri for her line ID when handing over the keys, but was interrupted by her friend covering her mouth. Ariri bowed in thanks and left. She walked out of the classroom with a worried expression. Not watching where she was going, she first bumped her forehead, then her nose, and her face against something warm and soft. She froze for a second without realizing what had happened, and even took a breath. Humphrey, pervert. A familiar, disdainful snort came from her ear. Ariri's eyes widened and she quickly stepped back. Kasumijoka Uchiha. No need to shout. I know my own name. Why are you here? I came to discuss the game development progress during lunch break, but after waiting for a long time with no sign of the illustrator, I had to come and find her myself. Kasumijoka Uchiha patted her chest, giving a perfectly displeased expression as if something dirty had touched her. Standing behind her, Tomoyaki flashed a friendly smile and waved at Ariri. Didn't you all say not to came to my class? Ariri glared at Kasumijoka Uchiha, but as usual, couldn't win the verbal sparring, so she took her frustration out on Tomoyaki. With the anger from last night's dream, she let it all out. Chapter 41, you had a dream too, didn't you? Before Tomoyaki could react, Kasumijoka Uchiha turned to him and said, go back to the club. I need to talk to Ariri alone. Though puzzled, Tomoyaki saw her serious expression and obediently turned to leave. Hey, what's the meaning of this? I don't have anything to say to you. Ariri's forceful words didn't seem to bother Kasumijoka Uchiha, who simply shifted her gaze toward the classroom door. If you really don't care about your carefully crafted image being ruined, we can talk here if you want. Ariri paused. Her earlier excitement had clouded her judgment, and now she noticed many students in the classroom were looking at her curiously. What do you want to say? Ariri tried to control her irritation. Come with me. With a decisive and graceful turn, Kasumijoka Uchiha headed upstairs. Ariri watched her walk away, feeling somewhat unwilling, but still followed. She was curious about why this person, who usually didn't get along with her, wanted to talk to her now. It wasn't like she wanted to add a new character to the game and end up with another character design. If that were the case, she'd have to show this arrogant person how hard it is to design a new character. Determined to set things straight, Ariri followed Kasumijoka Uchiha to the rooftop. With the weather warming up recently, the number of people on the rooftop during lunch break had noticeably decreased. Finding a shaded spot, Kasumijoka Uchiha sat on a bench. She looked up at Ariri and was about to invite her to sit down when her gaze slowly moved to Ariri's legs. Why is your leg shaking? Kasumijoka Uchiha seemed incredulous. They had only walked a few steps, it wasn't like they had just run a marathon. Could this blonde fool really be that out of shape? It's not shaking. Ariri huffed and immediately sat down on the bench. She placed her lunchbox aside and pressed her hands firmly on her thighs, but still couldn't stop her body's natural reaction. This is awful. It's been nearly half a day, and the after effects of last night's dream are still lingering. Are you, as a Genshin artist who draws a lot of humiliation content, finally awakening some sort of peculiar fetish and starting to hide strange tools under your clothes? Kasumijoka Uchiha teased, lifting her hair fluttered by the wind, her face showing a shock that suggested she had uncovered an astonishing truth. Ariri didn't bother answering, just glared fiercely to cover her embarrassment. Luckily, her efforts to control herself were working, her thighs gradually calmed down, and she sighed in relief. So it's like you've just turned off the switch? Kasumijoka Uchiha. Don't call out someone's name so suddenly and loudly. It's very rude. Just say what you need to say. I'm busy and don't have time to waste here with you. Fair enough, then I'll be straightforward. Kasumijoka Uchiha rested her arms on her thighs and looked up at the blue sky with narrowed eyes. Yesterday after school, you went with me and the other club members to the family restaurant. We discussed the game until nearly 9 o'clock. Why did you fabricate such a lie about your classmates? Ariri showed displeasure. Did you eavesdrop on us? You were speaking close to the classroom door. I was just standing outside waiting for you. Your conversation happened to come into my ears. That hardly counts as eavesdropping. When did you start caring about my affairs? It's not that I care about your affairs. I just find it strange why you would fabricate such a lie. Kasumijoka Uchiha tilted her head, her expression lacking the usual annoying playfulness and appearing more serious. Having interacted with her for a long time, this was the first time Ariri had seen her look so serious. This naturally made Ariri wary. Just out of curiosity? Not just curiosity. I also want to verify something. Ariri's heart tightened. What is it? Kasumijoka Uchiha shook her head. I'm the one asking the questions. So, if I answer you, you'll answer my questions in turn? That will depend on the answers you give. That's pretty cunning. Kasumijoka Uchiha laughed lightly, not confirming or denying. Well, if that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. I'm only doing this to satisfy your curiosity. Ariri picked up her lunchbox and stood up, heading toward the rooftop door without looking back. You had a dream. As Ariri was leaving, Kasumijoka Uchiha suddenly broke from her usual calm demeanor and loudly said that. Upon hearing those words, Ariri stopped in her tracks, turning her body slowly with her eyes wide open, clearly showing a shocked expression that conveyed, "How did you know?" She wore all her feelings on her face, making her far too easy to read. The situation suddenly changed. Having gotten the answer she wanted, Kasumijoka Uchiha was no longer in a hurry. She calmly sat on the bench, looked back up at the sky, as if there was something floating in the sky that she was deeply concerned about. On the other hand, Ariri Sawamura, who had her secret exposed and felt embarrassed, immediately reacted in a way that confirmed Kasumijoka Uchiha's suspicion. She knew she couldn't hide anything from Kasumijoka Uchiha, so she awkwardly sat back down on the bench. "Why? Do you know? Do you want to know?" "Yes." "Then answer my question first. What was your purpose in making up that lie?" Ariri hesitated, struggling internally. To explain properly, she would have to talk about the embarrassing and explicit dream she had last night. She didn't want anyone to know about that. "I only want to understand the basic cause and effect, so you can skip some details." Kasumijoka Uchiha spoke again. Ariri looked up at her, noticing that Kasumijoka Uchiha's cheeks were unusually flushed and her eyes seemed to shimmer with a captivating charm. She had immediately revealed the fact about Ariri's dream, and considering her demeanor, could it be? Ariri tentatively asked, "You had a dream too? An extraordinary, incredibly realistic dream, right?" Chapter 42. The consensus of the victims. Kasumijoka Uchiha didn't answer, but her reaction only confirmed to Ariri that her guess was right. Ariri felt a strange sense of relief. This relief was odd but very real. It turned out she wasn't the only one experiencing this. This realization made her feel a subtle sense of camaraderie with the woman she found extremely annoying. This was something that would have been impossible before, but now, in this situation, it was definitely happening. "I'm guessing you also." "Also what?" "Meaning. One whole night." Seven. Never mind. It's nothing." Ariri covered her face, unable to speak openly about such an embarrassing topic. Kasumijoka Uchiha looked at her with a disdainful expression and said, "Stop wasting time, you spoiled princess. If you keep up this act, the lunch break will be over. It's not my fault you didn't clarify things from the start. Is this really the main issue? Do you really want to discuss such trivial matters here?" "Of course not." Ariri's voice lowered significantly. After confirming that Kasumijoka Uchiha seemed to have had a similar experience, she explained why she had lied. "You see, when I woke up this morning, I thought it was just a dream." "It was indeed a dream." Kasumijoka Uchiha's emotions suddenly became intense. Her flushed face seemed to be trying to convince herself rather than Ariri. After all, she hadn't experienced such a dream last night. Ariri found Kasumijoka Uchiha's reaction bewildering. Her princess-like temper made her frustrated, and she was about to argue back when Kasumijoka Uchiha quickly apologized. "I'm sorry for overreacting. Please continue." Ariri felt like she had been punched and then patted on the head, creating a very uncomfortable feeling of being stuck between emotions. She reassured herself that discussing the important matter was more crucial than quarreling over trivialities with this annoying woman. "I initially thought it was just a dream, more real than other dreams. But until I heard the conversation among those girls after leaving the classroom, I still believed it was just a dream." "So, you changed your mind after hearing their conversation, meaning their discussion made you think that such a coincidence was impossible?" "Exactly. Their conversation made me think that such a coincidence couldn't happen." "What do you mean?" Kasumijoka Uchiha, who had only heard part of Ariri's lie from outside the classroom, had missed many key details. "The person they were talking about matched almost all the features of the person in my dream." Ariri paused, then looked at Kasumijoka Uchiha, who was also looking back at her. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? The two of them, staring at each other from such close proximity, had surprisingly serious expressions in their blue and wine-red eyes. "So that's why you deliberately lied about finding something, to extract information about that person and, by extension, find out which school he attends." Ariri nodded and looked towards the southeast, where the Hudo University-attached high school was located. "At least we now know the area where that person is. With that information, whatever actions we take next won't be as aimless as a headless chicken." "Humphrey, why are you laughing?" "Nothing, I just think you handled this very well." "Of course, I've always been smart." "Yeah, except when it comes to your grades. You annoying woman. Can't you go a day without teasing me?" "Sorry, it's a habit. I'll try to work on it." That just makes me even angrier. Their argument didn't continue, partly because they both had something on their minds, and partly because Ariri's stomach growled at an inopportune moment. Uchiha didn't tease her about it this time. After their banter, Uchiha frowned as if deep in thought about something important. Ariri opened her lunchbox and glanced at the person next to her. "Hey, have you had lunch yet?" "Thanks for asking, I already ate." About the question I asked earlier. What is it? You also had that kind of dream, right? We've talked this far, and you're still asking that? I just want a definite answer. Uchiha nodded. So, what was your dream about? If you tell me first, Sawamura, I might share some details with you. No way I'm telling you. Fine, don't tell me then. Ayuri sulkily started eating. Now that we know which school that person is at, what do you plan to do next, Sawamura? What do you think? I'm going to find him. If he really is the guy from my dream, I'll confront him and get some answers. Uchiha didn't agree with her approach. Confronting him face to face isn't a wise move. If someone has done something wrong and hasn't been caught, they're not likely to admit it. So, what do you suggest? For now, we should stay quiet. The other person might not know we've noticed something's off. What we should do next is investigate discreetly, see if we can find any more clues, instead of rushing out and exposing ourselves like fools. As much as she hated to admit it, Ayuri had to agree that Uchiha's suggestion was more sensible. But before that, there's something important I need to confirm. What is it? You remember what that person looked like in your dream, right? So you must also remember his name? Yeah. Then tell me, what's his name? His name is... Wait, why don't you say it first? Because I asked first. You've already used that excuse. Oh, fine. Uchiha pressed her fingers to her forehead and sighed. Do you have your phone with you? Yes. Let's both type in his name on our phones and show each other at the same time. That way, there's no problem, right? Okay. They both took out their phones, typed something, and slowly revealed their screens to each other, watching each other's expressions. Suzumiya Chisato, Suzumiya Chisato. At this point, Uchiha gave up on the slim hope that it might have been a coincidence. She suggested, let's go to Fushimi High after school to investigate. But after school, we have to discuss the game. Knowing that what's happening to us isn't just a coincidence, are you still in the mood to talk about that? You're right. Chapter 43, Loner in pink gym jacket. Whoosh, the sound of flushing water echoed as Suzumiya Chisato pushed open the stall door and walked out to wash his hands at the sink near the bathroom entrance. He was relieved that the little black creature in his pocket hadn't made a mess. That was good. However, it really resisted when he tried to clean it up afterward. It took a lot of effort to get it cleaned, and it was a bad habit that needed to change. Since he didn't bring lunch from home like most students, today's lunch would be something quick he bought. Looking at his increasingly thin wallet, Chisato felt a bit gloomy. Despite having 2 systems at his disposal, he was still worried about his living expenses. He had about 15,000 yen left, and it would be over half a month before his family sent him more money. On average, he could spend 1,000 yen a day. In this international metropolis of Tokyo, with its terrifyingly high cost of living, 1,000 yen was only enough for one meal at a small restaurant. If he wanted to maintain 3 meals a day for the next half month, he'd have to start cooking at home. He'd gotten a beginner's cooking skill from a blind box earlier, which supposedly made him good at basic home cooking. It would be a waste not to use it. The Pure Love system still had 300 points, which could be exchanged for 30,000 yen in the store at a rate of 1 point per 1,000 yen. That was a backup plan, but unless he was on the verge of starving, Chisato didn't want to use his points to exchange for money. After all, money could always be earned, but points weren't so easy to come by. Spending 300 yen, he bought a rice ball and bottled water from the school cafeteria and headed back to class, eating as he walked. He occasionally pinched off some rice and handed it to the opening of his shirt, where a black bird's head quickly popped out to grab it. The coordination between him and the bird was seamless. A junior with a badminton racket passed by. Chisato glanced at the tight pants under their pleated skirts, pondered for a moment, then turned to walk in the other direction. He wiped his hands with a tissue, took out his phone, and opened the Line app. There were no unread messages in the confirmation tab. I knew it, it's not that easy to make that person let down their guard. Chisato returned to the spot he had visited at noon yesterday, turned a corner at the end of the hallway, and silently approached the space beneath the stairs. Click. Click. Suzumiya Chisato heard a strange sound and slowly peeked his head around the corner to see what was happening. He saw a familiar head of pink hair, a familiar back, and a familiar, questionable fashion choice of tucking old-fashioned athletic pants under a pleated skirt. It was that girl from yesterday, the one who inexplicably fainted here and whom he had taken to the nurse's office. Her name was Gota Hitori. She was sitting on her knees with her back to Chisato, facing the inside of the corner, wearing headphones and eating lunch. The click sound had come from her biting into a piece of fried food from her bento box. Chisato took another step forward. Tempura shrimp, croquettes, broccoli, and octopus-shaped sausages. Her rice even had corn and green peas mixed in. Even though she was a shy and introverted girl, Her lunch was quite impressive. By comparison, Chisato looked down at the plain plum rice ball in his hand, feeling a pang of resentment. He could have bought a better lunch if the previous owner of his body hadn't spent all his money on virtual streamer gifts. Gota Hitori was listening to music and eating when she suddenly noticed that the light around her had dimmed. Is it going to rain today? But the weather forecast said it would be sunny all day. She turned around to check and saw a figure she both recognized and feared standing in front of her. Her neck stiffened, and her eyes filled with panic. She quickly pressed her feet to the ground, using the force to push herself back to create some distance between them, but because the space under the stairs was so narrow, she didn't get far before her head bumped against the edge of a discarded desk. Ouch! She covered her head with her hands, letting out a pained whimper like a little puppy. Chisato, who had half raised his hand, slowly lowered it. He had intended to greet her in a friendly and normal way, but seeing her reaction, he stood there, unsure of how to respond. Seeing her in pain, he figured it would be best to show some concern. Are you okay? Chisato forced what he thought was a friendly smile. But the girl, still holding her head, didn't dare look up at him. She just kept apologizing, curling into a ball. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Why is she apologizing the moment we meet? Chisato sighed silently as he looked at the girl before him. Both were troubled girls, but on the surface, Gota Hitori's issues seemed much more severe than those of Mikazusa. While Kazusa had a haughty attitude and found everyone annoying, at least she could communicate on a basic level with others. As for Gota Hitori, Chisato recalled the message he saw on her phone yesterday, and a feeling of sympathy welled up in him. Why are you apologizing? He stopped standing and slowly crouched down so she could see his non-threatening expression. It was only when he got closer that he noticed. Despite wearing her school uniform very conservatively, her figure was quite good, as her chest was noticeably well developed even when she curled up. No wonder the Pure Love system had rated her as a top-quality female. Because I didn't send you a thank you message online like you asked. Gota Hitori's heart was pounding. She had only briefly glanced at Chisato before quickly lowering her head again, filled with anxiety. Her body trembled, and she didn't dare meet his gaze. She even used honorifics with him, showing extreme respect, despite them being classmates. Was she really that scared of him? Chapter 44, Double the Friendship Fee. That's common sense. Chisato didn't understand what was going through her mind, but he figured a gentle and natural approach wouldn't hurt. You don't need to be so formal. We're classmates. The note I left was pretty clear, right? I just wanted to be friends with you. I see. Her tone and words made Gota Hitori feel a little more at ease. After replying weakly, she cautiously lifted her head to glance at Chisato again. This time, she managed to make eye contact with him. His eyes seemed to have a magical quality, with a deep, captivating sparkle in his brown irises. Even though he was standing against the light, his eyes still shone brightly. The distance between them was just over a meter, yet she felt like she had been struck by lightning, her mind freezing for a moment as she stared in a daze. Classmate. Sorry. I'm so sorry. Gota Hitori snapped out of her trance and immediately offered a deeply sincere apology. This time, she even pressed her head and hands to the floor in a full-on bow. Having someone like me stare at you must have made you feel disgusted, right? I'm sorry for being so unaware of myself. Is she really apologizing just for staring? It's not disgusting, not at all. And you don't need to apologize. Also, could you please lift your head and talk to me? This is my way of making amends. And I'll soon give you the money for taking me to the nurse and the friendship fee, so please spare my life. Friendship fee? What is she talking about? Chisato was a bit confused. Hold on a minute, when did I ask you for money? Gota Hitori cautiously lifted her head and spoke softly. Well, didn't you give me your line account so I could add you as a friend and then send the money? I told you, I just wanted to be friends with you. Yes, and I'll be your friend and then give you the friendship fee. Since the school nurse can't know about this, I understand why you didn't write it so clearly on the note. Chisato closed his eyes and gently pinched the bridge of his nose. The same feeling of sadness he had felt yesterday began to well up inside him again. To have such a distorted way of thinking. What kind of life has she been living? I'm out of pocket money right now, so I was planning to transfer the money to you in a few days. I have no intention of not paying. So please give me a little more time. Here's the first payment. Gota Hitori trembled as she took out a small wallet from her pocket, hesitantly pulling out a 500 yen coin. After reluctantly looking at it for a moment, she placed it in the middle of her palm and offered it to him. Seeing her like this, Chisato couldn't help but feel like he was watching a poor old lady being extorted by a gang. After a moment of silence, Chisato spoke. Didn't you say you were out of pocket money? This isn't pocket money. I took it out of my piggy bank, using a hairpin to get it out bit by bit. Chisato raised an eyebrow and decided not to say anything more. He quickly finished the rest of his rice ball and then took the 500 yen coin from Gota Hitori's hand, putting it into his wallet. Gota Hitori's expression showed a mix of disappointment and relief. She was sad to lose the 500 yen but relieved that Chisato had accepted her apology. That meant he was satisfied and wouldn't cause her any more trouble, at least for now. I've received the thank you money for taking you to the nurse and the friendship fee. The 500 yen is more than enough, so you don't need to give me any more money. Huh? The words Chisato spoke were completely unexpected for Gota Hitori. But before she could let her mind wander, Chisato pulled out a 1,000 yen bill from his wallet and held it out to her. And this is my friendship fee for wanting to be friends with you. Please take it. From his interactions with Gota Hitori so far, Chisato had learned that she was extremely socially anxious, withdrawn, and lacked confidence. He remembered his own childhood, facing unpleasant experiences as an orphan. Even though those times were in the past, the memories still brought back negative emotions. He saw a bit of his younger self in Gota Hitori. His original intention of approaching her just to earn points gradually faded, replaced by genuine concern. She was so deeply insecure that she had withdrawn from normal school life, unable to have regular conversations with others. Her habit of hiding under the stairs during lunch showed just how severe her situation was. Since it would take time for her to return to normal thinking, Chisato figured the solution was simple. He would adjust his own thinking to meet her where she was. Instead of making her leave her familiar space, he would step into her world. He needed to eliminate her fear and anxiety first. Only when she fully accepted him could he begin to help her change her unhealthy mindset and stop her from constantly apologizing. Don't just stand there, take it. Chisato spoke with a matter-of-fact tone, moving the bill closer to her. Gota Hitori stared at the crisp bill in front of her, her emotions surging once again. She felt a mix of fear and disbelief. Could someone like her really receive a friendship fee from someone else? Chisato seemed to understand what she was thinking. Without hesitation, he took a step forward and pressed the bill into her hand. Like you, I don't have many friends either. It makes sense for two people with no friends to exchange friendship fees and become friends, doesn't it? Oh, so that's how it is? It kinda makes sense. Even so, you don't need to give me so much. Persuaded by his reasoning, Gota Hitori raised her voice more than before, not knowing if it was out of happiness or nervousness. A friendship fee from a boy to a girl should be double. That's common sense. Chisato said with a completely serious expression, making up a rule that didn't exist. Oh, so that's common sense. I didn't know that before. I've learned something new. Gota Hitori stared at his outstretched hand. After a moment of hesitation, she slowly reached out and shook it. So, from now on, we're friends. And for a long, long time. I'll be counting on you. Yes. Friends. Hee hee. Gota Hitori felt a warm, fuzzy happiness inside her, and a smile spread across her face. Chisato slightly opened his mouth in surprise. He wasn't surprised by Gota Hitori's smile but by the string of messages from the pure love system. Gota Hitori feels happy. Affection plus 40, Gota Hitori feels touched. Affection plus 20, Gota Hitori feels satisfied. Affection plus 20, Gota Hitori's affection has reached the maximum value. Current affection level, new points, 1,500. Total remaining points, 1,800, ding. Temporary mission activated, this girl. It's truly a testament to the goodness in the world that she's grown up safely without being tricked or sold off somewhere. Chapter 45, Hitori-san's new friend, ding. Temporary mission activated, even lonely people aren't without worth, even if they're not good at studying, sports, or socializing, like Gota Hitori, who seems as insignificant as a water flea. She has a unique brilliance that others can't match. Mission objective, discover and highlight her charming qualities, help Gota Hitori regain confidence in real life, and earn the admiration or respect of 100 people. Current progress, 0 out of 100. Mission duration, 1 month. Mission rewards, 500 points, 50% off coupon for the shop, and basic English. After silently reading the system message, Chisato sighed as he refocused on Gota Hitori, who was still smiling foolishly. So, this socially anxious girl isn't good at sports or studying either, but even so, the system still considers her an exceptional person. Maybe she really does have some dazzling qualities, beyond just hiding her sizable chest under her clothes. Getting 100 people to like or respect Gota Hitori won't be easy, but with a whole month to complete the task, it's too early to give up. Among the rewards, Chisato was particularly interested in the 50% off coupon. The more expensive the item, the higher the value. But, by the way, are girls' hands usually this rough? Especially her fingertips. He could clearly feel the roughness in my palm. It would be rude to directly ask about it, But maybe he can ask in a roundabout way. After letting go of her hand, Chisato spoke first. Second year, Class A, Suzumiya Chisato. Nice to meet you. Hey. Gota Hitori snapped out of her daze, still giddy from having made a new friend. Is this the legendary moment where friends introduce themselves to each other? Ah, I'm. Second year, Class C, Gota Hitori. Nice to meet you. Hitori-san, do you play any instruments? A. He's calling me by my first name right away? But how did he know? She nodded quickly. Bass. Or guitar? Chisato's interest was piqued. I just asked on a whim, but did I really hit the mark and find her talent? G guitar. Gota Hitori replied with a trembling voice. Wow, that's impressive. Chisato noticed the clear look of anticipation on her face, craving praise. Imagining a certain teasing tone, he mimicked it with a voice full of admiration. People who can play instruments are so cool. It's not that big of a deal. Hey. Hee hee. Gota Hitori scratched the back of her head. She was feeling excited 3 years. It's been 3 whole years. Because she heard that people who play guitar are cool and can easily make friends, she had diligently practiced for 6 hours a day since middle school. But before she knew it, middle school and her first year of high school had flown by. Her guitar skills improved day by day, yet she hadn't made a single friend. The idea was good, and her efforts were in the right direction, but somehow she had been heading down the wrong path. Now, someone had finally acknowledged her hard work. Being praised directly by someone else felt so good. She couldn't calm down at all. She made a friend and her guitar skills were recognized. Surely she was on the path to becoming popular now. When Chisato finds out how good she really is, he'll be even more impressed with her. He might admire me even more. After all, she's that famous guitar hero on the internet, with over 30,000 fans. Looking closely, Chisato is quite handsome, too. Could this mean we'll skip the friend stage and dive straight into a rosy, romantic youth? Ah. Speaking of which, my parents already set aside wedding money for when I get married. Will I get to use it soon? For the honeymoon, a trip abroad would be nice. Ignoring the continuous affection notifications popping up, Chisato smiled and said, next time, if there's a chance, could you play for me? I've never heard live guitar before. Tomorrow will be fine. Gota Hitori quickly wiped away her imaginary drool from the corner of her mouth and answered eagerly. I've never performed live for anyone other than my parents and little sister before. My heart is pounding like it's about to explode, but I'm so excited. After showing off the guitar skills I've worked so hard to master over the years, Chisato will definitely like me even more, right? Maybe, just maybe, those wild fantasies could come true, and we could be more than just friends. Thinking about all of this, Gota Hitori started swallowing nervously, a strange mix of anticipation and anxiety welling up inside her. Great, then tomorrow during lunch break, we can find a quiet spot at school where we won't disturb anyone, and I can listen to your live performance. But for now, let's exchange line contacts. Ah. Sure, okay. As Chisato took out his phone and moved closer, Gota Hitori hurriedly set her lunchbox aside and pulled out her own phone. I'll scan yours. Okay. He smells so nice. A faint lemon scent mixed with a refreshing hint of mint. Gota Hitori stared in a daze at Chisato, who was focused on his phone, and took a deep breath, trying to discreetly take in more of that scent. Suddenly, she felt a pang of sadness. How could boys smell better than her? After spending so much time at home in her closet, she only had the unpleasant smell of mold repellent on her. I hope Chisato doesn't notice. Her excitement from his friendly approach quickly turned into a feeling of anxiousness. With her gaze lowered, hiding her eyes behind her bangs, Gota Hitori's knees began to slowly shift to one side. All done. Now, Hitori-san, just accept the friend request. Ah, yes, thank you. No need to be so formal. After accepting the request on her phone, Gota Hitori received a message from Chisato with a laughing emoji greeting. He even showed her his screen, where her account was labeled as Hitori-san, which made her feel incredibly relieved. Although it might sound rude, compared to Hikimiya, who used to charge her 2,000 yen a week to be my friend, Chisato feels like a fresh, vibrant vegetable, while Hikimiya is more like a withered cauliflower left behind at the market. Well, it's getting late, so I'll head back to class. Feel free to contact me anytime. See you tomorrow. Since they had just met, Chisato decided to keep things light to avoid overwhelming the socially anxious Hitori. He made a graceful exit. Left behind, Gota Hitori raised her hand to watch his back disappear from sight. She carefully opened Suzumiya Chisato's profile and changed his nickname to Chisato-kun. Hehehe. In a forgotten, dimly lit stairwell corner on campus, a goofy laugh echoed. Chapter 46, Your body is honest. Afternoon. Suzumiya Chisato glanced to his left, where the seat next to him was empty. The cold, aloof girl who always wore a stay-away expression was absent from class. Her books were on the desk, and her bag was hanging beside it, so it didn't seem like she had left school during lunch like yesterday. If it's Tma-san, she's probably resting somewhere again. After class, Satoshi, who had turned around, commented. Chisato, while organizing his notes, gave him a curious look. Why are you suddenly telling me this? Because you seem really concerned about her. You kept glancing at the empty seat during class. Are you a moth or something? Eyes in the back of your head? Satoshi laughed and held up his pen. The silver cap of the pen reflected the surroundings like a mirror. Chisato put away his notebook and took out the book for the next class. I just found the class boring and was looking out the window to relax. Math is pretty dull, so this is the perfect time for a pick-me-up. Satoshi pulled out a can of soda from his desk and handed it to Chisato. You were drinking this yesterday, right? You even remembered that? Don't get too emotional. No. When a guy does something like this, it just makes me feel a bit uneasy. But since he's being nice, I can't say something so rude. Thanks. Chisato took the drink and had a sip. But are you really okay with this? What do you mean? I'm talking about Tma-san, of course. Chisato quietly drank his soda. Skipping class and being late is pretty common for her, but you never know, she might have had an accident, or maybe she's in the nurse's office with a stomachache or an injury. Satoshi spoke seriously. Chisato leaned back in his chair and casually brushed his bangs aside. Aren't you afraid Tma will find out and kick you where it hurts for saying that? I'm only telling you. I only told you, didn't I? Looking at the class president who had been smiling the whole time, his eyes narrowed into slits, Chisato bit lightly on the edge of the can, half smiling at him. Satoshi propped his elbows on the desk, resting his chin on his palms, a worried expression on his face. Even though this is just a sudden and baseless assumption, if Tma is really lying in the school's infirmary right now, all alone with no one to care for her, don't you think that's kind of sad? Riddlers should leave Gotham City. In movies, people who talk in riddles either get stabbed to death or die in some forgotten garbage dump. Haha, no need to be so harsh. Is Tma injured? Chisato asked for confirmation. I'm not sure, but we could check it out and find out. Satoshi practically admitted it. He glanced at his watch. The bell rings in 7 minutes. What's your plan? Aren't you the class president? If being class president were that useful, I would have made everyone in the class get along by now. He sighed dramatically. When you're not feeling well, it's always better to have a friend by your side, right? What's up with this guy? Is he really the essential sidekick character from a dating sim? He was just joking around in his head, but now it's actually happening. Chisato put his unfinished drink on the desk and walked out of the classroom without looking back. Good luck. Satoshi waved, still smiling as he watched Chisato leave. Chisato quickened his pace and headed to the infirmary. The gentle and kind school nurse greeted him with a smile. Well, if it isn't the gentleman. This was the nickname she had given him yesterday when he brought Gota Hitori here. Even though Chisato wasn't fond of this embarrassing title, he couldn't change the nurse's quirky sense of humor. Is there something wrong with you this time? Nurse Karikawa motioned for him to sit on the small stool in front of her so she could check his condition. Chisato walked over slowly, bent down slightly, but didn't sit. Sensei, I'm not feeling unwell. So, you're here to see a classmate, then? Nurse Karikawa noticed how his gaze kept drifting towards the bed with the curtains drawn around it. She lowered her voice, a knowing smile on her face. Ah, youth. Tma-san will be happy to have a visit from you, Mr. Gentleman. Don't worry, I won't tell Goto-san. Sensei, it's fine if you tell her, and my name is Suzumiya Chisato. Yes, I know, Mr. Gentleman. Fine, whatever makes you happy. He then asked about Tmakazusa's condition. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Tma-san just lost her footing and fell down the stairs. Nurse Karikawa described what sounded like a serious incident in the most casual tone. Did she sprain her ankle? No, she hurt her bottom. Nurse Karikawa didn't want to explain further. You can ask Tma-san about the details yourself. Thank you, Sensei. Chisato walked over to the curtained bed but didn't pull it open immediately. Tma-san? There was no response from the other side, but he could hear the sound of a blanket being dragged across the bed. What? After a moment, Tmakazusa answered curtly, her tone emotionless. Chisato pulled the curtain aside and stepped in. Hey. Tmakazusa, lying face down on the bed with a pillow hugged to her chest, glared at him with a deeply dissatisfied expression. Chisato drew the curtain closed again and sat down at the edge of the bed, his gaze shifting downward to where her bottom was covered by the thin blanket. What are you looking at? This time, Her dissatisfaction was mixed with genuine anger. Don't be so distant with a classmate who came all the way to visit you. Chisato easily caught the pillow she tossed at him, trying to calm her down. Who asked you to come? Go back. Seeing a notification pop up in front of him indicating an increase in affection points, Chisato shook his head. The next class is You can skip it. The teacher asked me to stay here and take care of you. What nonsense are you talking about? The next class is World History. Chisato looked at her in surprise. You actually remember the class schedule? Mikazusa was momentarily speechless, her cheeks flushing slightly. She seemed embarrassed that he noticed this fact. She turned her face away and lay back down on the bed, refusing to speak. But then, an untimely growl echoed from her stomach. Didn't have lunch? It's none of your business. Just go back already. All right. Chisato nodded lightly and stood up. Wait here. I'll go get you something to eat. I told you to leave. Don't you understand the words? Don't shout in the infirmary. You'll bother the teacher. And whose fault do you think that is? I'll be right back. Don't run off. Oh, right, I forgot. You're injured now, so you couldn't run even if you wanted to. Ignoring the girl who, with her target gone, could only pound the bed in frustration, Chisato walked toward the school shop, watching as more affection points notifications popped up in front of him. What's this? Even though she's been putting up a front, deep down, she's being pretty honest with herself. Chapter 47, The reason for borrowing money. Chisato returned to the infirmary with the bread and drink he bought from the school shop, handing them to Kazusa. Maybe she was really hungry, or maybe it was because the curtains were drawn, hiding her from the eyes of others. This time, Kazusa didn't refuse like she had the day before. However, after accepting the items, she took out her wallet from her skirt pocket and asked in a very formal tone, how much? No wonder she doesn't have many friends. If it weren't for his initial impression from his past life and the constant notifications of increasing affection points, even someone as patient as him might not have developed a liking for her. But now, he finds the contrast of her tough exterior and honest heart kind of cute. And it made him want to tease her a little. We're classmates, no need to pay. Chisato said politely. Then take it back. I won't eat it. Kazusa pushed the bread and drink back toward the edge of the bed, sounding sullen. You've got quite the principles. After a moment of silence, Chisato pushed the items back to her. He glanced at Kazusa's open wallet, noticing the thick stack of bills inside, thinking to himself that she must be a little rich girl. Then just give me 2,000 yen, he said. The items from the school shop weren't expensive. The sweet bread with condensed milk and cheese filling was 300 yen, and the milk drink was 200 yen. But he had a reason for asking for an extra 1,500 yen. Here you go. Without any hesitation or suspicion, Kazusa pulled out two 1,000 yen bills from her wallet and handed them over. Despite her young age, the way she handed over the money without fuss showed a certain generosity that made her even more likable. After Chisato took the money, she finally sat up on her knees with a clear conscience. As she sat down, she winced slightly, as if accidentally touching the spot where she had injured her backside. She bit her lip, adjusted her sitting position, then took the bread and tore open the package to take a bite. Actually, the bread and drink together only cost 500 yen, Chisato confessed. Kazusa glanced at him, not responding, and took another bite of the bread. As she reached the center of the bread, the sweet condensed milk and cheese filled her mouth, and her previously sharp, cold gaze softened for a moment. Like a cat that's been soothed by a gentle stroke along its back, she seemed a little more at ease. Honestly, I'm a bit short on money, so I'll consider the remaining 1,500 yen as a loan. I'll pay you back later. Chisato explained. No need to pay it back. Consider it a tip for running the errand. Kazusa said, taking a sip of her milk. She lightly licked her lips with the tip of her tongue. The milk was sweet, just the way she liked it. Does he know my taste preferences? Or is this just a coincidence? No, I was taught never to do something so underhanded. I'll definitely pay you back. Chisato's expression was serious. Whatever you want. What a strange guy. Kazusa continued eating, trying hard not to let her gaze drift back toward him. At that moment, the bell signaling the start of class rang. Kazusa unconsciously tightened her grip on the bread. Chisato stood up and said, I'll come back after this period. Huh? What's wrong with you? Kazusa looked at him with clear disdain. You're the one with the problem, always speaking the opposite of what you truly feel. Isn't that exhausting? But in a way, that's part of what makes you endearing. Although it might be misunderstood by most people, as long as I don't misunderstand, it's fine. Understanding this, even her disdainful gaze couldn't dampen his mood. In fact, it made him feel unexpectedly cheerful. True to our school motto, integrity, freedom, mutual help, and friendship. See you later." Chisato tossed out these words and turned to leave. Kazusa watched the curtain, which swayed and then gradually settled after he left, and bit her lip. After staring blankly for a moment, she started devouring the remaining bread in her hand, her actions stopping the blush on her cheeks from spreading. After leaving the infirmary, Chisato ran back to class, making it to his seat just before the teacher arrived. He pulled the 2,000 yen out of his pocket, folded it neatly, and placed it in his wallet. He didn't ask for an extra 1,500 yen because he was genuinely short on cash, as he had claimed. Though he was indeed a bit strapped for cash, he would never borrow money from someone else. He wasn't in the habit of doing so. The real reason he did it was to create a connection with Kazusa that went beyond being just classmates. Once a creditor-debtor relationship was established, it would be easier to find reasons to interact with her in the future. If he promised to repay the money, it would naturally give him an excuse to approach her. If he repaid 100 yen at a time, that would give him 15 opportunities to interact with her. Thinking back to his previous life, this trick had. Well, best not to bring that up. After the bell rang to signal the end of the second afternoon class, Kazusa glanced toward the infirmary door for the third time, just as Chisato finally showed up. This time, he brought 2 puddings. Kazusa's eyes lit up. It was one of her favorite snacks. She instinctively reached for her wallet. Seeing this, Chisato pulled the pudding back, opened one for himself, and started eating it with a spoon as he sat down. "I told you, I brought this from home. I don't need your money." Such an obvious lie. How many times has he seen her buy this exact pudding from the school shop? Kazusa was annoyed, but for the sake of the pudding, she managed to keep her cool and silently closed her wallet. "That's more like it. Weirdo. You're the weirdo. Can I call you Kazusa? Do whatever you want." "Alright, Kazusa. Don't call me Hey anymore. Just call me Suzumiya. There's no one else here right now. Why don't you try calling me that? You're really annoying. Things wouldn't be so complicated if you just went along with it sooner. Stop nagging. Get back to class already." During the break between the second and third periods, their interaction significantly increased. After the third period, Chisato came back with 2 ice cream cones, and the smiling school nurse, Dr. Karigawa, beckoned him over. "Could I ask a favor of you, gentlemen?" Chisato handed her one of the cones, nodding after she straightened up from her forward-leaning position, which had been a bit too revealing. Chapter 48, Just kidding, I'm super lifting the curtain. Chisato handed the ice cream cone to Kazusa. By now, Kazusa was no longer surprised by his visits. After the pudding incident, she had came to understand part of Chisato's personality. This time, she didn't reach for her wallet. Instead, she simply took the ice cream, removed the clear lid, and bit off the tip of the white ice cream cone. Watching the smile that involuntarily appeared at the corners of her eyes as she ate the cone, Chisato suddenly remembered the golden retriever he had in his past life. Chisato shook his head slightly, trying to shake off his random thoughts. He spoke up. "Miss Karigawa has something urgent after school, so she can't take care of you. She asked me to take you home today instead." Kazusa, who was eating her ice cream cone, paused for a moment when she heard this. "I never intended to have Miss Karigawa take me home. I'm fine and can go home by myself." "Don't push yourself. Miss Karigawa said that your injury." When Kazusa heard that word, her sharp and angry glare pierced through Chisato like a sword, as if she was ready to strike him down. He quickly corrected himself. "Miss Karigawa said that while your injury didn't affect the bone, it's still swollen, which might affect your movement. For safety reasons, someone should definitely take you home. I don't need that. I can go by myself. But I've already promised Miss Karigawa. I still don't need it. At least call someone from your family to pick you up. My family isn't nearby. Just like me, huh? No wonder Miss Karigawa insisted that I take you home." Chisato's words made Kazusa think. Just like her, this annoying guy also lived alone? There's a long-distance running test during the last period today. It might take some time, so you'll need to wait for me. Once it's over, I'll pack your bag and come get you as soon as I can. Hey, stop deciding things on your own. Who said you could do that? Kazusa lifted her head, revealing her slender and graceful neck, her delicate eyes widening to show her defiance. But as soon as she met Chisato's gaze, her heart unexpectedly fluttered, and she felt a bit shy and uncertain. She quickly averted her eyes and focused on his forehead instead. Chisato stayed silent for a moment before reluctantly resorting to a trick, speaking in a mock dramatic tone. "Miss Karigawa. Kazusa says she can go home on her own and doesn't need me to take her." Kazusa was stunned. He's really going to tattle on her? Ms. Karigawa, hearing this from the other side of the infirmary, immediately stood up, her heels clicking as she approached. "No, Kazusa, as an injured person, You need to be aware of your condition and follow the rules. Even though she tried to sound authoritative, Ms. Karigawa's words were still gentle and soft. Kazusa lowered her head in frustration, glancing to the side at Chisato, who was smiling slightly as he played on his phone. I have something urgent after school today, or I'd take you home myself. Don't make me worry, let this gentleman take you home, okay? Ms. Karigawa, unlike other teachers who tend to put on a superior attitude around students, was always kind and caring, which made her very popular among the students. Kazusa, too, found it hard to resist her. She usually disliked the other teachers, but Miss Karigawa, who was like an older sister, was an exception. Kazusa was the type who responded better to kindness than to strictness. Fine, I understand. Good, good. Be a good girl. I'll give you some medicine to apply later. Rest tonight, and you should be fine by tomorrow. Okay. After giving these instructions, Ms. Karigawa left with a smile. You're so sneaky. Kazusa gritted her teeth and muttered these words to Chisato. Chisato ignored her comment, put away his phone, and stood up. I need to change into my gym clothes. Just like I said before, I'll come get you after the long-distance running test. Humphrey, you'll definitely fail. Are you kidding? You're underestimating me. Getting a good grade is no big deal. With confident strides, Chisato left the infirmary. 30 minutes later, Kazusa was leaning by the window, looking out at the field. She took out her phone and recorded a video of the man who had boasted earlier, now gasping for air and struggling to keep up as he got lapped by others. Who are you underestimating? Getting a good grade is so easy, huh? Chisato returned to the infirmary, disheveled and still catching his breath. Kazusa pulled out her phone and mimicked his earlier words, showing him the embarrassing footage she had just taken. Chisato blushed in embarrassment. He had only been in this world for 2 days and hadn't had a chance to test his physical fitness. The gym class was his first real test, and it turned out that this body had terrible stamina, completely unlike what a teenager should have. The personal status panel of the Pure Love system showed that his fitness level was 6, but he seriously doubted that, thinking it was more like a 3 at best. Let's go. Chisato said, slinging both of their backpacks over his shoulders. Ashamed of his poor performance in gym class, he wanted to forget the whole ordeal and led the way out of the infirmary. Kazusa, in a good mood, followed him out after saying goodbye to Ms. Karigawa. The main gate of Fukazawa High School is located on the side of the main street, where students typically enter and leave. The back gate is usually closed except for special events. Across from the school gate is a bustling shopping street with a variety of stores, from stationery shops to snack bars and drink stands. Inside a bubble tea shop, the clerk behind the counter occasionally glanced curiously at a table of customers. Her curiosity was piqued because of how these two were dressed, wearing hats and masks despite the hot weather. Not only that, but she vaguely remembered seeing these two walking up and down the street several times over the past hour and a half. They finally decided to come into the shop and took a seat by the window. Even though the sun was shining through the clear glass onto them, and the shop had air conditioning, it must still be hot. Why wouldn't they sit in the shade? The shop clerk was baffled. Chapter 49, of course, follow them. No, Mom, let me explain. I'm not causing trouble. I didn't skip class for no reason, I had a good reason to ask for leave. Don't tell Dad. He'll just lecture me again. Anyway, just trust me. Okay. Okay. I'll explain everything when I get home. Yes. Inside the bubble tea shop, Uchiha rested her chin in her hand, watching with interest as Ariri tried to explain herself to her angry mom over the phone. After Ariri hung up, Uchiha couldn't help but laugh. See? That's what happens when you slack off on your studies. Mind your own business. Ariri snapped back, clearly frustrated. She was in a bad mood. After the second period, Uchiha had coaxed her into asking for leave, claiming she didn't feel well. They left the school separately and met up outside the gate, where they changed out of their uniforms at a nearby clothing store. To avoid being recognized, they also put on hats and masks before heading to the bubble tea shop near Hueco University-attached high school. Everything has gone smoothly so far. But then Ariri's homeroom teacher, being responsible, called her parents to inform them about the leave, which led to her mom's phone call and the scene that just played out. Just wait, you won't get away with this either. Ariri said, gloating. Uchiha gave her a disdainful look. Don't lump me in with you. I'm always ranked first in our year, so even if I skip school, my parents wouldn't say a word. She showed Ariri a text exchange with her mom. Uchiha, Mom, I've got something to do, so I'm taking a leave of absence. I'll be home later tonight, Mom, be careful. Dad will be late tonight too. We'll have dinner together when you get home. Ariri slowly clutched her chest, feeling the sting of humiliation. This situation was the perfect example of shooting yourself on the foot. Satisfied, Uchiha put away her phone, took off her mask, and sipped her bubble tea. Do we really have to sit here? It's so hot. After sitting for another 10 minutes, Ariri wiped the sweat from her forehead with a tissue for the third time. Didn't we already agree that this spot gives us the best view of the school gate? School's about to let out. If everything goes according to plan, we might see the person who appeared in our dream soon. We could stand under the tree in the shade by the gate. It's closer and we'd get a better look. Sure, if you don't mind being seen by him when you spot him. Ariri crossed her arms, pretending not to care. So what if he sees me? I'll go right up to him and ask what's going on. You talk big, but you're all talk. I'm serious. Sure. The bell just rang. Keep an eye on the gate. As the bell rang, the previously quiet school began to bustle with activity, and students started to leave through the main gate. The two girls focused on watching the gate, not talking to avoid distractions. But after 20 minutes passed, and the crowd at the gate thinned out, they still hadn't seen the familiar figure they were looking for. Ariri relaxed slightly, lowering her mask a bit to reveal her nose and mouth. Uchiha reminded her, don't get lazy. Maybe a teacher kept him after class, or maybe he went to a club meeting. We should be ready for a long wait. I know. Ariri refocused on the gate, but she wasn't as tense as before. So, have you thought about what to do if we actually see him? I haven't. That's not my main concern. Uchiha shook her head. After what I told you at noon, I kept thinking about why such things happen and tried to analyze the reasons behind these inexplicable events from a scientific perspective. And then? Did you came to any conclusions? I wish it were that simple. Uchiha sighed in frustration. But I did come up with a certain hypothesis, which you should be quite familiar with. Familiar with? Yes, the ability you often use when drawing those humiliation-themed comics, hypnosis. Are you joking with me? I'm not joking. Hypnosis is a real technique. Professionals use certain methods to make people enter states completely different from their usual ones. For example, in everyday life, psychologists often use hypnosis for patients with psychological disorders. They use eye contact, voice, gestures, or medication to provide psychological suggestions, helping patients release negative emotions and then fill them with positive ones to achieve therapeutic goals. You mean, we were hypnotized? That's why we had those dreams? It's just a hypothesis based on the available information. Uchiha suddenly stopped talking. When Ariri was about to look at her curiously, Uchiha spoke again. On the left side of the school gate, walking alongside a girl. Ariri immediately looked over and was stunned the next moment, her blue eyes widening. Even though she had prepared herself mentally before coming, seeing the person from her dream in reality left her momentarily shocked. Is that the person from your dream? Uchiha asked with a flat tone. Ariri watched the person walking away and slowly nodded. Yes. It's definitely him. The body shape, appearance, walking style. The decades-long companionship in the dream, so clear and vivid. Neither of them noticed that their originally calm expressions were shifting towards anger after seeing the person and noticing a stranger girl beside him. He's getting farther away. What should we do? Ariri was anxious. Uchiha coldly snorted. Now that we've come this far, of course, we should follow him. Chapter 50, Thoughts on what she doesn't understand. Uchiha didn't understand why such a troubling feeling suddenly surged within her chest, but it was definitely there. The person who appeared in her dreams, the one she had married and built a life with, was now slowly walking away. Just as Ariri asked a question, she unconsciously suggested they should follow him. But why did she instinctively give such an answer? After leaving the bubble tea shop, Uchiha's thoughts were lost in contemplation as she walked mechanically along the street. She had clearly planned to just confirm from a distance. Considering everything, whether the dream was realistic or the man from her dreams appeared in reality, it was an extraordinary situation. She needed to keep her distance to gather information and needed time to think. She shouldn't be sneaking around, hiding behind a mailbox tree, engaging in such reckless and easily noticeable actions that wasn't her usual style. She could have asked a detective to investigate later, and she could have just waited at home for the results. She knew she could do that, so why did she just blindly follow him earlier? Hey! What are you daydreaming about? They went into a family restaurant. Ariri peeked around the street corner and quickly pulled back. Seeing Uchiha's distracted state, she was furious. Stop thinking about other things. Focus. Uchiha looked at Ariri, who, despite wearing a mask, showed through her wide eyes and urgent tone that she was extremely anxious just like herself. Sawamura-san. What? Are we waiting here for them to come out, or should we go in directly? Ariri turned back towards the restaurant, peeking. I think it's better to go in directly. The restaurant is large, We can choose a discreet spot and maybe even overhear their conversation. Yes, definitely going in. Let's go. Uchiha hurriedly grabbed her wrist. No, Sawamura-san, listen to me. Whatever it is, we'll talk later. We need to get in now, who knows what they're doing in there. Uchiha didn't say anything more, just looked at Ariri meaningfully before slowly letting go of her wrist. Ariri's anxiety quickly subsided as she realized her recent outburst was somewhat unreasonable. The source of this emotion was undoubtedly seeing Chisato and noticing the rather attractive girl beside him. Ariri looked down, her trembling fingertips touching her forehead, her beautiful eyes now filled with confusion and unease. You've lost your composure. Kasumijoka Uchiha looked past her shoulder towards the restaurant. Of course, I've lost my composure too, otherwise I wouldn't have suggested directly following him. Hypnosis. Ariri muttered, referring back to the topic of hypnosis they had discussed earlier in the bubble tea shop. Emotions drive thoughts, reason weakens, and behavior becomes uncontrollable. Am I already in a hypnotized state? She wasn't asking Kasumijoka Uchiha but questioning herself. The events in the dream, living a life with the person she loved, every moment and scene, were so clear and vivid in her mind. Ariri became more confused the more she thought, scratching her head in frustration. Her hat fell off, and her dazzling golden hair fell naturally onto her shoulders. I just don't understand. Uchiha watched Ariri's outburst quietly. While she appeared calm on the outside, her inner turmoil was no less than Ariri's. Her dream's love story didn't end well like Ariri's. When she discovered that her interactions with her husband during their student years were based on lies and schemes, her health deteriorated during pregnancy, leading to negative thoughts. Her thoughts became trapped in a dead end, feeling deceived and doubting their entire relationship. She made a decision that seemed extremely wrong in hindsight. She took their daughter and cut off contact with her husband, not even giving him a chance to explain face to face. She left him unilaterally, foolishly, and selfishly. After her death in the dream, her perspective changed. She saw her husband's panic when he found her departure letter, his despair when he couldn't find her, and his joy upon seeing their daughter return, followed by his profound sorrow upon learning of her death. As a ghost, she stayed by her husband's side for countless days and nights, watching him appear cheerful and regain his dignity in front of their daughter, while secretly struggling to sleep each night with medication. She felt sadness, heartache, and regret. But the facts were irreversible, and she could only watch the situation unfold from a close distance without any ability to change it. On their daughter's graduation day, she saw her husband's relieved smile, dragging his lifeless body and swallowing a whole bottle of sleeping pills. She tried desperately to shout, to touch him with her non-existent body, to tell him that she didn't deserve him doing this, to live for their daughter and for himself. But it was all in vain, as the breeze from the window was more apparent than her desperate reactions. She could only watch her husband's breathing slow and his heart stop. She, without a body, couldn't even shed tears. I, too, don't understand anything anymore. Uchiha's eyes were filled with sadness and melancholy. On top of the utility pole beside them, a small crow blinked its black eyes, motionless in the setting sun's afterglow. Chapter 51, Thoughts. After a lifetime of regret, Uchiha had never been dissatisfied with her life. She had a smart mind, beautiful looks, and a proud figure. Before experiencing that real, happy, and sad dream, she was certain her future life would continue smoothly. But now, she had doubts. Time cannot be reversed, and life doesn't offer a chance to start over. The regrets that have become facts can only be left in the past without a chance for remedy. Yet the feeling of regret remained, clearly etched on her heart, causing a dull ache every time she thought about it. Some things only become clear and regrettable after experiencing them and feeling the heart-wrenching pain. Uchiha hated her dream self. Even in the pale and frail final moments of illness, she couldn't summon a shred of sympathy for that self. In fact, she felt that her dream self's continued awareness after death and presence as a ghost by Chisato's side was a punishment for her. It forced her to watch the person she loved most end his life while she could do nothing. Helpless? Regretful? Painful? Remorseful? Feeling these emotions is right. They are the feelings experienced daily by the person who loves you in your absence. These are the punishments for you who made such foolish decisions and chose to escape from his side. You took away your daughter's father's love, you deprived your lover of hope. You got what you deserved. Uchiha received this implicit signal. The novelist's thoughts began to wander, and her initial suspicions about hypnosis turned into a belief that perhaps these were experiences from a parallel world or a past life. She died, regretted deeply, and used some mysterious power to cross dimensions and time, using dreams to remind herself, to reveal true love, and to hope she wouldn't make the same selfish and foolish choices. Since just minutes ago, when Uchiha saw him walking out of the school, her thoughts and emotions had completely escaped rational control. She held Ariri's hand, stopping her from acting impulsively, believing she was still calm. Yet she was completely unaware that her initial plan to just observe from afar had vanished. What replaced it was a firm resolve driven by the vivid dream life she had experienced. No longer just sneaking around in the shadows, but wanting to stand in the open and interact with him. If the real him is similar to the dream version, and if he could still fall in love with her at first sight, maybe she could truly do something. This time, she would not be foolish and would not easily give up. She would recover the regret from the dream in reality. I don't understand either. But even so, we need to stay calm. Uchiha bent down to pick up the hat that Ariri had dropped. She gently brushed off the dust from the light green cap and carefully placed it back on Ariri's head. What do you mean? Ariri didn't notice that Kusagakure Uchiha's expression had changed several times in the brief seconds they were observing. Her entire attention was focused on the restaurant which Danzō had just entered. She strained her eyes to see, regretting not bringing binoculars on their way here. Even though dreams don't necessarily reflect reality, the vividness of the dream made Ariri naturally feel angered. After all, with such clear and realistic memories, she found herself easily identifying with the role of Chizato's wife. So the situation now was that her husband was on what looked like a date with another girl who had appeared out of nowhere. This was an understandably infuriating and unacceptable scenario. The remaining rational part of her mind kept reminding her that this was reality, and she had no relationship with Chisato in real life. They didn't even know each other. Thus, she shouldn't act impulsively. But even with that understanding, she was still very angry. At the very least, she wanted to get closer, to secretly position herself around their table, to overhear their conversation and confirm their relationship. Let's wait until they've ordered and their food is served. By then, they'll be focused on their meal, reducing our chances of being noticed, Uchiha suggested. Uchiha also peeked around the street corner. I thought you'd stop me from going in. I'm not stopping you. I just think we should choose the right moment. Right now, it's best not to let him see us because it's not the best time for a confrontation. Okay. For the first time, Ariri thought Uchiha, who was usually harsh and sharp-tongued, wasn't so bad after all. Standing on the same side, even though she was reluctant, she had to admit that Uchiha's considerations were far more comprehensive than hers, which gave her a sense of great relief. The choice of hat and mask, the selected observation point, all were suggestions given by Uchiha. Teaming up with a former rival didn't feel too bad after all. The restaurant wasn't far, and they could clearly see that Chisato and the girl had just ordered and were now seated at a window-side table. Ariri breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that Chisato and the girl were not sitting next to each other. But Uchiha's expression grew increasingly gloomy as she noticed some unusual signs about the girl. The girl walked with a slightly abnormal gait, and her face occasionally showed signs of pain. Her thighs, wrapped in black stockings, seemed tense. As a young girl herself, Kusagakure Uchiha knew that if it were just a menstrual period, the girl wouldn't have such a reaction. The only explanation could be that Uchiha had experienced it clearly in her dream. The pain right after the first time and within a few days. Let's go. Their food has been served, Uchiha said after observing. Ariri, lost in thought, followed without saying a word. After they left, a small crow landed on the ground but quickly flew back up into the blue sky. Chapter 52, Awareness of crisis. Since we left the school gate, I've noticed. What exactly are you looking at? In the family restaurant, Kazusa, finally finding a comfortable position for her injured rear, asked Chisato while waiting for their food to be served. Since it was after school hours, people were coming and going outside. If Chisato's gaze was following short-skirted girls or owls in black stockings, Kazusa wouldn't have bothered asking. But Chisato had tilted his head several times, not looking straight ahead, but slightly upward toward the sky. Kazusa also glanced up at the sky but saw nothing noteworthy. Nothing. I just think the weather is nice today, and the sky looks good, Chisato said, returning his gaze and lying smoothly. He wasn't a melancholic literary girl, he wasn't interested in the scenery. He'd rather focus on observing Kazusa's striking profile from the corner of his eye. There are many pretty girls in society, but not many as strikingly beautiful as her. The real reason Chisato looked at the sky several times was to check on the whereabouts of the Kazusa. Earlier, he wanted to put it in the closet during gym class, but it refused, so he had to repeatedly instruct it to stay within his sight. The dark wing flew around him freely. It seemed to enjoy flying in the sky more than hiding in his pocket, so it stayed nearby but out of sight after school. Before leaving school, he could still see it flying from the trees by the roadside. But after leaving the school, he hadn't seen it at all. Chisato grew a bit worried. After all, no matter how impressive the system product, it was only 1 day old. It shouldn't run into trouble, right? His worries proved unnecessary. When the waiter brought their food, He finally spotted the Darkwing perched on a utility pole with several other crows. It must have made some new friends to play with. Thanks. Next time, I'll treat you in return, Chisato said, picking up his chopsticks and enjoying a piece of juicy and delicious pork cutlet. The bill for the pork cutlet price was 860 yen. Chisato intended to pay for the meal himself, but Kazusa had already taken out her wallet and paid swiftly, not giving him a chance to refuse. This action made Kazusa's image in Chisato's mind rise even higher. A pretty and cool girl willing to treat him to a meal was even rarer in this society. If you really want to thank me, no need to treat me. Just head home after eating. I'll be fine. Kazusa said, with dessert of an ice cream sundae and mango pudding drizzled with chocolate sauce, looking incredibly sweet. She had no resistance to sweet foods. Don't worry. After I see you home, I'll go home obediently and won't shamelessly ask you to invite me in for tea, Chisato assured. Isn't it better to go home early and do what you want? Why waste time with me? I don't think helping a classmate is a waste of time. I know you don't like socializing with others. I'm the same. As fellow outsiders in the class, let's not be so distant. Let's get along. The polite suffixes were omitted, and for the first time, he addressed her by her surname directly. Kazusa felt a hidden joy but appeared resigned as if unable to change reality, murmuring, "Troublesome guy." At a nearby table a few meters away, Uchiha and Ariri sat together, straining their ears to hear the conversation between Chisato and Kazusa. TSK. Ariri frowned in dissatisfaction after listening for a while and said quietly, "We're too far away to hear anything. We should have listened to me and chosen a closer table." Uchiha mocked her complaint, "And then we would have exposed ourselves without understanding anything?" "Be quiet. I can vaguely hear their conversation." Ariri was about to argue but fell silent after hearing Uchiha's last words. 2 minutes later, she gently poked Uchiha's shoulder, looking expectant. Uchiha's face darkened as she summarized what she had heard. After dinner, he plans to take that girl home. Take her home? Ariri's reluctant mood flared up instantly. Why was that? Can't she go home by herself? Does she have no legs? And now she needs someone to take her home? Kasumijoka Uchiha headed slowly, he volunteered to do it. Ariri's angry expression instantly turned into one of resentment, her mood changing rapidly. She bit her small fangs and asked unwillingly, "Why? What were their exact words? Tell me." Kasumijoka Uchiha shook her head. "The conversation details aren't important. What matters is the result. Also, I've noticed you've been acting strangely." "Strangely? How?" "You called him Chisato very familiarly, didn't you?" Ariri turned away. "I didn't. Don't try to deny it. Your hostility towards the girl was quite obvious." "I wasn't hostile. Clearly, like a cat guarding its food, you looked ready to pounce and kick her away. Can you satisfy my curiosity and tell me why you reacted that way?" Ariri, feeling guilty, took a sip of her drink. After a few breaths, her emotions settled. "I can't." Uchiha chuckled at her attempt to deflect. She knew Sawamura Ariri well. She couldn't hide her emotions, and her feelings were always apparent on her face. Even if this blonde idiot was hiding something, Uchiha was confident she could gain the upper hand, or at the very least, not be at a disadvantage. The tricky part was the girl with long black hair, who looked excellent, just like her. Listening to their conversation, it seemed Chisato was taking the initiative, which set off an unprecedented sense of crisis in the usually calm Kasumijoka Uchiha. Chapter 53. Stopping for today. After seeing Kazusa home, Chisato, as he said in the restaurant, didn't push to enter for a cup of tea. He returned her bag and took out a small bottle of spray from his own bag. "It's best to spray this on the injured area after your bath. You'll feel much better by morning, and you should be fine to move around tomorrow." "Got it. Then, I'll be going. See you." After relaying the school nurse's message, Chisato said his goodbyes without hesitation. "Where do you live?" Kazusa asked him. "It's late to go home alone. Take a taxi." Kazusa took out her wallet, pulled out a 10,000 yen bill, and pressed it into Chisato's palm without saying a word. Chisato looked at the money in his hand, then at Kazusa's face, which showed an air of undeniable certainty. He spoke earnestly, "If you want to support me, 10,000 yen isn't nearly enough. You'll need to pay more." "What nonsense. This is just payment for the time you wasted on me after school. Go home by taxi. If you have an accident on the way, I'll have to explain it to the school nurse. It's only 7 o'clock. What do you think, that high school boys are so prone to accidents? Anyone can get into trouble. It's easy for someone who just looks good to say that." Chisato held his breath. His fists were clenched tightly. This was the second time this person had mocked him with such words. But her comment about him being all show, could it be that, in some way, She was acknowledging his appearance? Seeing it from another angle, his mood suddenly brightened. Meanwhile, from a distance of 10 meters down the street, two sneaky figures were crouched behind a small mailbox, whispering to each other. Hey, what are they talking about? Why is that woman giving him money? It sounds like they're discussing something about support. What? SHH. Don't be so loud. That can't be right. They're still students, how could they talk about such dirty adult topics? I don't want to believe it either, but I did hear that word, and he also said. Said what? That the money isn't enough. No way. Absolutely not. SHH. I told you to keep it down. But. It's impossible. How could he willingly be involved in such things? I don't know exactly what you experienced in your dreams, but you have to understand this is reality. Not everything will follow what happened in your dreams. But even so, this is too shameless. Ah. He returned the money. It turns out things aren't as we thought. Back at Kazusa's house, Chisato said, no need, I can easily take the train home. I'd be wasting my monthly pass if I don't use it. See you tomorrow. Chisato declined the money and left without saying more. Even if he wasn't taking a taxi, couldn't he at least have kept the money without saying it out loud? He previously mentioned being short on cash, and now he refuses the money. What a stubborn idiot. Kazusa angrily clutched the return money in her hand and walked into the house with a cold expression. A moment later, Uchiha and Ariri emerged from the shadows, quickly catching up to Kazusa as she left. As they passed Kazusa's house, Uchiha glanced at the mansion and noted the surname on the plaque. Afterward, Chisato went through the usual process of ticket inspection and boarding the train, getting off at his familiar stop. Throughout the journey, he remained unaware of the two small tails following him since he left school. He acted as usual and walked home. The two behind him waited quietly after seeing him enter his home, then withdrew around the corner. The tension gradually eased, and both sighed in relief. Following someone was exhausting both physically and mentally, and the fatigue hit them like a wave once they relaxed. Uchiha took off her hat and used it to fan her face. She suggested, let's not rush home. Let's find a place to sit, organize the information we've gathered, and discuss our next steps. Ariri, rubbing her sore back, nodded in agreement. They walked into a nearby cafe. Uchiha stirred her coffee and began summarizing. The main takeaway from today's action is that we confirmed the person from our dreams does exist in reality. Ariri nodded. And he seems perfectly normal, nothing unusual or noteworthy. He's just like any other student you'd see on the street. Of course, since we only followed him for a few hours, this conclusion might not be entirely accurate. Ariri nodded again. Our goal today was just to get a preliminary sense of his reality. Now that we've achieved that, I think we can end today's action. As for his connection to our dreams, we've obtained his school and home address. We'll have plenty of opportunities to investigate further. What do you think? Uchiha expressed her thoughts and looked up at Ariri with rare sincerity. Ariri was taken aback. She had never seen Uchiha show such a look before. Was this the expression of someone fighting on the same side? It felt a bit unusual, but what she said was indeed correct. So, she nodded once more. Okay, let's call it a day. Head home and rest up. If you have another vivid dream tonight, we can exchange information tomorrow within acceptable limits. Uchiha finished her coffee, yawned, and stretched lazily. Ariri glanced at her empty cup and asked, are you going straight home now? Yes, I'm exhausted after being out all day. I'll shower and go to bed right away. I see. Then I'll head home too. Sure, I'll take care of the bill. They said their goodbyes in front of the cafe and each took a taxi away from the location. Kasumijoka Uchiha, sitting in the back seat, told the driver, just drive around the area and come back. Ah. Okay. Though confused, the driver complied. Chapter 54, The Receipt? Back at his small apartment, Chisato's first action was to go to the window and let the dark wing in. Pecking at the window so hard, doesn't her beak hurt? Why didn't you come in through the door? Chisato complained casually. Once inside, the dark wing landed on a desk. It pecked at the desk lamp switch repeatedly, but since it was only a day old and the lamp was old with a stiff switch, it couldn't turn it on. After several attempts, it stopped and looked back at Chisato, who was taking pictures and laughing softly. Sorry, I couldn't resist taking a picture because it was so interesting. When you grow up, you'll probably find it amusing, Chisato explained, though it didn't seem to help much. He caught a hint of resentment in the Darkwing's dark eyes. Alright, if you don't like it, I won't take any more pictures. Let's get you cleaned up. Chisato put away his phone and moved to pick up the Darkwing, but it flapped its wings in strong resistance. What's wrong? You need to bathe. The Darkwing pecked at the lamp again. Chisato realized that the bird's actions were not just play but had a specific purpose, to turn on the lamp. But why? He wondered and turned on the lamp as the dark wing seemed to want. After the lamp was on, the dark wing backed at a practice book standing upright nearby. Chisato's curiosity grew, but he followed through, placing the practice book under the lamp. The dark wing hopped a few steps away, tilted its head, and opened and closed its beak slightly. Chisato didn't quite understand the bird's behavior, but when it returned to the lamp and placed something on the white practice book, things became clearer. It was a hair. More specifically, a long hair, at least 70 to 80 centimeters long. Chisato picked it up and examined it. He initially thought it was Kazusa's hair, but it wasn't quite right. The hair wasn't pure black, it had a yellowish hue, indicating it was blonde. After thinking for a while, he didn't reach any useful conclusions due to the lack of information. But it was clear that the dark wing was trying to convey some signal. Looking at the dark wing's expectant gaze, Chisato guessed, "Did you get fed by a blonde girl on the way?" "Oh, was that not it?" Chisato scratched his head. "So, a blonde girl at school likes me?" "Likes you?" The dark wing flapped its wings in frustration and flew to the end of the bed, ignoring him. "It's not my fault, there's too little information." Given the previous system's assurance that nothing from the simulated life would affect reality, Chisato hadn't considered the most crucial aspects. He stared at the blonde hair for a while, found no useful conclusions, and decided to stop thinking about it. He took out a small pack of walnut pieces from his bag and placed them on the table. "Dinner's here. If you're hungry, help yourself." After saying this, he picked up his change of clothes and headed to the bathroom. His rented apartment didn't have a bathtub like most Japanese homes, only a narrow shower space. This was fine with Chisato. He didn't have a habit of taking baths and was satisfied with just getting clean. While showering, he reviewed the situations of Goto Hitori and Kazusa. Both were troublesome, often referred to as problem girls. Goto Hitori had severe social anxiety and was as timid as a rabbit, easily frightened by any disturbance. Kazusa deliberately acted coldly, isolating herself and refusing to engage with others. Building a good relationship with her and gaining her approval wasn't going to be easy. However, by the end of today, through a series of meticulous actions, Chisato had managed to make her lower her guard and stop resisting him. Becoming friends with Goto Hitori would allow him to help her from a supportive position, gradually finding her strengths and helping her gain others' affection and respect, while also slowly changing her initially timid and self-doubting nature. The same went for Kazusa. Using the unavoidable reason of a teacher's order, he interacted with her and managed to make her a debtor, though it was only a little over 1,000 yen. Still, it established a connection between them. In the future, as they got to know each other better and he introduced her to other kind classmates, she would likely integrate into the class more smoothly. Spending high school alone would be quite sad. After his shower, Chisato sat at his desk and read. Half an hour later, a group of crows pecked loudly at his window, interrupting his study. "Are these your friends?" Chisato was startled. The dark wing flew onto his shoulder, signaling him to open the window quickly. After opening the window, the crows didn't enter the room. They were cautious and only stood outside the window, watching inside. The dark wing flew to the top of the refrigerator. Chisato understood and took several slices of toast from the fridge, slowly offering them to the crows. "Caw!" The dark wing called out. "Caw! Caw!" The crows eagerly started grabbing the bread from Chisato's hand. After they finished, one of the crows dropped a white piece of paper on the table, then flapped its wings and flew into the night sky, leading the other crows away. The word transaction popped into Chisato's mind. He felt he could never again look down on crows. "Caw!" The dark wing landed on the table, indicating Chisato should check the paper. Chisato closed the window and went over to examine it. It wasn't just a piece of white paper but a receipt from a restaurant, stained with grease, smelling faintly sour, as if it had just been pulled from a trash pile. Wait, a restaurant receipt? Chisato immediately thought of the receipt from his meal with Kazusa. Both receipts were from the same restaurant. Chapter 55. The Return of the Crows. Return of the Crows refers to the filial piety of caring for one's elders. According to the Compendium of Materia Medica, this bird, when newly born, is fed by its mother for 60 days and then returns the favor for 60 days. After Chisato had cared for the dark wing for only one day, it rewarded him with a significant gift. Thinking about the blonde hair he had seen earlier, he had some vague guesses, but they were scattered fragments, not yet pieced together. "Let me sort this out." Chisato put away the book he was reading, took out the blonde hair, and examined the two receipts closely. The receipt from his meal with Kazusa had the number 106, meaning they were the 106th customer of the day at that restaurant. The receipt from the crows had the number 109, indicating that the customer who dined there did so shortly after them. He began to understand why the dark wing hadn't followed him. It needed to come in through the window. His thoughts started to clear up. He continued to examine the dirty receipt, noting what was ordered. A cup of watermelon juice and a cup of cold coffee. Common drinks, and at first glance, nothing seemed unusual. But Chisato broke out in a cold sweat. He remembered his two wives from the simulation. The one with a striking figure and alluring face liked all kinds of coffee. The one with dazzling blonde hair who liked to sit on his lap preferred watermelon juice. Gulp. It must be a coincidence. Chisato swallowed hard, not wanting to think further, as it felt like a bad omen to him. Caw. The Darkwing made a soft call, as if saying to accept reality. After a moment of silence, Chisato knew that some things couldn't be avoided. He held the blonde hair and, with a sense of resignation, began to ask, "Is someone following me? Caw. Are they two women? Caw. Is one of them black-haired and the other blonde? Caw, caw." With the increasingly clear answers from the Darkwing, Chisato's heart sank. His left hand, holding the blonde hair, began to tremble slightly. He realized there was no need to ask further. The wives he had pursued in the simulation actually existed in this world. And now, they have officially found him. The taxi, after circling nearby, stopped back at the starting point. "Thank you, driver." After politely paying and getting out, Uchiha walked into a nearby supermarket. Although she had told Ariri earlier that the day's mission was over, that was an outright lie. Uchiha's plan was to trick that annoying blonde fool back first, then return secretly to meet her dream lover before the fool noticed. This series of actions could be summarized as sneaking a bite. Uchiha didn't think there was anything shameful about sneaking a bite. Based on Ariri's reactions, it seemed that the fool was quite interested in Chisato. Knowing this, her actions to prevent giving up someone who might be with her for life became justifiable. If she ended up marrying Chisato, she would just have their daughter acknowledge that fool as a godmother as compensation. Ariri, don't blame me for being unscrupulous. Love is war, inherently selfish and without any retreat or morality. Uchiha quietly walked through the supermarket aisles, her expression of guilt gradually fading to one of indifferent determination. While in the taxi, she had looked up a surname she vaguely recognized online. As expected, she found extremely useful information. The girl Chisato sent home was the daughter of the world-class pianist Hueco, named Mikazusa. She was also somewhat famous domestically, having frequently won awards in piano competitions, though she seemed to have lost interest in them in recent years. As for Mayuko, there was a lot of information online about her, mostly concerning men and scandals. Recalling the topic of financial support she overheard between Kazusa and Chisato, Kasumijoka Uchiha's lips curled into a cold smile. Regardless of whether the girl was like her mother, with a predatory nature towards men, she wouldn't allow the situation to continue. If Chisato needed money, she alone was enough. Even if he were to be supported, it wouldn't be by anyone else. Uchiha had already decided that, as long as Chisato was close to the dream version of himself and remained affectionate towards her, she could accept him. She could let him manage her manuscript fees. Even if he didn't work and stayed at home all his life, it wouldn't matter. She would earn money to support him and the family, he just needed to take care of their daughter and stay where she could see him. As long as he stayed with her for life, it would be enough. Carrying fruit from the supermarket, Uchiha's steps grew lighter. She had already planned her reason for visiting, to say she was a new tenant in the same apartment and to ask for future guidance. He would surely thank her, and she would take the opportunity to get a cup of tea, establish initial contact, and then add him online as peers. In the future, she would chat with him often, subtly probing his true nature. If he was similar to the dream version, she would confidently proceed to the final stage. Whether directly or subtly, she would make her move and win him over completely. A smile spread across Uchiha's face. The dream version of him particularly liked her in black stockings, and today she was wearing a pair, slightly sheer. When she entered the house, she would casually lift her skirt to let him see, hoping to make a strong first impression. But she had to be careful not to make him think she was a promiscuous woman. Kasumijoka Uchiha's smile grew brighter. Her future husband, wait a bit longer, the beautiful wife is coming to visit you. As Kasumijoka Uchiha climbed the apartment stairs, someone suddenly pressed on her shoulder from behind. She turned around, and the sight startled her, causing her to retreat several steps. I knew it. I knew it. You nasty woman. Ariri, holding a flashlight-equipped phone away from her chin, angrily stepped forward and grabbed the startled Uchiha's arm. I knew you were trying to sneak around secretly. Chapter 56. Ariri's intelligence. That blonde idiot actually figured it out. Given her usual style, she should have just gone home without any extra thoughts. Where did things go wrong? After the initial panic, Uchiha quickly calmed down. Looking at Ariri's furious face, ready to pounce and bite her, it was clear she wasn't completely unbothered. However, People involved in literary creation are often quick-witted and scheming. So, Uchiha quickly set aside her distractions and calmly asked her a question. How did you figure it out? A normal person wouldn't drink a cup of energizing coffee while saying they're about to go home and rest. You clearly didn't plan to rest but were planning to do something else behind my back. Uchiha was annoyed with herself for overlooking such an obvious clue. Is that the only reason? Of course not. You should have seen your expression when you were in the cafe. It was overly gentle, and you even offered to pay. That's not your usual style. It seemed very suspicious. This was bad. How did Ariri's intelligence and observational skills suddenly improve so much? Uchiha found the situation a bit tricky. Ariri noticed the change in her expression, crossed her arms, and snorted. The expression you're showing now is your real face, right? You're holding fruit from the supermarket, planning to visit him? It's already past 8 o'clock. What exactly are you trying to do? Uchiha hadn't expected Ariri to be so difficult. If her true intentions were already uncovered, then the plan she had carefully prepared for today was a complete failure. She couldn't be bothered to argue further, which would only be embarrassing and against her personal aesthetics. Do you want to eat? Eat what? No way. If not, then I'll leave. Uchiha didn't want to continue wasting time standing there talking with Eri. It was pointless, so she turned and started to leave without hesitation. Wait. Ariri ran in front of her. She stretched her arms outward to prevent Uchiha's from leaving. Uchiha frowned slightly. What do you want? You can't go back. Ariri was serious. You have to come with me. You're staying at my place tonight. Huh? Uchiha was amused. Don't be presumptuous. Are you trying to imprison me and restrict my freedom? I just don't want you sneaking off again without my knowledge. Nice idea, but I refuse. Why should I cooperate just to make you feel better? Fine, then go back. Ariri immediately backed off, surprisingly decisive. Just like that? Was it all just talk? Her actions made Uchiha more suspicious. But she didn't think too much and walked straight ahead. Ariri watched her leave, smiling. Hope you sleep well tonight and have sweet dreams. Uchiha glanced back at her, then turned her head forward and walked away without looking back. Ariri stood there without seeming to rush, knowing Uchiha's character well. The person in the apartment above was so important to her that she used lies to trick Ariri into leaving. This showed how much that person meant to her. With such an important person right here, just like the feelings she had before, there was no way Uchiha would just leave. Staying here was the biggest threat. Ariri wasn't foolish and knew exactly what her actions meant. In just a few minutes, Uchiha, looking quite distressed, returned. Why didn't you leave? She confronted Ariri. Even if I leave now, would you be reassured? Ariri countered, stepping closer to close the distance, showing her determination clearly. Swimsuits, sailor suits, bunny girl costumes, work outfits if you're serious, although a bit shy, I can try them all. If you still want to refuse my previous proposal, then it's up to you. Uchiha's expression was very conflicted at that moment. She had known Ariri for many years, but this was the first time she saw such an incredulous, unfamiliar expression from her. Was this really the same Ariri who used to whine and cry when unhappy, the one who seemed so childish and emotional? Or was it someone who looked and acted almost the same but wasn't her? The person she had known for so long seemed so out of character that it made Uchiha question everything. With a hand on her forehead, her head began to ache. She realized the situation was becoming increasingly complicated. It was like two armies facing each other. She had thought the opponent's forces were weak and that handling them would be easy. But in reality, they were all cunning and strong, making her face unexpected resistance. It was humiliating. Haha. Uchiha took a deep breath, looking up at the apartment where the person lived. Just because of that man, you're willing to go this far? That's none of your business. I was just expressing my astonishment. It's hard to believe. So, what's your answer? Come with me to my place first. I need to grab my notebook and a few changes of clothes. Uchiha eventually compromised and accepted Ari's proposal. Continuing to argue would only waste energy and lead to no resolution, so a temporary truce was the best choice. It would have been better if you had agreed earlier. Ariri had a victorious smile on her face. It wasn't easy, but thanks to her experiences in the dream, she had finally made some progress in reality. Let's hurry. My mom has already called several times, urging me to come home. Ariri walked confidently ahead, her golden twin tails shining even in the dark. Uchiha watched her back, a faint, subtle smile on her lips. She took out her phone from her pocket and quietly pressed the stop recording button. Then, with a natural expression, she followed Ariri from behind. The situation exceeded Chizato's expectations. He had trusted the simulation system's words and initially believed that simulations wouldn't affect reality. So in the simulation, he used every trick to win Uchiha over and even had a cute daughter with her. Later, he had tricked and persuaded Ariri into accepting his advances 7 times in one night, leaving her horse the next morning. Who would have thought that Uchiha and Ariri in the real world would be affected too? Moreover, they had somehow found out about his actions in the simulation. Most importantly, they were working together. What does that mean? It means they formed a victim alliance. When the perpetrator is found by the victims, what happens next? In a better scenario, they call the police. This person did it. In a worse case, in a fit of rage, they could ambush him in a deserted alley, attacking with precision and brutality. Though such thoughts might be exaggerated, they weren't entirely impossible. Having had their purity taken, it wouldn't be surprising if they turn vengeful. Simulated life doesn't have any substantial impact on reality. The system suddenly popped up with this prompt as Chizato's mind was reeling. He was immediately enraged. Those two were tailing him, and the system said there would be no impact? If the system had a physical form, he would have hit it over the head. Perhaps sensing the host's resentment, the system quickly provided an explanation. To ensure a more realistic experience for the host in simulated life, the personalities and thoughts of the female leads are brought into the simulation, which may cause minor, inconsequential side effects. They can partially acquire the experiences from the simulation through dreams. Chizato's anger gradually subsided, and a glimmer of hope arose in his heart. So, it's just dreams? Just dreams. Their bodies in reality remain unchanged. They are still innocent girls who have not experienced their first time or had children, just like you, who in the simulation had 7 encounters in one night, but in reality, you're still an inexperienced virgin. He felt somewhat offended, but since the system was stating facts, he didn't know how to argue. However, he did learn something important. Dreams. Chapter 57. Could it be that Ariri? The too old. Those two people only made contact with him through dreams. What he did in the simulation game didn't affect reality. This means he hasn't done anything to harm those two people. But even so, this damn system should have told me about such a hidden mechanism earlier. It was stated from the beginning that the simulation game does not have any substantial impact on reality. Dreams are illusory and do not fall within the realm of substantial effects. Oh, playing word games, huh? Compensation granted for 1 simulation attempt. Remaining simulation attempts, 2. Would you like to start a simulation now? Is this all the compensation? What's the point of simulating? Everyone knows that the simulation process shares information with the real world. Now that they're both watching him, did he really need to continue simulating and invite more trouble? Isn't it better to help patients like Gota Hitori come out of dark corners and return problem girls to healthy relationships, doing things that have no worries and make him happy? Chisato lay on the bed as Darkwing landed on his chest and began preening its feathers. Watching it and stroking its head, Chisato's thoughts began to change. Although the dark path of simulation has some side effects, the rewards are indeed quite nice. Putting aside the confusing rewards related to horseback riding and vocal techniques, Kasumijoka's persistent writing practice has greatly improved his literary skills. Most notably, his writing has become excellent, and his handwriting is now very beautiful. He hasn't tested the painting skills from Kashiwagi-iri yet, but it's likely very impressive. Mastery of painting techniques also means he has more options when choosing a job in the future. Not to mention Darkwing. It's not like a bird but more like a higher-level species. Just a day old and it has already developed skills to evade tracking and communicate with wild crow groups. If it continues to grow, he can only imagine what it will become. By then, even if it carries a burning bomb to burn down that notorious shrine, it wouldn't be a problem, right? His previously angry thoughts gradually calmed down. Darkwing had already fallen asleep under Chisato's gentle touch. He carefully picked it up and placed it back in its little nest. Dreams. If it's just a dream. Even if they have memories from the simulation, it doesn't really matter. Looking at the night sky outside the window, Chisato's thoughts gradually formed. After all, what they remember is that ruthless student council president with many subordinates and that seemingly harmless ranch owner. What do those two people have to do with the honest and earnest student in reality? Like the clouds parting to reveal the moon, Chisato's thoughts became clearer, and his perspective suddenly expanded. The personal routes for Kasumijoka Uchiha and Sawamura Ariri have both reached an A-level evaluation, triggering an additional hidden event 3 people together. In the next simulation involving either Kasumijoka Uchiha or Sawamura Ariri, another female protagonist will automatically be introduced, and the starting talent selection will increase by 1. Just as Chisato's anger subsided and his initial thoughts wavered, the evil path system displayed a notification. Looking at the prompt, he remembered the enticing figures of Kasumijoka Uchiha and Sawamura Ariri, and their expressions when they loved him. 3 people together means that if he handles this properly, he can win both of their hearts in one scenario. If it comes to that, even 7 times a night might not be enough, 14 times might be needed to satisfy them. Wait a minute, the lewd part is secondary. Chisato suddenly thought of something. In reality, Kasumijoka Uchiha and Sawamura Ariri were both tracking him today, which means they are currently allied. If he conducts this simulation tonight, could it potentially break their alliance and reduce their focus on him, or even make them stop paying attention? This sudden guess made Chisato's breathing grow rapid. It seems worth a try. The Sawamura family house is huge. Even though it wasn't her first visit, the moment Uchiha stepped through the door, she couldn't help but think this. After all, that idiot's father is a British diplomat in Japan. A wealthy family living in such a big house is normal. I'm home. Ariri took off her shoes at the entrance. Although she was dissatisfied with Uchiha sneaking off, their relationship had softened a bit, and as a gesture of courtesy, she took out a pair of brand new slippers for her guest. Thank you. Uchiha, brushing back her long hair, bent down to change into the slippers and placed her small leather shoes neatly at the entrance. It's been a while, Uchiha. Sawamura Saori, the hostess of the Sawamura family, saw Uchiha in the living room and greeted her warmly. Since her daughter had notified her in advance that there would be a guest, she didn't seem too surprised. Hello, Auntie. I'm sorry for coming so late. I brought a small gift. Oh, you're still a student, you don't need to bring anything. I bought some fresh fruits from the supermarket. They aren't very valuable. That's not necessary. Next time you come, don't bring anything. You're friends with Ariri, it feels too formal. Ariri, watching Uchiha chatting pleasantly with her mother, gave a faint snort. This person has a special skill of always appearing like a perfect girl in front of elders, which makes them like her even more. The fruits she brought were from earlier when she was planning to visit Chisato. Since she didn't give them to him, she used them at her own home. Thinking about her true nature and seeing her now with that smile, Ariri's understanding of her hypocritical nature deepened. Why are you snorting, Ariri? I haven't heard your explanation for skipping class this afternoon. Sawamura Saori heard her daughter's snort and turned with a kind smile. Ariri's heart tightened, she couldn't escape this topic. Well, it was for a special reason. What reason? Kasumijoka had business at the editorial department this afternoon. I wanted to observe how they work there, so I went along. Oh, I see. Sawamura Saori walked over slowly, looking directly at her daughter. Ariri, with a slightly apologetic smile, said, I know it's not good to use school time for this, but I heard there was a chance to meet my favorite light novel author, so I couldn't resist. She held her beautiful, youthful face, which looked more like an older sister than a mother, and raised one hand in a promise. It won't happen again. I'll focus on my studies from now on, so please don't tell Dad. I don't want him nagging me. Sawamura Saori pinched her nose. This is the first and last time, okay? Yes. Mom has one more question. Ah. What is it? Did you meet the light novel author you like today? No, unfortunately. But I asked Kasumijoka to get an autograph if we meet her. Sawamura Saori looked at her daughter's face, smiling. All right, it's fine. She then turned to Uchiha. Uchiha, sorry for the trouble. If my daughter were as outstanding and well-behaved as you, I wouldn't worry so much. Have you had dinner? Yes, we've already eaten. Then I'll prepare some fruit for you to eat later. Your room is ready. If you need anything, just let me know. Ariri interrupted. Mom, she's staying in my room tonight. Your bed is a bit small. It might be too crowded for both of you. It's okay. She can sleep in my bed, and I'll take the floor. Alright then. Do as you please. There are blankets in the cupboard, just spread them out before you sleep. Okay. Sawamura Saori went to the kitchen. Chapter 58, Uchiha's scheme. Ariri took Uchiha back to her room. The room was neat, which relieved Ariri a bit. It's a good thing her mom cleaned the room. If it had been as messy as it was in the morning, with clothes and socks scattered everywhere, she would have had to endure more of that annoying woman's mockery. Should you shower first, or should I? You go ahead. I'm tired from running around all day. I'll sit for a while. Don't think about sneaking away while I shower. I shower quickly. Before leaving the room with her change of clothes, Ariri glanced at Uchiha. Alright. Since you've figured out my plan, it's lost its advantage. I'll stay here honestly and not go anywhere. It better be that way. Ariri left the room, and the door was gently closed. Uchiha walked to the desk and casually picked up a comic book. The comic was rather inappropriate, falling under the heavy mature content category. No wonder her hair color had turned so yellow from reading these all day. The door was lightly knocked twice. Uchiha put down the comic as Sawamura Sari came in with tea and fruit. Uchiha, make yourself at home. Don't be polite. If you need anything, just tell Ariri or me. Uchiha bowed politely. Thank you. After placing the tea and fruit down, Sawamura Sari didn't leave immediately. The young lady showed an expression of hesitation but seemed to want to say something. Andy, do you have something you want to ask me? Uchiha noticed her hesitation and took the initiative to speak. Well, it's not much. I just want to confirm one thing. Go ahead. Did Ariri really go to the editorial office with you this afternoon? A hint of panic flashed in Uchiha's eyes. Sawamura Sayuri smiled. That child has never lied since she was young. She can't help but reveal her habit of staring intensely into people's eyes when she lies, as if afraid others won't believe her. But the more she does that, the more suspicious it becomes. What she just said in the living room was indeed a lie, right? On one side is the kind-hearted aunt, and on the other side is the beloved who might spend the rest of her life with her. Considering that the idiot's academic performance isn't exactly stellar, it's even more important not to be distracted by other matters at such a crucial time. Yes, this is all for Ariri's own good. She mustn't lie to her family, and she shouldn't be in a relationship when she can't even balance her studies. That's not the right thing to do. So, it's clear what needs to be done. Yes. Under Sayuri's watchful gaze, Uchiha struggled silently for a long time before finally nodding to confirm Sayuri's guess. I see. Sayuri let out a shallow sigh, collected her emotions, and continued. Uchiha, you should know what Ariri did this afternoon when she took leave, right? Uchiha nodded. Can you tell me? The young mother's eyes showed eagerness, a look that made it hard to refuse, even though the other person was also a woman. I'm sorry, Auntie. I promised Ariri I would keep her secret. Even though I feel what she's doing now isn't right. I'm really sorry. Facing Sayuri, Uchiha couldn't bring herself to meet her gaze and bowed her head deeply. I understand. It's alright, Uchiha. From your perspective, you did nothing wrong, so I'm not upset with you. Thank you for understanding. Looks like I'll have to find a suitable time later to ask Ariri about the situation. But, Uchiha, can you give me a hint? Just a little bit. You mentioned that what she's doing isn't right, so now I'm even more worried. Uchiha, you're staying here tonight. I can't keep asking Ariri about this topic tonight. If I do, I'll probably be too worried to sleep all night. You're a kind child and wouldn't want me to worry like this, right? Uchiha bit her lip lightly, struggling under Sayuri's expectant gaze. After a moment of silence, she finally nodded. Sayuri sighed in relief. Thank you, Uchiha. Ariri is hiding something from you, and it involves a man. After much consideration, Uchiha finally spoke. Sayuri's heart skipped a beat. She hesitated and guessed, she took leave this afternoon to go on a date with a man? I'm not sure how to explain it, but I think you might understand better if you listen to this. Uchiha took out her phone and played a recording. She explained to the puzzled Sayuri, when I was discussing the payment contract with the editor, I recorded the conversation just in case. I forgot to turn it off, and it accidentally recorded part of the conversation with Ariri. Sayuri nodded in realization. Please listen. Uchiha pressed play, and the recording played clearly through the phone speaker. Swimsuit, sailor suit, bunny girl, professional attire. If I'm determined, even though it's a bit embarrassing, I can try them all. Sayuri's eyes widened as she listened. Those words clearly came from her precious daughter. Are you willing to go that far just because of that man? It was Uchiha's voice. None of your business. Ariri's passionate rebuttal. The recording abruptly ended. Uchiha put her phone away. I'm sorry, Auntie. I couldn't record the rest because my phone ran out of battery, but this should be enough. It's best if you talk to Ariri about this soon. Ah. Yes. Sayuri's expression became dazed. Hearing her daughter speak with such determination, she couldn't help but recall how alluring and seductive her daughter appeared earlier that morning. Her slender hands gripping the pillow and toes curled up, clutching the sheets. Thinking back, those positions clearly indicated being dominated by a man. The young wife's cheeks flushed. With her experience, she quickly reached a conclusion. Could it be that her daughter's actions this morning were some kind of sign? The dream Ariri had wasn't just a simple fantasy. It might be a real experience she relived in her dreams after having gone through it. In other words, Ariri might have already crossed the line and entered the adult world, something her mother hadn't even realized or prepared for. Sayuri's pupils trembled uncontrollably. Andy, are you alright? Uchiha quickly reached out to support Sayuri, preventing her from falling against the edge of the bed. Sayuri's reaction was more intense than expected. Uchiha's intention in revealing the recording was simple, She wanted to make Sayuri restrict Hariri's actions, ideally accompanying her to and from school until the situation was clarified. It wouldn't take long. As long as the blonde idiot was kept away for a few days, she was confident she could distance herself from her and build a relationship with Chisato first, getting to know him and gaining an advantage. As for how Hariri would explain to her mother why she wore various outfits for a man, that was no longer Uchiha's concern. By the time she explained to her mother, everything would likely be set in stone. But now, why did it seem like Auntie's reaction was so extreme? Even somewhat abnormal? I'm fine. Uchiha, thank you. I think I understand now. Thank you for telling me. I'll go back to my room now. Sayuri shakily stood up, taking the tea and fruit she had brought in earlier and leaving the room. Her strategy should have worked, right? Uchiha felt a twinge of guilt as she watched Sayuri leave. Not long after, Hariri walked into the room, drying her damp hair. I'm done showering. You should go wash up. Hariri. Nothing. Never mind. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom of the Sawamura family, Sayuri called her husband. Stop fishing with your friends. There's a problem at home. Come back now. Chapter 59, Simulation resumes. Daddy's Joy, remaining simulations, 2, can naturally recover over time. Would you like to start a simulation? Sitting at his desk at home, Chisato stared at the text box that popped up and thought for a long time. He had finished his studies for the day. It wasn't too late, it was only a little past 10 in the evening. As everyone knows, modern young people stay up until after midnight. Although it's unhealthy, it's hard to resist this natural tendency. This small apartment had no TV or computer, the only electronic device for entertainment was his phone. The phone could be used to watch short videos, but Chisato, whose taste had been spoiled by the beautiful problem girl at the neighboring desk, found those videos uninteresting. So, should he rest now? No, he didn't really want to rest yet. Chisato made his decision. Start simulation. Kasumijoka Uchiha and Sawamura Hariri automatically included. This simulation will involve 2 female protagonists who can be pursued. Please proceed with caution knowing this, as previously planned, this might cause a rift between them and create some chaos, potentially altering their original plans and reducing their focus on him. Though the hope is slim, it's worth a try compared to doing nothing. Generating talents, extra talent selection +1. Please choose 4 talents from the following list to officially start the simulation. Tier Mole, White, slight decrease in luck, but a slight increase in attractiveness to the opposite sex. Suspenders, White, you have decent basketball and dancing talents, just decent. Self-discipline, Green, you have high self-discipline, manage your life and schedule well, and avoid smoking, drinking, gambling, and drugs. Born a woman, Green, perhaps this time you can live a different way. Cat, Green, you have a long-lived cat that can do backflips. It only has these 2 commendable traits, so don't expect too much. Fighting mastery, Blue, you have competitive level fighting skills. Born rich, Purple, you were born into an extremely wealthy family. Because you've lived a life of luxury from a young age, your physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people. Sublimation, Gold, one of the talents you selected will be randomly upgraded to gold quality. Gold quality talent. It's the first time Chisato has seen this. Last time in the simulation, even his divine teammate had only been purple quality. Although the description seems plain and uncertain, it doesn't hide the fact that it's gold quality. There's no reason to pass it up. Selected talents, self-discipline, fighting mastery, born rich, sublimation, gold talent. Sublimation activated, undergoing random determination, born rich upgraded to gold quality. Born rich, gold, you were born into a top-tier conglomerate family, you will never worry about money in your life. You inherited your parents' exceptional looks and have far superior physical fitness, with an additional talent of distinguished grace of a noble. This isn't about winning at the starting line of life, it's like being born already at the finish line. Chisato was astonished. Finally, I get to experience a smooth start and the thrill of an easy win? Noble aura, people around you seem to be subtly surrounded by a golden glow, making it easy to attract admirers. This seems a bit unnecessary. Glowing with golden light sounds like something out of a comedic anime. Admirers might only satisfy vanity and not serve any other important purpose. But with such a start, this simulated life should go extremely smoothly. Perhaps it'll be easy to achieve the perfect ending he wants. Simulation begins. The text in front of me gradually fades away, replaced by a new interface that begins describing the simulation in real time. Chisato, as usual, took off his shoes, settled comfortably against the head of the bed, and watched the unfolding events. 0 years old, you were born. Your father is one of Japan's top tycoons, the CEO of Kyozuka Group, To celebrate your birth, he rented the entire hospital in advance. 72 doctors and 136 nurses are dedicated to serving you and your mother. The simulation gave Chisato a bit of a shock with the wealth displayed. 1 year old, you learned to speak. 2 years old, you started running and jumping. 3 years old, after starting kindergarten, you realized that, unlike other kids who only had one mother, you had 8 mothers with different skin colors and ages. You asked the housemaid about it. The maid hesitated and didn't know how to answer, so, you asked your second mother, who straightforwardly told you that your father is exceptional and has many privileges. As his child, you also have many mothers. You nodded, only partially understanding. 8 mothers. Is this what the world of the rich is like? It's like having enough people to play 2 tables of mahjong. 4 years old, under the influence of your parents' generous gifts, toys, and money, all the kids and teachers at kindergarten became your admirers. You took pride in this. During nap time, girls often fought to sleep next to you. Although you were young and naive, you vaguely began to understand the pleasures your father experienced. You tried to stop the fights but were accidentally elbowed by one of the girls and fell without a sound. Huh? Wasn't he supposed to have superior physical qualities?